it usually gets filled up with. There we go.
Is it likely to be on the BBC side until they lost?
Double strap on it.
Very good morning and welcome to the county ground at Grace Road for the final day of this championship match between Leicestershire and Glamorgan, with Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester joining our commentary team in a few minutes' time. At the moment, welcome to the county ground at Grace Road for the final day of this championship match between Leicestershire and Glamorgan, with Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester joining our commentary. Just having a few light technical issues. Be with you very shortly. So welcome to the action at Grace Road, with Glamorgan resuming on 563 for 5, and Sam Northeast within 2 runs of setting a new county record for Glamorgan. It'll be Mulder bowling the first ball of the day to Cook, who drives into the offside, and there's no run. So Richard Ray, Edward Bevan and myself, Nick Webb, your commentary team, as for the previous 3 days of the game. And we could be within moments of Glamorgan history being made. Also got an interesting game position. Glamorgan just 21 runs behind. Can they press on and put the Foxes under pressure? As Mulder is in to bowl, and that's run away on the offside. They'll go through for 1. Will they come back for a second? Yes, they will. And Cook remains on strike. He moves to 73, 565 for 5. Edward Bevan, you were at the last treble 100 for Glamorgan?
Yes, it was in Colwyn Bay. About, I don't know, many years ago.
2000.
It was in 2000. I'm not sure 2000 or 2001. And that was a superlative effort by Steve James. And now, as you say, on the cusp of history. But it will be Chris Cook to face. There's a lot of anticipation here, as you may gather.
Yes, they're keeping us waiting as Cook is forward, defending out on the offside, and there is no run. Sam Northeast delighted to have the treble century. He wasn't aware of the Glamorgan record until he got back to the dressing room. But a real huge progression from his previous best of 191, even for a man who's been in the county game for 15 years. Cook on strike then, with no slip, only a gully. Mulder is in to bowl. Cook niddles it on the onside. They think of a single, but it's straight to right at mid-on, and there is no run. So the game position, well, if Glamorgan are to put pressure on Leicestershire, they'll need to score an awful lot of runs in this morning session.
All sorts of scenarios, Nick, of course, because you might see Glamorgan declare 10 runs behind, give them more overs to try and bowl Leicestershire out and then chase a smallish target. But I suspect they'll start attacking as soon as Northeast, if he gets those 2 runs.
Mulder is in and bowls, and Cook drives straight to cover, and there is no run. And
Leicestershire doing their best to deny Glamorgan getting these quick runs. There are no close fielders, just the wicketkeeper standing back. That's an in-out field of 2 on the offside. Similarly on the onside, saving a single, 3 rather on the offside, and then a deep extra cover, deep mid-wicket, deep fine leg. And it's a run-saving field.
So in comes Mulder for the last ball of the over, bowling to Chris Cook, who swings and misses outside off stump. So Northeast will be on strike for the first over to be bowled from the Bennett end. The ball is now 50 overs old, so Leicestershire can't hope for much help from any swing. Parkinson is polishing away. Wright is looking as
on leg stump. There's 2 runs anyway.
Yes, there are a lot of 2s on the leg sides. On the offside, there's a sweeper on the cover boundary. And they're making Northeast wait. A little bit of gamesmanship, maybe, from Parkinson and his colleagues, as he makes sure he gets the field exactly right. A long pause. Now Wright is ready. In. Bowls to Sam Northeast on 380, plays it into the offside, and he's now equalled the record. He's on 309 not out, so he will have a place in the history books. He moves alongside Steve James.
Yep. Tell you what now, Nick, I'll just get into the commentary and I'll give you the pleasure, if it arrives, of Sam Northeast getting his record-breaking score. We saw an attacking intent there, the last ball of the Mulder's first over. It was a huge drive that missed by Cook, and here he is facing Chris Wright, and he pushes forward, and just getting into the. You can't expect batsmen to go out there and start swinging from the hip from the very first ball, so they'll probably just play around for a few overs if they're still there, because they need to attack. 96 overs, of course, today, and they'll want to give them time if they're going to try and force this victory, would take them up very close to Nottinghamshire, the Division 2 leaders, and then above Somerset. As Wright comes in, bowls, and it's clipped away on the onside, and they'll just go for a single. This with 3 balls gone of the over. Over to you, Mr. Webb.
Thank you, Edward. North East then on 309. Will Leicestershire bring any fielders in? Not on the leg side. They did so on 300, but obviously they're less worried about a Glamorgan record, and there are plenty of singles available on the leg side. 364 balls faced by Sam North East. In comes Wright, bowls. North East pushes on the offside, but there's no single there.
He looks very composed, doesn't he? Or does he? He goes for a little walk towards the square leg and then comes back.
Seemed relatively relaxed about the whole affair last night.
Didn't he?
38 boundaries. He's struck off 4s anyway. One of the 2 of them that may not have been boundaries. Next delivery. North East is beaten outside off stump, pushing forward. Through it goes to Swindells. No run.
Yes, Chris Wright, the pick of the attack for Leicestershire. He's not going to give him any freebies. Obviously, they are conscious, the Leicestershire side, of the position, but not unduly concerned about blocking the record. The record's being nothing for them.
Wright is in again to bowl to Sam North East on 309, not out, plays it into the offside, and that is a Glamorgan all-time record as the ball runs through to the backward point boundary. Sam North East raises his bat to acknowledge the applause from his teammates and from the crowd here at Grace Road. It has been a magnificent effort. It is the highest score for Glamorgan in 101 years of county cricket, and Sam North East moves on to 313 not out.
Yes, a moment to savour for North East, and little did he think when he signed for Glamorgan during the autumn that this would come for him. And it was great to hear in your interview last night, Nick, that he said he's as happy as he's ever been with Glamorgan. Great bunch of lads, and long may it continue, as he is now 313 not out. And obviously he's not going to get anywhere near Brian Lara's 501, because Glamorgan do not intend batting all day. Mulder to start an over, comes in and bowls to Cook now, pushes it away, and there's a chance of a run out, and if he's hit he would have been out by a yard or so. Calm down. Wayne Davis, who is one of the top supporters of Glamorgan, he's sitting down at the bottom, and he says, "Calm down now, boys." Can you imagine if that was when he was on 308? So the record has been achieved. Many congratulations to Sam North East, and a tremendous achievement. As in comes Mulder, bowls, he's clipped on the leg side. That might just run away for 4, backward square, and no, it stopped just inside. A nice clip off his legs by Cook, gets him 2 runs, and Glamorgan now move on to 573. For the loss of those 5 wickets, they are now just 13 runs. 11 runs. My maths is concentrating on the excitement there. 11 runs behind Leicestershire. As in comes Mulder. Bowls. Cook drives hard on the offside and is going to get 4 runs backward off square. Oh no, he stopped it. I saw the man at extra cover racing to his left, and I was watching there. And, it was well fielded in the covers. So, as I say, aggressive intent now from Chris Cook, who is a very attacking batsman and can hit the ball extremely hard. He's side and is going to get 4 runs backward off the square. Oh no, he stopped it. So we have a bit of interference again here, technical problems, and we will try and to get those done in the course of the next 20 minutes or so. 574 for 5. Cook is on 77, but it's the record breaker Northeast who is on strike on 313. As Mulder walks rather wearily back to his mark and then turns and comes in. Bowl to Northeast, who dabs that away in the offside, straight to cover, and there's no run. I reckon 20 overs Glamorgan might look at. I don't know what you think.
Yes, I mean, Cook will need to get going. I'm sure Northeast will start to play even more shots than he has done.
The next man in doesn't hang about, does he?
Nisa is
Michael Nisa.
Possibly a danger man as far as Leicestershire are concerned.
But it's Mulder coming in to Northeast and off the back foot. No ball bowled there by Mulder, so 2 more runs. 576 for 5. And these no balls, as we saw earlier in the season down in Cardiff with Leicestershire, continue. Really, they'll have to try and rectify it by next year.
Well, experienced bowling coach in Alfonso Thomas.
Hasn't seemed to work, does
He
it?
was, yes, trying to be diplomatic about their efforts last night, but said there are lessons to be learned from this game.
In comes Mulder, bowls, and Northeast is forward into the cover region. That's the end of the over. 576 for 5. Sam Northeast 313 not out, and Cook is not out 77. And this partnership, we saw a huge partnership of 306, Colin Ingram and Northeast, and now Cook and Northeast, the last wicket fell at 334, have put on 222. So records tumbling here, and we await probably the next one. I lost count of them all.
I think the 6th wicket record is in
of
the
all time, or
for Glamorgan against anyone. Yes, if you could continue as right while I sort a few things out.
Yeah. You haven't got much to do with you know. Right. Cook to face 77. Chris Wright from the Bennett end comes racing in towards us and bowls now. This is clipped away into that vacant area, but they'll just amble a single. 577 for the loss of those 5 wickets. Still encouragement for Chris Wright. He just started his 27th over, 3 for 81. Been the pick of the Leicestershire attack. He is right, in past umpire Baldwin. Bowls, and this is driven nicely through the offside, and it's fielded though on the extra cover boundary by Rishi Patel, who returns, and again it's only a single. 578 for 5. Northeast 314 not out. Right turns. In bowls pulled on the onside. Out two fielders encroach. A bit of a fumble, and they're going to take an extra run on that fumble. Northeast moves on to 316. The score moves on to 580. The boundary would bring the scores level. Glamorgan were in the field for 140 overs, and this is the 133rd for Leicestershire. It comes right, bowled, pulled again, a short delivery, and completely lost, yes, at fine leg. He didn't know where it had gone and just stayed one way or the other, and it went for 4. reminiscent of the ball that went up in the air between Eddie Byram and Michael Hogan, and nobody called, and it landed in the middle. But he lost complete sight of that man on the fine leg boundary. As Cook moves on now to 84, he's in sight of a century, and the scores are now level.
Yeah, Vian Mulder was the man lost for words, lost for vision, lost for something.
Right balls, Cook drives, no run, and yet another no ball. And Glamorgan lead by 2. So where do we go from now? The game starts now.
Yes, well, Glamorgan had that wobble just before tea on day 3 yesterday. They were still a couple of hundred short. We were still talking about the follow-on.
We were. Yeah, will they get there? Will it be enforced? We've had our answers, questions answered. Here's right again. Real slash at that, and it goes down to third man for 4. Yes, Cook is flaying at everything now, which tells us that Glamorgan want to get on with things. He's moved on to 88. Let's go to 590. There is a slip in, but is it really needed? One asks oneself.
Well, I suppose the best way of slowing the run rate is sometimes to take wickets. And bowling at new men at the crease.
Callum Parkinson has a word with Wright. But this is turning out to be an expensive over. Here he comes again. There's bright sunshine and bowls, and this is pushed away into the covers. That's the end of another over. 590 for 5. Glamorgan lead by 6. Northeast 314, having broken the Glamorgan record this morning in the second over, and he has beaten Steve James, his previous record of 309. Cook is on 88. The two batsmen confer, and whether Cook says, leave it to me, I'll start flaying around, as he did on that last over, 2 boundaries, and he got 12. And Glamorgan are 590 for the loss of those 5 wickets.
So in comes Mulder then to bowl to Northeast, who's driving just back past the bowler, and there's no run. Northeast has got the range of big shots when he needs them, as we saw in the 2020 game, where he scored a superb 89 against Middlesex, and then
surprised us all, I think.
97 not out against Essex, nearly getting to a century. So tremendous stuff. Congratulations coming in from all and sundry on Twitter, including Glamorgan Director of Cricket Mark Wallace, as Northeast plays that one out into the offside, and there is no run. Mark Wallace, who I see retains his hunger for playing the game, played in a Gwent Cup final for Newport against Llanarth last night and got 100 in a T20 game.
Yes, he could hit the ball very, very hard, could Mark Wallace.
Inventive range of shots.
Yeah.
Here, though, Glamorgan 590 for 5, 6 runs in the lead. Northeast on 314 not out as he drives into the offside.
And we were remarking, Nick, last night on his fitness, didn't we? He was running up and down, no problems, no fatigue, not many glasses of water coming out. But he is a squash rackets coach at Harrow School. So that will probably keep him very fit, rushing around the squash court. Did you know that?
I didn't know he was a coach, no. As in comes Mulder and bowls to Northeast, who drives out into the offside and will take at least a single. It will be only a single, but we do have another record. It is the 6-wicket all-time record for Glamorgan.
Against Leicestershire?
Against anyone.
That's the second one this year, then?
It is. There's a new 2nd wicket record set by Byram and Ingram. about a month ago, and now there's a new 6th wicket record, beating the previous best of 240 by Mark Wallace and Jim Allenby against Surrey at the Oval in '09. Mulder is in to bowl, and that's driven to mid-on by Cook, and there's no run.
Former Leicestershire player Jim Allenby, of course.
Indeed.
And there was a record earlier on where Steve James and Matthew Maynard's previous record for the third wicket was broken against Leicestershire.
Yep.
Andrew Hignell must be having a day of his life.
Yesterday's performance, 258 runs by Sam Northeast, the most runs ever scored by a Glamorgan player in one day's cricket. As Mulder is in and bowls to Cook, who slashes it away on the offside for a single, 592 for 5. Beating the previous best, which was by Matthew Maynard, who's one floor down from us in the Glamorgan dressing room.
Yeah, that was at Southampton, wasn't it, against Hampshire? Remember that very well.
Back in '91.
He kept planting Raj Maru, a former left-arm spinner, in the gardens in the old Northlands Road, over the road and into the gardens there. He was, of course, a superb stroke maker, Maynard. So a flood of runs here in this game. Will it continue, or will it just drift to a draw? We will know this afternoon after Chris Wright starts another over, and he's bowling to Cook. Bowls to him now, and Cook is pushing it away to the covers, but it's defended and dealt with. Lovely blue sky in front of us, the odd cloud, but I think we're in for another lovely day here. And we've only lost, we've lost a couple of overs because we had 3 extra overs last night. If 5 overs, something like that, during the 4 days, we've been very fortunate. As Chris Wright is in from the Bennett end and bowls. Oh, Cook is dropped. No, I think it's on the half volley.
Not sure if that one quite
carried. I don't think
looked
so.
like an attempted stop rather than a scoop up for the catch.
We've got this railing in front of us, which as a small person, a relatively small person, I found, do I look over it or do I look in the gap in between? I
need to get the chair up higher, Edward.
Yes. But if I do just lift my head, I can see everything as Wright comes in and bowls short, cut away, down towards the third man, a cover boundary. It's stopped inside. They go for a single. Rishi Patel has had a lot of work to do out there doing this game. As Cook moves on to 90. And he will become 1, 2, 3, the 4th centurion in this game. Mulder having got 154 for Leicestershire. Colin Ingram 139 earlier in the innings. North East 315, who's facing as Wright comes in. And he pulls that down and will get 4 runs down to 5 leg. Perfect execution to play a short ball on or around leg stump rather than hitting it up into the air looking for a 6. He pulled it down, and that was 4 runs. 597, Glamorgan reaching the 600 mark. Slip comes out, and this is an interesting field because we have got a deep mid-wicket, we've got a square leg, and now a man on the fine leg boundary to suggest that Chris Wright might be attacking the leg stump with short deliveries and tempting the batsman, but he's a good exponent of short bowling, is North East, as in comes Wright, and that was nothing but a full length which he defended. 597 for 5, 319 is North East, and Glamorgan slowly going into a small lead, 13 at the moment, as they approach the 600 mark for the first time this season. First time in a few seasons. Right, but North East gets on his toes and cuts, and it's a good bit of fielding in that backward point position. That is the end of another over. 597 for 5, 319 to North East. 90 to Cook. It's all figures, isn't it, this game?
It certainly is. What a tremendous achievement, says player Pompey. Poor old Chris Cook, says Steve West. Valuable runs, but rarely gets a mention. Well, not in. He's been rather overshadowed, despite being on 90 not out. Andrew Chapman says is hoping that Glamorgan get 120 to 130 ahead and have a go this afternoon.
They certainly will have a go from the little chats we had last night, Nick.
Mulder is in, away from us at the pavilion end. Bowls to Cook, who drives down the ground and will take a single to mid-on, hurrying through for that one. Chris Cook has now got his highest score of the season. His previous best was 85 not out in the second innings of the opening match against Durham to ensure the draw. So Nick Webb 2017 at Bevan Cricket, Fox's Cricket 22, if you want to put over your views on Twitter. As Mulder bowls and North East drives into the covers and through the covers. It's beaten the man in the infield, and none of the
beautiful
outfielders will be able to get to it. And Sam North East rocks up yet another boundary. The record number of boundaries hit by a Glamorgan
will you just
player
concentrate on the cricket?
Is 41, and he must be close to that by now.
I thought Mr. Hignell was...
Well, this is off Dr. Hignell. That takes him equal with the record of Glamorgan boundaries in an innings. Mulder is in to bowl, turned on the leg side, just the single this time, out towards mid-wicket, 603 for 5. North East to 324 not out. What's the biggest score you've ever seen in the flesh, Edward?
Biggest score I've seen at Blow and Lara got a very big one against Glamorgan at Edgbaston.
So 400 was you were there, were you?
Yeah.
I think that was a 400, was it?
I've never... I can't remember. Yeah, it must have been. I've never witnessed such a display of batting as that.
Mulder bowls, Cook drives into covers, hits it firmly, but it's well fielded by Everson at cover.
What I have liked, Nick, about this innings by North East, not once have we seen him trying to slog or any controlled slog, and it's been shots all around the wicket. He hasn't hit a six, I don't think.
No.
And most of his shots have been all along the ground and perfectly timed.
Indeed so. Richard Ray will be joining us in time for his half-past bulletin. Thank you very much indeed, Edward, for your company in the last half hour. See you again shortly, as that's driven by Cook to mid-on, and there is no run.
Thank you.
603 for 5. North East 324 not out. As Mulder wanders back rather wearily towards us. His century's come up and 1 for 102. Next his name on the scoreboard. 603 for 5 as Mulder is in, bowls, smashed away on the offside by Cook, but he picks out the sweeper at cover points, takes the single, and indeed takes the strike at the end of the over. Cook to 92, 604 for 5. The lead is 18 runs for 20 runs for Glamorgan. Richard, good morning. Thank you very much indeed for allowing the Taft takeover of the first half hour.
I think it was entirely appropriate, and I'm sure the celebrations can still be heard around the valleys for Sam North East. What a wonderful innings it's been. Nothing remotely lucky, just the one chance given when he was on 96, which seems, and was, a long, long time ago. Chris Cook, a couple of lives for him, but he's approaching his century now, 92 not out. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester, the first of the day. Parkinson bowls, Cook drives, and he's going to pick up 4. It does look that way, but you never quite know with Leicestershire. Glamorgan continue to accumulate in some style. They've moved on to 608 for 5, which means they lead now, he says, doing the maths quickly, by 24. If they get 150, 180 ahead, they will declare and look to put Leicestershire under a little bit of pressure in their second innings, and stranger things have happened than sides have collapsed in their second innings. So this game is far from over in terms of a potentially positive result. We have seen one moment of Glamorgan history already this morning. Sam North East, who began on 308 not out, is now 324 not out, which means he is now the highest individual innings scorer in Glamorgan's long and glorious history. So a really big landmark for North East and Glamorgan this morning. They're 609 for 5. As Parkinson bowls, and it's pushed straight back to him by the aforementioned Sam North East. Beautiful day actually out there, just sitting out there. It's just perfect temperatures. Parkinson is in. North East is carefully driving into the gap in the covers, out to the sweeper. On the cover boundary, he was Rishi Patel and jogging 1. I think teams shouldn't be allowed to get out for 584. It's far too difficult a sum.
Yeah, need round numbers, don't we?
Indeed. In goes Parkinson and bowls, brings Cook forward, suspiciously pushing the ball back up the wicket to Leicestershire's captain. North East did have a sort of life this morning, didn't he, when he was on 313, had the Everson throw hit in the covers as Parkinson is in. Cook is looking to drive, hitting it down into the ground, then raising his eyes to the heavens as he sees it bobble unconvincingly out to Ben Mike in the covers. End of the over.
Yeah, North East at that stage had given up, I think. He knew that he had not going to get back to the non-striker's end after a bit of a mix-up with Cook. As the players are already looking to take some liquid on board, so it must be hot again out there as Cook and North East walk some yards towards the dressing room. I thought for a moment it's surely not a declaration at this stage. It would be nonsensical, really, as it's a good toweling down for Cook in particular, I think, and maybe a little drink. And it seems that Cook is in more need of running repairs, and North East is almost nonchalant about the whole thing as he hastens back to the striker's end. 325, so uncharted territory for Glamorgan. For Sam North East, who was just delighted to get a double century, I think, after 15 years of trying and a previous best of 191. It is Roman Walker to take over at this pavilion end. He's in and bowls to North East, who clips it away on the leg side and goes through for a single. 326 to North East. Cook's 100 may be the next milestone if he gets there. Strike rate of around 62 at the moment. Chris Cook. Relatively, I mean, that's average, I suppose, in county cricket. As Walker is in to bowl to Cook down leg side. Does that run away? And if so, what's it off? Nothing in particular. It has run away. It didn't hit anything on the way through, apart from maybe a foothold. And it's run away for 4 byes. So I'm afraid that's only a debit for Harry Swindell's. Behind the stumps, though, truthfully had little chance of taking that one, as it did seem to go sideways off a foothold and eluded the diving keeper.
Some comment about Steve James's image at Colwyn Bay.
As Walker is in, bowls, nurdled on the leg side for a single by Chris Cook to move to 98 not out.
On the stream, Curly Davies says, worth remembering that that was at Colwyn Bay, quote, which is the same size as my front room, unquote.
He's got a very big front room in that case.
But him obviously just making the point.
Yes, it is a smallish club ground and shortish boundaries, but the pitches tend to be a bit slow there, so you have to work for your runs in that respect. 616 for 5. Walker bowls, and North East is forward defending back to the bowler. No run. And you also have to take into account the fact that there's quite a fast outfield here, but you can't take away from any of these marvellous scores. They're all absolutely fabulous achievements of skill, technique and durability. North East had batted over 8 hours last night as North East whips one off his legs, and that is backward of square. The fielder hardly moving. It is coming rather easily for Glamorgan at the moment as he moves to 330 and the total to 620 for 5.
Yeah, I think the field isn't right at the moment, one way or another. Swindle's making all sorts of gestures. If you're going to bowl on the legs, then you're going to have to strengthen that leg side field a bit, Roman Walker. Probably what Parkinson is saying, because it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 6-3 field at the moment, isn't it? So
42nd for North East, and that's the record number of boundaries hit by a Glamorgan player in an innings.
So was that previously? I assume that was previously held by James.
As Walker bowls and North East defends. I'll give you a brief synopsis of that. Where are we? When I get to it, a lot of emails. Yeah, that was held jointly by Steve James and another innings at Colwyn Bay by Nyron Donald, who hit 41 fours, 26 fours and 15 sixes against Derbyshire when he went berserk back in 2016. Mike Powell hit 40 in his 299.
Parkinson is in to Cook, who is driving 4-1. Apologies, Nick, he could have got his 100 there. So next time he's on strike, we'll get you on board.
Not at all.
Shrug on the... yes, it does feel that way at the moment, but it says something about North East placement. Shrug's comment, do Leicestershire actually have 11 men on the field? It seems every time the ball is hit, it goes for 4. As Parkinson is in, North East is hopping down the pitch, showing aggressive intent, ends up jamming it back down on the offside, and Parkinson sort of falls to his left and makes a very good athletic stop.
Even watching North East play T20 cricket, he plays recognisable shots nearly all the time.
He's found the gaps beautifully in this innings, and he finds it again there, working the delivery from Parkinson off middle and leg out towards deep square. Joey Everson, who could have run North East out this morning, had his throw from reasonably close at cover hit. It didn't. Does the fielding.
Chris Cook on 99 not out then, looking for his first century of the season. And Leicestershire just hold things up a bit and bring in 3 fielders actually to save singles. So as they did against North East on 299, they're forcing Cook to hit through the field. Parkinson is in to Chris Cook, who slaps that away on the offside, and they will be able to take a single 2 points. And that is Chris Cook's first 100 of the season. It's taken 161 balls, and it's included 12 fours, and it's part of a record Glamorgan 6th wicket partnership of all time alongside Sam North East. The dressing room down beneath us, providing suitable backing.
Parkinson with a delivery from the Bennett end to North East, who's driving past the falling rather than diving. I would suggest Ben Mike in the covers knew he wasn't really going to get there, but had so much momentum trying to go for it that he had to sort of fall forwards a bit. It goes out to long off, and 1 is taken. Parkinson in to Cook, who square drives through the offside. Big swing of the arms out to Rishi Patel on the point boundary. And runs now beginning to flow as they did last night. 625 for 5, so always add 16 to the 25 in this case, and you get 41. What will... Well, they'll go through to lunch. They'll want 60 overs, you would think.
Can they get another 100 runs before lunch?
Oh, yeah,
possibly,
absolutely.
if they open their shoulders. If Nisa clonks one or two,
Absolutely.
then they will get going. Salter's also capable of swinging hard. And if Cook gets going, it could be violent. As Walker bowls to him, and Cook smashes a square cut that is well fielded on the boundary. Cook wanted a second, northeast. Understandably didn't.
His body language throughout has been so calm as they just stood there, and Cook was running around in circles at the other end, went sprinting up towards him. He just held up a hand like a policeman on point duty. Didn't move, just go back, and Cook did.
6-2-6 for 5. Northeast on strike 3-3-2, and slashes it away to backward point. And there's no run. There are 2 fielders in that area, as well as a third man. And it's a sort of deep gully. The other's almost square with the wicket, but still just about backward point.
20 overs left, or 21 overs. 20 overs after this one with this old ball. So these could be mayhem, couldn't they? Really.
As Walker is in, bowls, and that's a square drive by northeast, but fielded by the sweeper towards the cover boundary, way to our left in front of the Geary bar. 6-2-7 for 5.
There's a party in one of the hospitality suites in the pavilion on this side of the ground who sound very much as though they all come from Australia. 6 or so gentlemen wearing Hawaiian style shirts.
Walker is in to bowl, hammered off the back foot by Cook, but straight to Parkinson at mid-off, no run.
Speculating on various records being set. I think they're just sort of on a tour of England. I happened to be sitting over there. Couldn't help overhearing some of the conversation. Enjoying themselves, but comparing what David Warner might have scored in these circumstances.
Walker bowls, right arm over, pulled hard by Cook, but well fielded at mid-wicket by the busy Patel, who's got to know every inch of grass or turf or soil on that side of the ground, tumbling around over the last day and a half. 3-3-3 to northeast.
I always associate that's the Gooch triple century, isn't it, against India?
I believe so. Walker to northeast, clips it away on the leg side. This time an easier piece of fielding for Patel, but still the single. And if Glamorgan do manage to go at a runner ball until lunch, say another 18 overs, 108 runs, and possibility of flinging the bat if they still have wickets in hand. 6-2-9 for 5. The lead is 45 for Glamorgan. You would have thought 150 by lunch would be about right to put some sort of pressure, though there's precious little sign of the pitch breaking up. It'll be scoreboard pressure, if anything, that gets in the heads of the Leicestershire batsmen.
Parkinson shouldering the responsibility for getting through these overs on behalf of his side. Is in from the Bennett end. Bowles tosses it up, driven by northeast out towards the extra cover boundary. Patel has to lope around to deep extra cover from his position at deep cover. Gets there, slides, manages to pick it up at the second attempt. Not easy sliding on this, is it?
I wouldn't fancy sliding on that parched outfield, even with the sprinkler of rain we had yesterday morning.
No, the greenness that sort of associated with it has pretty much gone again. In goes Parkinson, bowls, a little bit short, cut hard by northeast, but good work by Roman Walker down there at sort of short third man, really. There is a deep gully stroke backward point Louis Kimber. Slightly odd field, as I say, got a short extra cover now as well, and clipping that one neatly into the leg side is Northeast, giving very much the impression he could hit anything, anywhere. He really feels like it at the moment, but not violent, just managing to pick up one, steering it past Mulder, and on has to move across to his right to field. Parkinson is in. Cook, minimal foot movement, cuts a delivery from outside off stump, but again Walker does well, falling away to his right, managing to stop the ball. Kimber picks it up, Walker shakes off and examines his elbows a little ruefully, rather bearing out what Nick was saying about coming into contact with the outfield. In goes Parkinson, down the wicket goes Cook, gets there on the full and whacks it away, and that's all that can be said of the shot over through mid-wicket to the mid-wicket boundary. For 4, bringing up the 300 partnership. 302 now between these two, of which Chris Cook has actually scored only in inverted commas, only 107. So Sam Northeast may not look as though he's playing as violently, so to speak, or aggressively, but hugely effectively in terms of the proportion of runs he's scored. Parkinson is in to Cook, who's waiting for that one, looking to work it off his legs, and then you heard the bark of no as he only manages to squeeze it out towards Mulder at mid-wicket. End of the over. 141st of the innings, 61st with this ball then. 84 remain in the day, and the lead at the moment is 52.
It is indeed one of the better times to be a Glammy fan, says Mark Harry. Ian Evans says it's very kind of Richard to describe Glamorgan's history as glorious. I've supported them for over 45 years of it. Have I missed something? We've had our moments, though, he says. Great knock by Westy, says the dirty bludger, whoever that may be. John Hughes says, my dog refused to go for a walk in the drizzle this morning, but that did allow me to watch Sam Northeast. Walker bowls and Northeast defends back to the bowler. So he thanks his dog, Dexter. Oh dear.
Don't tell me it's raining in Wales.
Well, that comes from someone signing themselves as Lord Tenby, so that may be in the fair one. Maybe in the far west.
I once went to a Radio 1 roadshow in Tenby.
Oh gosh.
Now I know what risks I was taking.
It's defended by Northeast again. Radio 1 roadshows, yes. I went to went on a cricket tour in Newquay. It still wasn't very good, even with the application of a lot of alcohol.
Huge crowd.
Oh dear.
We were struggling for entertainment in those days.
Woo,
clearly.
Gary Davis. Dear, dear. 6:36 for 5.
Who was mine?
Walker is in to bowl to Northeast, and that's hammered away on the offside.
Oh, Mike Reed.
For a single. 338 to Northeast, 637 for 5. I also was on the Student Union Committee when we had to try and afford a DJ for some beginning or end of term disco, as we probably described them in those days. As Walker is into bowl, and that is smeared slightly by Northeast, one of his less elegant shots straight to mid on. We couldn't afford a current Radio 1 DJ. I think we went for David Hamilton, who was slightly Radio 2-ish at the time.
In fairness to Northeast, Cook, who's actually on strike.
Oh, sorry.
The scoreboard was a little bit behind.
Just taking it off the board. Apologies. They both got a 6 on their numbers. Yes, Cook on 107. Walker bowls. Cook drives, well fielded by Walker. He's still putting in the effort. He is literally down in the dirt. He's sitting on his rear in mid-wicket. Roman Walker. The ball squirted off towards Everson. Yes, I thought it was a bit of a slug for a Northeast shot.
Yeah.
And Chris Cook can rely on muscle rather than finesse on occasion, but it's no less effective when he gets going, and he certainly is going. First 3 figures of the season. Walker is in to Cook, who hoiks that one over long on. Crunch, that sounds like a 6. It was. Just Cook seeing Walker dropping a fraction short and, yes, clubbed it away over wide. Long on. Sounds as if it crashed straight into an advertising hoarding. Cook has 113 and Glamorgan has 643 for 5, and that is a match lead of 59 runs over Leicestershire, and it seems as though the assault is on for a potential lunchtime declaration, I would expect at this stage.
How many overs could we? Another sort of 18-ish. Leicestershire obviously won't rush through their overs, henceforth, as outfielders now retreat to the boundary on all sides for Parkinson. They are very much on the defensive. Long on, long off, square leg cover, all on the boundary at the moment. Parkinson in from the Bennett end bowls to northeast. He just calmly pushes it through the vacant mid-off area down towards, I think that's Everson at long off. No, it's not Everson, I think it's Chris Wright, I beg his pardon. They both have a slightly splayed foot, duck-like running walking style, which slightly misleading. Wright is the taller. Parkinson is into Cook, who stretches forward in careful defence to that one, and it is Everson who runs in from relatively normal position at extra cover to field. Parkinson jogs in, bowls. Cook is down the wicket, driving inside out. It's going to bounce short of Wright, who moves to his left, only 4 or 5 yards or so, feels on about the third bounce, and one is taken. Cook onto 114, 645 for 5. Parkinson in. Northeast is looking to sweep. Nice work by Swindles, who hopped down the leg side, whipped the bails off. Now he's convinced, actually. Parkinson hands on hips, looks at him. Obviously he doesn't know, but umpire Nigel Long, who's standing a long way away at square leg, says no. Well, we'd have to ideally see a replay from sideways on to have any idea, but Swindles is giving the impression that he thought Northeast just might have lifted his heel there as he went for the sweep. Parkinson is in. Back goes Northeast, forcing it out into the offside. Good work by Everson, moving to his left at that extra cover position to cut off any runs.
It's a good point made by Kevin Rogers on Twitter. Has there ever been a Glamorgan cricket game with 2 300-run partnerships?
Parkinson is in. Northeast is working it into the gap at mid-wicket, sprinting in his Lewis Hill, and it is just one. I think Andrew Hignall raised this yesterday and was going to go and find out. So,
oh well, that'll be his
whether
weekend.
He has a Twitter feed or something like that on which he's already mentioned it, I don't know.
Yeah.
But yes, Dr. Hignall might be aware one way or another.
Mentioned by John Hughes, highest individual innings against Leicestershire, 356. Is that correct, Peterson?
I would have to check. I did see that one. Oh yeah, I will have to check.
I'll run through Everson's over if you have time to do that.
Records, I will.
Yes, that's the trouble, isn't it? You have to try and sort out the headline records, if you like, don't you? The best records. 646 for 5, Glamorgan. Glamorgan's highest ever total as a team is 718.
355 Peterson made, not out, and that is the highest.
Okay. So that could be on the cards as Everson is into bowl. Clipped off his legs by Northeast to square leg. A slight misfield for once by Patel, but And settled for a single.
He has now equalled the second highest ever made against Leicestershire, and that's a very famous name, G.H. Hurst, for Yorkshire, at Ayleston Road in 1905.
Don't quite remember that in person.
Eddie might.
We'll look it up on YouTube, shall we? Everson is into bowl to Cook, who's giving himself room, but then driving down the ground too long on for the single. 6-4-8 for 5. Cook is beginning to wind up, you get the feeling. He just gave himself half a step backwards there to give himself room. Everson managed to follow him a little bit. 0 for 63, Joey Everson. Bowling against Glamorgan for the second week in a row. As he bowls to northeast, who pushes it into the offside. They think about a single, but then decide otherwise. Northeast may prove me wrong, but he doesn't look like the sort who'll give his wicket away in a frivolous manner. May sacrifice it in the cause of the team, of course. 3:41 to northeast. Everson is into bowl and driven down the ground to mid-on, and there's no run. Relatively quiet little spell after Cook opened up by bludgeoning a straightish 6 a couple of overs ago. Morgan ticking along very nicely in the next hour or so. Everson bowls, northeast plays it away on the leg side. There'll be a couple of runs here, I think, as Patel has got some distance to make, and they motor back for the second. That is the 650 up. Good heavens, the crowd still cares enough to clap a 50. And this welter of scores and records. 650 for 5. 718 is Glamorgan's highest ever team total. And if they're still going at lunch, they may well have got there. It's a big straight shot by northeast down the ground, and it beats long on. That was hit very hard indeed, but with not obvious force. It was beautifully timed, hammered straight back past the bowler. Northeast to 347 not out. Glamorgan 654 for 5. I've got a radio update. I'll send Edward in to join you.
And there will be one for BBC Radio Leicester shortly after 12. Parkinson, in the meantime, will probably get his over in before then, depending on how far and how hard any of these 6 deliveries are hit. Sun has gone behind cloud. There's a fairly extensive covering, but it's very high, very light. Down the wicket goes Chris Cook, pushing it, the delivery, waiting as he pushes it through mid-on to see if Ben Mike was going to get across from shortish extra. He tried, but couldn't. It ran out towards long on, where I think the fielder is Sam Wood, one of Leicestershire's academy players. Back this time goes Cook and cuts slightly short of a length delivery from outside off stump out to Patel on the cover boundary, and there is one taken. Northeast onto 348, drawing in on that Kevin Peterson record. Parkinson goes in, stays a bit low, and Cook goes back, chops it off the stumps rather, and could easily have snuck through. It didn't. He managed to get plenty of bat on it. Kimber Louis, that is, fielded at backward point, no run. Parkinson is in. Cook again, minimal foot movement, cutting, though he's got it past Kimber this time, and it's going to run away for 4, really. Didn't try and hit that one quite as hard. It bounced up, sat up a little bit, and Chris Cook timed it nicely. Remember, Cook dropped on 3 really badly by Harry Swindles off Vian Mulder, and on 15 by Louis Kimber, also off Mulder. Down the wicket he goes and hits it out towards long off. bounces down towards Chris Wright out there. Cook takes 1, moves on to 121, 661 now, 4-5, and Leicestershire were in exactly this position themselves last week, so they're finding out what it's like to be on the other side, as back goes North East and whips the delivery away to the deep mid-wicket boundary. He's going to get 2, much applause, and his 350 is up.
Astonishing. Absolutely astonishing innings, and he's acknowledging the crowd, which gave them such a great round of applause. 350. I'm just wondering, what was the score at close of play last night? I did put it down. Can't seem to find it, but I'm trying to. We've had exactly 1 hour's play this morning. There's Park.
No chances created either, really.
Everson to bowl, and he's bowling to Cook. Bowls to him now and smashes that away down towards Patel on that wicket boundary for 1 run. Takes the score to 664. 350.
It was 563 for 5 at the close of play last night. If that helps.
So yes, it's 101 now scored in the first hour. As this make that 102, or this is pushed out into the offside. Yes, they're going to come back for a second. Yes, they are. A bit of a fumble on that rough outfield. 665. Oh, it's how do we call this then? 666. Sextuplet Nelson.
Something I just sextuple Nelson. Everson is in. I'll nip in just because we have an update from BBC Radio. Leicester just pushed out into the offside by Everson to Ben Mike. So without any obvious effort, obviously, of course there's been effort, but without slogging, 100 in the first hour is pretty impressive. They can certainly anticipate another 100 before the lunch interval. Here's the update. It's going extremely well if you're a Glamorgan supporter, because they've added over 100 already without losing another wicket. 667 now for 5. Chris Cook has gone to his 100. He's 122 not out, but Sam North East just bats on and on, breaking records left, right and centre. He already, almost in the first over of the day, became Glamorgan's highest ever individual scorer in an innings when he went past 309. He's now 353 not out of 412 balls as Chris Cook smashes another huge 6 to take the score on to 673. All of which means that the Glamorgan lead is now approaching 100. The general feeling is they'll declare around about lunchtime, perhaps actually at lunch or an over or two afterwards, probably at lunch, with a lead of around about 200, and see if they can put Leicestershire under some sort of pressure. But the next hour is not going to be much fun if you are a Leicestershire supporter, with Glamorgan 673 for 5.
Yes, it is an astonishing scoreboard and quite an astonishing scorecard. 139, 353 not out, 9 naught, and 128 not out.
So 5 single-figure scores. Ridiculous.
Is Everson in, bowls, and Cook. Cover drives hard, but it's intercepted by Ben Mike, and they just get a single. So Cook really has put his foot down now in the last 20 minutes or so. He's 129. But that is the end of the over. It appears that he hasn't broken sweat, has he? I was saying earlier on to Nick Richard that he is a squash coach at Harrow School, Sam North East, so that'll keep him fit in between, running between those squash courts.
He looks very fit, doesn't he?
Yes. 353 not out.
2 more runs to equal.
be a
the
good
record
idea.
against Leicestershire.
Might be a good idea to try and get Andrew Hignell up here and run through all the records that have happened in this match.
Yeah.
It's astonishing.
I'm sure that he will, and it'll appear on the Glamorgan and the BBC websites in
Yes.
due course. But he has power to add. Change of bowling. Parkinson has had enough, and who can blame him? 30 overs, none for 149. He has taken his share of punishment, he's decided, and he thinks it's Ben Mike's turn to have a little bit. Now, Ben can be a wicket taker, and I think he was, for a long time, Leicester's top wicket taker in the Championship this season, but he can also bowl the occasional loose delivery, and we shall see what is going to happen. But there may be one or two that the batters will try and look to get away, I'm sure.
These
6, 7,
three
4,
men
5.
interest me, all on the boundary of the leg side.
I think he may be bowling short. In he goes and bowls, and he does bowl short outside of the
Delicate,
stump, and just delicately helped on its way by Chris Cook down to the third man boundary, a full 4. So a little bit hard to understand why Ben would have bowled there, but there you go.
Yes, especially as his third man is squarer.
Exactly. And the 3 men, as you say, are out on the leg side boundary, so Chris Cook helped himself, moves on to 133, 678 for 5, the partnership 344 now. Mike from the Bennett end down the slope to Cook, who steps back, tries the same again, and this time it was a straighter delivery, but third man can get around and just cut it off in time. Cook raises his eyes to the heavens in irritation, having made his way to the non-striker's end, practices a little scoop, a little ramp.
5 men on the boundary and in outfield, but plenty of open spaces here if they want to accelerate, which they are doing now.
These overs, which to Parkinson's annoyance, are still going down to Parkinson on the scoreboard, so you won't be over delighted about that, but I'm sure that'll be changed in due course. In comes Mike and bowls, looking for the Yorker, squeezed out nicely by North East, but only as far as the man on the point boundary. In fact, it's Everson who gets there, running up ahead of Patel from sort of backward point. Patel running in from the deep cover position that he's at, and it is just 1 to North East. 354 for him.
I don't think Leicester should be overly worried, because this pitch is playing now as well as at 11 o'clock on Wednesday morning.
It seems to be. In goes Mike and bowls, pulled by Chris Cook out into the square leg area. Louis Kimber comes in and fields a nice sideways throw. Well, he's sort of got a slightly languid style in everything he does, Louis Kimber, and that was a sort of languid side-on throw, but it got there pretty darn quickly. 135 for Chris Cook. I'll have to start looking up some stats for him soon. On they go as Mike is in to North East, short, and he looks to pull it. It was a slightly slow bouncer, and for once he doesn't time it at all, misses it,
I
and
think
it
it's
comes
a
into his shoulder.
slow ball,
I
as you say.
And
Played a bit early.
He went too soon.
I remember Glamorgan scoring their 714. I think that was the highest ever at the small ground of Colwyn Bay. Also in that same match, which Steve James scored 309. And I also remember Adrian Dale and Viv Richards putting on over 400 against Middlesex, and Glamorgan promptly lost the game.
Now, North East, not for the first time today, in his innings I should say, is slightly troubled by people in the hospitality box behind the bowler's arm. They've sat down now. In goes Mike and bowls to him, full outside off stump, steered away down to third man.
Four runs.
And it went for 4. Yeah, it's difficult for us to see down there, because there's all sorts of people, including a cameraman and the site screen and all sorts of in the way down there. There is the third man down there, Roman Walker, so I thought he might have got there. Unfortunately for Leicestershire, and good news for North East, he isn't, and that is now another record. It is the highest individual score ever made against Leicestershire in an innings and in a match overall as well.
So the highest ever.
The highest ever.
Yeah. So these things happen. You have to accept them and get on with it, really. Perhaps they have a word with the groundsman before the next game in early September. Say, "Can we please have a little grass left on this?" As Joey Everson starts another over to Chris Cook. Bowls to him, and Cook has cut that hard, and there are two men waiting on the extra cover boundary. One of them collects, returns his long throw, and they cross for two. Just to remind you that Sam Northeast, if you've just joined us, has broken the record for the highest score by a Glamorgan batsman. Once he passed 309, he's now 358. But it's Cook who waits, and down the pitch he comes. Everson saw him coming. He just got a touch at the last moment. It's well fielded down at the third man boundary, but they stick it a one.
I think that's Wood, the 12th man. It's a long way away down there, isn't it? Gets his binoculars out.
I thought I'd bring this in today, the little
Calculator.
the way things are going.
Yes.
6-8-8. Next shot is played off his toes, and every stroke that Cook has, that Northeast has played, has been an authentic cricket shot. There's been no wild heaves, and
No.
it's been unbelievable. 359 for him, 689 Glamorgan.
Apologies to Colin Ackerman. It's Colin Ackerman out there. Ackerman who dropped Northeast on 96.
Yeah. Here's the next delivery, a very wide one, which is hammered for a single down towards third man. .690 for 5. As Everson comes in, and that's driven down to long off, taking advantage of the singles and the deeply placed field.
Really isn't much fun bowling now in these circumstances. Everson is deliberately, obviously, bowling wide. Everybody on the offside, where outside which off stump he's bowling, is on the pretty much on the boundary. Ben Mike's sort of 20 yards in at deep extra cover. Parkinson at long off.
As Cook waits for the last ball of the over, as Everson comes in, and that's very wide, and is struck down to one of the 5 men on the offside boundary, and they get through for a single. But if you get a boundary to start, and then you add singles, all of a sudden you're going up 8 to 9 and over. Cook moves to 146.92 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Drinks time.
We'll work out the lead now is 108, so going exactly as they want to, because we've only had 6 80-minute play this morning. So
77 overs remain.
Yes.
If they declare at lunchtime, obviously they won't lose 2 for the change of innings.
At least it'll make some sort of an interesting afternoon. But if at 4:30, 20 to 5, Leicestershire, shall we say, about 80 for 2 or whatever, they'll shake hands. But it's a gesture. You know, some would say if you're bloody minded, let's bat on and get 1,000.
Well, there was a lot of Leicestershire supporters at Hove last week saying much the same, but you've got to try. You've got to try.
Well,
and you never know. Leicestershire have occasionally struggled in these circumstances. So, you never know. Ben Mike charges down the slope and bowls to Cook short. Cook pulls it out to deep mid-wicket. That's a long chase for Lewis Hill. Is he going to get there? He's not. Perfectly placed by Chris Cook, who really
He's racing now.
Pulled his hands round through that one. He's moved on to 144, 696 for 5, 4 more for the 700. What is Glamorgan's highest ever?
I believe
score?
it's 714.
Well,
and
that is going to be passed.
We'll have to be checking that again.
We will. We will.
I do
Eddie
have a
Richards
yearbook.
for his playfair. In goes Mike and bowls straighter and fuller and dug out nicely by Cook. Plays it through the vacant mid-off area down towards long off. Eddie's gone to get his written records. I would be able to find it quickly enough on the computer to be quite honest, but we'll give Eddie something to do, shall we? 697 for 5 as Mike is into northeast, who plays it firmly down into the ground. It bounces back up to Ben Mike. Every Leicestershire player is now, with the exception of course of bowler and wicketkeeper, on the boundary, each and every one of them. Just trying to slow things up, essentially.
Can't blame him, really.
No, indeed. Mike is in, bowls to northeast, a bouncer a very slow bouncer that he waits and waits for, and then sort of manages to get the bat on it and shovel it around rather inelegantly, understandably, in the circumstances and by the standards of what has been a very elegant innings. Actually, manages to get it out towards deep backward square where Louis Kimber is the fielder.
I can tell you that the highest innings total is 718.
Right.
For 3 declared against Sussex in that memorable game at Colwyn Bay.
Mike is into Cook, full this time, and Cook muscles it along the ground, having given himself a little bit of room down towards Ackerman at long on, and takes 1. 699 for 5. Another 20 runs will do it to break yet another Glamorgan record. Mike is in, bowls to northeast, short, pulled. It wasn't a slow bouncer this time, and it's around to mid-wicket where Hill is the fielder, and that is the single that brings up the 700. So
yes,
is that the
indeed.
second highest? Are we on that sort of level now?
It must be, yes.
Must be,
Just give the highest. And
okay.
And I'd forgotten I was at the game in Cardiff. There was a triple century against Glamorgan. And I wonder if you can...
the game in which they scored, in which they themselves scored a 718.
No, Leicestershire. No, they didn't score 700. It was 309 not out for Hilton Ackerman.
HD Ackerman.
HD. So, as we talk in records, we better throw that in. It'll please Leicestershire listeners. You're not the only chap to get 300, you know. Oh, that's a big one. That is big. Oh. I think
That might be in the Cricketers. The Cricketers pub over Long, which overlooks Long on behind the stands. And
I mentioned the other day, so Hansi Cronje hit Stephen Barwick in there, and I haven't seen such a bigger hit since at this ground. So there we go. That was
didn't quite make it because it has come back to Jerry Everson.
that's hit out to square extra cover, and Nick is back. And it's high time that you had a break, Richard. You've been at it for some time there now. 707 for 5. I thought that was going straight at Nick, and he could have caught it. But a little bit to his
He would have
right.
been, because he is a Wales international. So.
Yeah, yeah, you'll never forget that. As Everson comes in and Cook pulls on the onside and gets 6 more. I think, has it gone for 6? Yes, it has, over mid-wicket. So Cook is reaching 152, and he's really... I'm not going to ask what his last 50 came in, because we've got enough records to keep us going. 713 for 4. Another record is about to be broken, having just called that a declaration. Possibly now might be at 10 to 10-1. As Cook waits again, 2 sixes in this over, and this is short, hammered down to long off. So at least 14 runs off that over. Nick is back alongside me.
Yep, 718 is the magic figure for Glamorgan.
Colwyn Bay for 3. Steve James 309, double 100, or big hundreds for Matthew Maynard, Michael Powell. As Everson comes in again and hammered there by Northeast. He's gone in the background. There's Sam Northeast. He's just plodding along. He's moved on to 360 now. And it's 7-1-5 for 5.
Well, Leicestershire desperately trying to hide the ball, aren't they? They're bowling as wide as they legitimately can.
If they bowl straight, it disappears. Every fielder is on the boundary. It isn't often you see this in county cricket. Then comes Everson for the last ball. Square drive again for a single. Profitable over there for Glamorgan. Joey Everson must be wondering, why did I agree to come and play on loan on this sort of pitch?
Oh dear, yes, he didn't take any wickets in Cardiff either. Has to look back to the first match between Notts and Glamorgan where he got
he's injured, wasn't he?
He got 3 wickets.
I thought he was injured in that game.
May have been. He got 3 in the first innings anyway, and he got a few runs, 37 in the second. So Glamorgan on the verge of yet another record. Highest all-time score for the county. 718.
Yeah. We were wondering how many runs have been scored, and if they do bat for lunch, what did I say? It was overnight.
Yes, they were behind still, weren't they, overnight?
21, yeah. As we'll work that one out, as Parkinson is back on, and he's bowling to Chris Cook, and he comes and bowls on the reverse slap. The reverse sweep is out, and he's going to get 4 runs again. Cook are absolutely motoring along here. It's a terrific innings. And there is the record highest score in an innings for Glamorgan. It beats the previous of 718 at Colwyn Bay back in 2000. As Parkinson is in again, down the pitch comes Cook, pushes it away on the offside as Parkinson adjusts his length, and he gets a single. 370 for all Northeast. There's a possibility that one of these could get 400 and the other a double 100. Please don't. Well, I think I better leave him. Andrew Hignell here tonight. He can work on his figures. There's a single for Northeast too. In fairness to him, is giving the bowling to Cook, who's a far more bigger hitter or more aggressive player, as he goes on to 371. But Glamorgan will be a little disappointed that this pitch is not showing any turn or seam or anything. As Parkinson is in and bowled down the pitch comes Cook, but again Parkinson sees him coming and he pulls it down. 0 for 156. Parkinson, his 31st over, bravely carrying on. And again comes Parkinson, and this is pulled out towards mid-wicket, and a very good stop there as the ball is eventually parried to Ben Mike on the fine leg boundary, and they take 2.
Louis Kimber, I feel your pain. A sliding stop on one of the most parched areas of the outfield, and rubbing his hand, rubbing his thigh, it's all hurting. He might have to bat soon after lunch.
Yes, Parkinson again, short, cut away on the offside. Down towards third man, they'll collect a single, and he will retain the strike. Chris Cook has moved on to 162. What we haven't found out, what is Chris Cook's highest score? So that'll
205. Last game of last season at the Oval.
Off the Oval. In that probably one of the worst wickets we've ever seen.
10 wickets fell over the 4 days. I think there were 5 career bests. Ollie Pope got several
Did Eddie
thousand
Byram
runs.
get a wicket?
Eddie Byram got 2 wickets. He was Glamorgan's best bowler,
First time we ever seen him bowl.
with his very occasional off breaks. He said afterwards, so short of interview guests on that particular day, that's probably the first and only time I'll ever be interviewed about my bowling. Ben Mike from the pavilion end to bowl to Chris Cook on 162 not out, wide of the off stump, and Cook swings and misses the ball. In a puff of dust goes through to wicketkeeper Harry Swindells, who is Johnny No Mates at the moment.
No one within 70 yards from it.
Everyone, literally everyone else, all the outfielders are on the boundary. As if the batters weren't so tired, there'd be 2s all round the ground, but understandably a little weary as Mike bowls. Cook slaps it towards cover. They'll take the single. 726 for 5.
The only hope, I think, I may be totally wrong, but Glamorgan can glean is perhaps that the batsman, the Leicestershire batsman, will be dejected, disappointed, tired, and might not be fully aware of things. But I'm sure
Mike bowls and North East swings, gets a bottom edge down into the ground, and it bounces back to the bowler.
and that they may be lack of concentration, who knows, but really they should be able to defend the game, because credit to Glamorgan, who have gone this morning. I'm just looking for that total of this morning where they started off.
563 was it?
You're right.
That's outside off stump, and North East one hand off the bat as he swings away. It's starting to look just a little bit weary for Sam North East as he takes the single out to deep cover.
So that's 164 in an hour and a half, in 90 minutes.
Oof.
This is a 200 session if they go as they're going now.
Emrys Davis, the previous record holder, his son sent a letter of congratulations to Steve James,
Yeah.
as that's outside off stump, hammered away by Cook for a single up to Parkinson at long off. I'm sure Steve will be in touch with the club in due course and pass on his congratulations.
Yeah.
Ryland Doyle says he regrets not getting a scorecard now from this game where he was on Wednesday. So this innings, well, it's fairly high up on the list of first-class hundreds. It's or first-class scores in as a whole. It's probably top 20 by now. As Mike bowls North East off his feet almost.
Literally.
Swings that one off a thick edge down to third man for a single. Thank you to Dexter for sending me that one. List of all-time scores. We'll work out where North East is when it's over. But he's somewhere top 20.
It's highly ironic, and I was saying that I remember in 2006 Leicestershire playing at 309 not out against Glamorgan, Hilton Ackerman at Cardiff. That on a very flat wicket, and another South African that springs to mind, Jimmy Cook, Somerset. Mm-hmm. He got a triple at Cardiff. As Parkinson starts yet another over, and it's swept fine down towards fine leg, and it's fielded by Ben Mike. They go through for a single. Just have Richard back for a moment as he tells the good folk of Leicestershire and surrounding areas what is going on. 7:30 for 5 in Camp Parkinson, and here's the reverse sweep again, which is going to be fielded just inside the boundary, and
the relay work went a bit
the
wrong.
Relay
There.
cleared the bowler, the fielder who was coming up to receive it. You know, the fashion these days is to field and chuck it in from near the boundary, but he missed him, and they ran another run just to add to the downcast features on the faces of the Leicestershire fielders. But who cares if it's a run? Parkinson bows down the pitch, comes Chris Cook and hammers it out to deep extra cover. He moves on to 167.733. So over 100, nearly 170 runs added.
One more run for the 400 partnership.
You have to say that.
Sorry. Reach for the records.
And the next one is hammered away, 4 more runs. And will I get to this? No, I don't think I will before Richard will give his news and statistics.
Squeeze the update in.
425 highest of all time partnership.
I know that.
They are. It is carnage, I think you can safely describe it as, down here at the Uptonsteel County Ground this morning. Glamorgan have moved on to 738 now for 5. They began the day 563 for 5. Chris Cook has moved on to 167. Sam Northeast, what an innings it has been, and it's still going. He is 378 not out, and together they've now added 404 for the 6th wicket, all of which means that Glamorgan's lead is now over 150 in the game. The general feeling is they'll go through until lunch, declare, and see if they can put Leicestershire under a bit of pressure, but therefore another 20 minutes or so of misery for the Leicestershire bowlers and fielders to endure. Glamorgan 739 now for 5.
Must tell you, listeners and viewers, that we're looking up records every 2 minutes. We've all got books in our hands, and surely you found another one. Now, I was telling Richard, I remember that partnership of 400.
425.
425 between Viv Richards and Adrian Dale. But, well, what is the record for the 5th wicket?
6th wicket we're on. It's the 6th wicket when that went some time ago, yeah.
Anyway.
Here's Mike then to bowl to Chris Cook on 168 not out. Bowls a short, slower ball outside off stump, pulled round to mid-wicket for a single. Cook to 169, 740 for 5. What a superb signing Sam Northeast has been, says John Noakes. Great there were Glamorgan supporters there to witness those records. So the next delivery sees Northeast hammer it away towards long off. They'll possibly look for 2. No, they're not quite 2s in most of these shots at the boundary because they're hitting the ball so hard.
And there's 9 people waiting for them.
Indeed. Into the top 20 of all time first class cricket goes Sam Northeast.
He's going to get 400, you know.
Next delivery is outside off stump and smashed away by Cook. He might have found a gap there. He's just bisected 2 fielders at third man and deep backward point. Both charged round enthusiastically, and the ball couldn't have been placed better if Chris Cook had just dropped it on the boundary there. He moves to 173 not out. So
I'm just saying, when you're outside, make a possibility of a quadruple of 400 for Northeast and a doubler for Cook. Has that been done before?
Who knows? We'll just have to stick to the main records, of course.
Yeah,
the main one is 501 for Brian Lara, so he's not going to get there because they'll declare anyway. And Northeast is starting to play shots at everything. Cook started some time ago. That's a good delivery from Mike. Yorker length just outside off stump. Cook tried to chop down on it and didn't get a bat on it through to Swindells. So Northeast in the top 20 of first class cricket of all time. It's quite the achievement, and it is the 4th best championship score of all time, as Mike bowls outside off stump and Cook gets a bottom edge to that, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper, Mike.
If he hadn't stopped that with Swindells, it would have hit the helmet.
Yes.
Just had,
that would have been just what Leicestershire
injury.
didn't need. He's past Neil Fairbrother now.
At the Oval, that was it.
It's against Surrey at the Oval, yes, well remembered. Graham Hicks 405 is next in the championship list. McLaren
Archie,
424 in 1895.
remember that?
Hammered back to the bowler by Chris Cook, who Mike fielding in his follow through, and there is no run for once as Mike troops off wearily at the end of his over. He's 15 overs, 0 for 80. Oh, it's cruel to give bowling figures.
Yes, it is rather. So, I'm just checking up how many runs we've scored today. 182. Don't tell me that's going to be another record. First session of a championship match.
Quite possibly.
So, Glamorgan lead by 182. I wonder if they might be thinking of coming in at 1:45, 10-2. Parkinson toils away and bowls the first ball, where it's driven up to deep extra by Sam Northeast, who moves on to 380. And at one stage, Glamorgan were 9 for 2. Then they stuttered in mid-innings as much as Leicester did, and now they've recovered.
Well, this is a pitch that's meant to be turning square by now.
So we were told.
On the pre-match chat.
Round the wicket, Parkinson and Cook adjusts and pushes it away out onto the offside. But at least it gives an incentive for both sides and also makes it rather interesting, because had they just gone on and on looking for 1,000, I think it would have cleared the ground of any spectators. As round the wicket is the next ball. You see there are 69 overs left after the next ball is bowled. Perhaps coming around now, who knows, but
It's a possibility, isn't it?
yeah, well, there's a lot of runs to get.
Down the wicket.
Sorry, down the pitch comes Chris Cook and pushes it up for a single. 749, yes, I repeat, 749 for 5.
Well, Leicestershire 756 last week.
Yeah. Callum Parkinson round the wicket, short, cut away to the man at deep extra cover. And there's the 750.
Spectators with hands thoroughly sore by now, I imagine. Ripple of applause around Grace Road.
Last ball of the over, as in comes short delivery, edge down toward third man, and it is 4 more runs. Callum Parkinson looks at the ground, hands on his knees. Oh, why did I choose cricket for a living?
0 for 176. Poor lad.
754 for 5.
Richard Ray's winding in the stand next to us. I think he fancies coming on to bowl. Next over, top end, Rich.
754 for 5.
Indeed.
And,
Will it be the weary Ben, Mike? Yes, it will. From this pavilion end, as Glamorgan turn the screw. 22 minutes to go till lunch.
if you need this calculator, I've got
It'll be
feel free.
A 200 lead if they choose to go on till lunch, but there might be a case. So pulling in fairly shortly. Northeast might. Oh, will they give Northeast the chance to get to 400? Here is Mike bowling to him, and he smashes that one away on the offside, but he's picked out a fielder at very deep extra cover. Louis Kimber fields cleanly enough, but there's still plenty of time to go back for a second run, and
I think, Nick, that they
do you
will
think they'll let him get 400?
I think so now. If I was captain, I certainly would. For all that hard work he's put in, and 400 behind your name.
As Mike is in to bowl to Northeast on 384, drives that one hard, probably too hard out towards Kimber, who fields cleanly and gets his throw back in, and they'll get a single. 385 to Northeast, 757 on the board, so that's overtaken Leicestershire's total against Sussex last week.
Highest score of the season, highest in county cricket for
as Mike is in to bowl to Cook, who square drives it down towards cover point, hit fairly hard. Everson fields and prevents the second from being taken.
this partnership. 423.
All right, thank you. It's within a couple of the highest Glamorgan stand of all time. Thank you, Edward.
Shows my age, and I was at that Glamorgan.
It's only 29 years ago.
Yes.
Only yesterday. Mike is in to bowl an inside edge from Northeast, who's playing ridiculous shots at virtually everything by now, and it trickles through to the keeper, having nearly chopped it onto his stumps.
No sixes for Northeast, which is unusual in the total of 385.
Well, he's found the boundary often enough. 1-6, he has.
Is he?
Mike is in to bowl. Northeast almost swings himself off his feet and goes through for the single. Again, Kimber is called into the action. Fall of wicket 3-3-4, so that now equals the Dale and Richards stand as Glamorgan's highest of all time.
And I said to myself that day, many years ago, I can't see this being broken.
You may do in the next minute if Chris Cook gets a bat on this. 7-5-9-4-5. Cook on 180 not out. Wide outside off stump. Carved away, and that is the highest Glamorgan partnership
of
in
all time.
their history, as it moves on to 426 runs for this sixth wicket.
Declaration.
Sam Northeast and Chris Cook take a bow. It's not a declaration yet. It's just more drinks.
Yeah, and I think, well, what a supreme effort that was. And Adrian Dale and Vivian Richards. Adrian now is out in New Zealand and Viv is in Antigua. Will the word ever get to them? I suspect it will, because with the internet these days you can get a message in a couple of seconds. 760 for 5 once they've had a drink. And it looks.
Adrian Dale still playing, I believe, for New Zealand over 50s.
Over 50s, yes. Very, very good player, Adrian. Batting number 3, more than useful medium pacer, and gone in England, had a tour of England A.
Yeah.
And such a valuable member of the championship. Went inside for 97. So Parkinson, ready for his 34th over, is to bowling over the wicket and outside the leg side. And, Mike here, there's cries of catch. Poor chap is 30 yards behind.
There's a top edge swing by Chris Cook, just dobbed up towards short fine leg.
I think they'll say, yeah, these two, let them reach the milestones of 200 and 400. Can't believe I'm saying that.
Enjoy it.
386 for Northeast.
Apologies to Leicestershire listeners.
Yeah. The next ball is in and is driven out towards cover, where Patel has probably fielded the ball more than anybody in the entire game. Some clouds appearing in front of us, but they're very high and non-threatening. Parkinson is over the wicket and bowls down the pitch comes Cook, and it's fielded on the first bounce down there in front of the press box in the hospitality area by, and they planted out there. It's Colin Ackerman. 763 for 5. North East is on 387. Callum Parkinson to bowl, and bowls to him now, and it's swept down to Ben Mike just in front of us on the fine leg boundary for a single. He goes to 388.
I mean, Glamorgan is swinging at absolutely everything now, so a wicket could fall any ball, really.
Yeah. Well, there's nobody to catch it. If you're on the boundary.
Yes, unless it's really nailed towards the boundary, the slight miss hits aren't going to be caught.
Is it possible for you to walk outside and take a picture of this field placing? As the next ball is reverse sweep is into lined out fine leg and third man, but if you know what I mean, they take 2 more runs.
Poor old Roman Walker is dashing round the boundary there on one of the more parched areas.
There's your photographic expertise. You could go to the corner just to get. This is the field placing. Parkinson again comes in and bowls short, clubbed away to one of 5 fielders on the boundary, on the offside. Another single. 767 for 5. 388 to North East. And 186 to Chris Cook. And the lead, once I get my calculator working, is at the moment 183. So another 17 runs and it'll be a round figure.
That would be handy for your commentary team, if no one else. 767 for 5, Glamorgan, the highest team total of all time, the highest individual total of all time. Chris Cook on 186 not out. Ben Mike bowls and he toe ends that one out towards cover, and the bowler dashes back to field.
The bowler is at extra cover. He had to race and pick that up. And walks very wearily back to his mark, does Ben Mike.
The 4th highest championship score of all time for Sam North East. Behind only Hick McLaren and top of the pile, Brian Lara. Next delivery, North East plays away on the offside, down towards extra cover. There's a misfield and they'll go back for 2 as a... So what are the chances, says Hugh Knight, that both batsmen will score 100 in the morning session? Oh. Well, North East is now on
390.
82 for the morning. Yes, 82.
Have you got time? It's 12 minutes to 1 now.
Yeah, the boundaries are drying up slightly just on the grounds that the bowling is so wide and difficult to reach. 770 for 5. Mike is in to bowl. Hit hard between cover and mid-off. There should be at least 2. It is fielded by Parkinson, running round from the long-off boundary. And his throw dribbles in rather to the bowler. 772 for 5.
Do you think the Glamorgan statistician and scorer Andrew Hignell would like a little chat lunchtime? Probably put on his door, please do not disturb. 800's on you, hasn't it?
Possible. Mike is into bowl, and that's slugged away down to long on by North East, who's just having a go at absolutely everything. It doesn't look as though he's worried too much about his personal 400 at the moment.
People might say to you and I in years to come, do you enjoy that game, 700, 600? Well, yes, I thoroughly did, because it's so many records, and I've witnessed the highest score by a Glamorgan player.
Mike is in to bowl outside
Wide,
off stump. That probably should be given a wide. It is given a wide by umpire Nigel Long, who wondered for a moment whether to have mercy and then decided to apply the laws of the game.
Poor Ben Mike put his hands on his knees. Oh, come on, they've got 770. Why do you take 2 runs off me? Exit ball.
Yeah. Don't think we're going to have time to reach the world 6th wicket record, which is apparently 487. That would need Glamorgan to reach 820-ish, and we're going to run out of time before lunch. As Mike is in to bowl to Chris Cook, who slams that away on the offside for a single, fielded at deep cover by Kimber. And Mike's 100 is up, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I was just going to say another one that hits the ton, and his only his 17th over.
It's been a really chastening experience for these Leicestershire bowlers. Not helped, I suppose, by the dropped catches, although there was only a sort of half chance off North East to get to his 100.
Cook was had a few chances.
Cook twice early on. Square drive by North East, out towards long off, just the single this time. Enthusiastic fielding by Louis Kimber. Leicestershire doing their best to keep the spirits up. 10 minutes to go until the lunch interval. Maybe 3 overs for Sam North East to score the 6 that he needs to get to 400. Chris Cook is 12 short of a double century, which he has achieved before. But this is a really tough going for Leicestershire as Callum
213 runs scored this morning.
Callum Parkinson trudges back wearily. He understandably is in absolutely no hurry at all. As he wanders up towards the Bennett end, has a little chat with Colin Ackerman,
Tries to waste a bit of time, perhaps.
one of his senior lieutenants.
That's a word with umpire Paul Baldwin about something.
The umpires have been stuck at the same ends in this match, of course, because they turn round after 2 innings. So Mr. Baldwin has been at the far end, Mr. Long at this towards this pavilion end, and it's Mr. Baldwin presiding at the moment as Parkinson
will bowl to North East with the batsman needing 6 runs for 400. And you'd put your money perhaps on him getting 400 and perhaps Chris Cook falling a little bit short. He needs 12. And what are we going to get? Maximum of 3.
Single taken by North East off the first ball, moves to 395. Is this unlucky? 777. It's Septuple Nelson.
Septuple Nelson. There's Parkinson to Chris Cook this time. Cook drives on the offside. Is he going to bisect the fielders there? No, he isn't. Rishi Patel fields, and it's only a single.
Yeah, just sort of chipping that one away, wasn't he? Cook didn't really get the pitch of it.
What an achievement. Not only to get 309 to equal to Glamorgan and beat it, he's now 5 runs away from 400. As Parkinson bowls to North East, who hits it in exactly the same place, deep extra cover, and they will cross for a single, as that is a short-ish boundary. North East's 396, Cook to face 189. As Parkinson is in again, bowls to Chris Cook, and he tries to pull but doesn't really connect. Chris Cook, of course, on this warm day has to go out and don those pads and jump around.
Oh, yes.
For what will be around 60 odd overs.
Yeah, he's going to have a hard working day, Chris Cook, isn't he? Yes, Colin Ingram gives him a rest behind the stumps.
In comes the next ball, and Cook is down the pitch and nearly deceived as Parkinson deceived him by just dropping it short and slower. 1 ball to go to this, and we might get 2 overs, or depends how how long it takes, and he's not going to hurry, I'm sure. Clouds gathering way to our left, but we're all right as that is cut away on the offside for 1 run. Cook will retain strike. And we have got on the scoreboard clock 6 minutes to go before lunch, which I think Glamorgan wanted to get to before declaring.
Indeed.
A bit of a shame if North East doesn't reach 400.
For the benefit of Welsh listeners, by the way, the Tom Maynard Trust Day is being staged at St Fagans next Friday in aid of the Tom Maynard charity to provide support and facilities for young cricketers, and that's always a good day out at St Fagans near Cardiff on Friday. 780 for 5 then. Cook is on 190 not out. North East is on 396 not out. It's already an individual record for Glamorgan, a team record for Glamorgan, and a highest partnership for any wicket for Glamorgan.
A little bit of time wasting here. As Ben Mike has a chat with Roman Walker, who's come on.
Here comes Walker then, the young Welshman on Glamorgan staff until last season. Is in to bowl to Chris Cook, wide the off stump. Cook flays and misses.
Yes, I didn't think Walker would have thought before he was making his debut that he'd have to be bowling wide of the pitch with 9 men on the boundary. 785. It all depends on how quickly this over is bowled. This is Walker comes in and pulled away on the offside, but there's only a single in it. Now, a ball similar to that to North East, and then he could just swivel and pulled it away for 4 on that shortish boundary. There's another bit of time wasting.
Yeah, are they going to manage to take 4 minutes to bowl 4 balls?
Well, they're still.
I suppose most sides would be doing this in the circumstance, but
No.
the umpire, Nigel Long, is telling them to get on with it, I think.
What are they talking about?
Where should we have our deep mid-off? Should we have him there or there?
Or rather, what are we having for lunch today, do you think? Well, he's coming around the wickets at the end of that. There'll be another discussion later. As North East waits, is round the wicket, and he's gone for the big hit, and it's cleared everything, and there is the 4. And whatever the fielder told him, well, it didn't work, and that's the only shot that he's hit, a cross-batted slog, as you like. But that has got him to 400, and it's a quite magnificent achievement by this Glamorgan batsman. 402 not out, reaching his 400 with a huge 6. Goodness me. Well, I've been watching and working at cricket for over 40 years. I haven't witnessed anything like this. In comes Walker up again. There's another one coming, but that's going to clear again. Nearly hitting the people down here in front of us. That's 6 more. And those who are saying, well, we don't often see him attacking cricket from him, just showing what he can do. How's it looking there? Is he gone up to 3rd in the championship or 2nd or whatever?
Hicks 405, he's just gone past that.
Yeah, I thought perhaps he has. 2 6s, and we're still in line for another over, but Cook is looking from the other end, a 191. 2 balls to go. That's a huge wallop, and he does not connect. Now, where's this fielder going up to have another chat, is he?
Parkinson is going up for a consultation with Roman Walker, as they desperately don't want to bowl another over after this ball. I shall have to vacate, and I'll leave you to...
Well, they're giving you 30 seconds for your summary now, or 30 minutes.
It's the art of reporting, isn't it, to get it in the time that you've got available. 793 for 5.
Thank you, Nick, and it'll be Richard coming back just to give his lunchtime assessment as It's 12:59. Walker bowls, and it's dug out this time. And they might take two here. It's two fielders encroach. They do. Takes the score to 795 and Northeast 410. And we are going to have a final over before lunch, which will almost certainly be the final over of the Glamorgan first innings.
Leicestershire did their... Oh, that is lunch. That is lunch. Perfect timing by Leicestershire. These things are relative, though. What a session.
And the first man, how good to see is Parkinson shaking the hand of Sam Northeast and tapping the shoulder of Chris Cook. As they trudge wearily, and 100% certainty that Glamorgan will declare now, having in the morning session added 232.
I was going to write that one down, but 232 in the session.
Yeah.
I did say that sort of thing could happen, but let's hear the applause.
Tremendous ovation here, and also to Chris Cook on 191, and he's just beaten Graham Hicks 405 at Taunton. My word, what a display that was of well, I know it's your county, Richard, but it is a privilege to be here and watch that innings.
450 balls, 45 fours and 3 sixes for Sam Northeast. Chris Cook, 227 balls, 19 fours and 3 sixes as well. And the partnership, 461 unbroken for the 6th wicket. And we are pretty sure...
I don't want to fill in everything just in case,
that
but I'm
will
pretty
be the
sure, yeah.
declaration, which would give Glamorgan 65 overs in which to bowl Leicestershire out for a second time.
Yeah.
What is the lead then now? 795 minus 584. Even I can probably work that one. As you say, 211. So I think that's reasonable if Leicestershire get past that and or bat out the overs.
Well, they should, Richard. Let's be realistic. We haven't seen it. Where was all this talk about a raging Turner on the...
Well, they thought it might break up a little bit, but
the umpires were spot on, weren't they?
Paul Baldwin did say to us after the first morning, essentially, he said, this is going to be a flat one, it looks like, and thus far, so it has proved to be. 795 for 5. I'll do the update for BBC Radio Leicester shortly, but otherwise, I'm sure everybody will require a little bit of refreshment now, not least Messrs Northeast and Cook. And we'll be back with you here at the Uptonsteel in around about 35 minutes' time. What a morning it has been for the visitors. They go in for lunch on 795 for 5, with Sam Northeast 410 not out, having long since broken the record for the highest individual score in an innings by a Glamorgan batsman. Chris Cook with him 191 not out. Together they have added 461 so far for the 6th wicket. We are pretty sure that Glamorgan will declare during the lunch interval. They lead by 211. There are 65 overs left to be bowled in the match, so they'll give themselves that sort of time. They might need it in which to try and bowl Leicestershire out for a second time. Leicestershire should save this game comfortably. The pitch is very, very flat, but it's been a morning for the batters, and particularly for Northeast and Cook. Glamorgan at lunch on the final day, 795 for 5.
Well, yeah, well, sure. Yeah, oh yeah, I mean, there were two. Because there was three.
Yeah, I'll just do that.
Okay, mate. See you later.
Won't be down in the sun too long.
Yeah, no, I've been back since yesterday.
Yes.
No. What I'm saying is,
I won't be on the phone at all. This ultrasound. Second one, I had a video. I ended up having it in the sun 8 hours before, and even on the day of the appointment, I think my drinks were It went Saturday morning to Friday morning to the Thursday afternoon, Thursday afternoon Royal. Generally, I don't know where I'm coming on the Thank you.
okay, enjoy.
After all these years, you realise do you remember him? He didn't realise
I was down there, I went down there on the Friday against Northampton. I was in the last one with that, really decent what it was, I mean, it was that big one, 2 ways to my ball. He was the second, and very What happened? Mason was at the non-strike and then virtually no more. And
When he's
he
deep.
went for the run. Just to get
After they've already run.
He did too. Oh yeah. And Lily gets him pretty well. He was pretty walking off. And there was a lot of old cases he got when he was I didn't win. I didn't and so he sat down and you will have been sat there. About 2,500, 3,000 people.
Well, you're bringing in all the other well, the other one I never used.
I did a then, you've got one of their grapes down there as well. Down gone.
The game finishes at that.
When you stopping or going?
Again, it's good to say if keep took the ball and give it outside.
Something I don't take for granted. I always turn up.
Oh, he also. I'll speak to yeah, well, I don't know when he was asking, but he was halfway out at the same time. Obviously his tactics weren't very good. Right.
I'll take this.
He still does. Still looks after himself.
Hey, he's still playing goal.
Yeah, I never heard it with him.
Somebody's picked him up and I can't find him.
Yeah. Sorry, Edward came in after you'd. Sorry, Edward came back after you'd gone.
He's eating in the restaurant, isn't he?
Yes, he's treating himself to some pork.
Yeah, one thing I've just learned over YouTube all the time, when you declare, they have to roll at 7 minutes. But they won't lose over. Yeah, but the thing is, if Leicestershire are 2 down by 2.
You'd be on massive barriers. You'd be breaking the law because that's
George. Touch on the ground,
Even BBC Wales getting excited.
Cricket desk taking account.
Prices being 5 down.
Boys.
Come on, boys. Keep through now. Come on. Keep through, boys. Come on. Oh, no. She's going to
Welcome back. If you're joining us here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester for the afternoon session on the final day of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. What a morning it was for Glamorgan. Chris Cook and in particular Sam Northeast continuing to lay waste the Leicestershire attack, taking the score on from 563 for 5 overnight to 795 for 5. They batted through the morning session without being parted, scored 232 runs, broke all sorts of records in the process. Most notably perhaps Glamorgan's highest ever innings score in the county championship, and of course their highest individual score, Northeast finishing on 410 not out of 450 balls, 45 fours and 3 sixes. They have now declared with a lead of 211 and given themselves 65 overs in which to bowl Leicestershire out for a second time. BBC Wales, BBC Radio Leicester, Nick Webb, Ed Bevan and Richard Ray, your commentators, myself, Richard Ray and Nick Webb to start things off after lunch. And to start things off for Glamorgan, it's Michael Nisa.
Nisa is in and bowls on the leg side, turned through mid-wicket by Kimber, and they're through for a single. Leicestershire up and running in their second innings then. 210 runs now in arrears. It doesn't matter if they don't wipe off the arrears as long as they're not bowled out within 65 overs. Has spent most of lunchtime collating every known statistic known to personkind, as Nisa is in to bowl to Patel, who defends him back down the wicket, and there is no run. I think for those who are just joining, very briefly, highest individual score for Glamorgan, highest team score for Glamorgan, biggest partnership for Glamorgan, biggest 6-wicket partnership for anyone in the county championship. Third highest individual score of all time in the championship.
It's amazing, isn't it? Given what Leicestershire did last week.
As Nisa bowls, forced through mid-wicket, just beats a sprawling dive. It's half stopped and Patel will get off the mark with a single.
Setting their own
absolutely
highest score, and the County Championship's highest ever 5th wicket partnership. So very much on the other foot in this game.
Lovers of batting records can follow Richard Ray around for the rest of the season.
It would appear.
2-0 Leicestershire. Under cloudy skies now. Nisa in to bowl. Kimber plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Harris, and there is no run. The good news, I suppose, for the Foxes, if there can be good news after a morning in which both batters scored centuries within the session, is that the pitch is absolutely doing nothing at the moment.
No, the light roller went on between innings, i.e. during the lunch interval, but yes, I haven't seen a ball do anything really today. This might just swing a bit, the new ball.
Nisa in to bowl and defended by Kimber. Back down the wicket, no run. Reminder that Glamorgan we level on points with Middlesex should this match end with a draw. They have an outside chance of pressing for victory thanks to this morning's fireworks, which only really in the last 20 to 30 minutes went into hitting at everything, didn't it? It was proper cricket for certainly the first 90 minutes or so. Nisa is in to bowl to Kimber, who defends that one up to mid-on. And there's no run. End of the first over. 64 only for the Foxes to hold out. But Glamorgan, in their acceleration, at least gave themselves a fighting chance, an outside chance of sneaking something should they manage to induce panic in home ranks. But given that 6 of the home side got 50 or more, and in some cases a lot more in the first innings, they should mostly be feeling good about themselves. Just depends how weary they are from all those sessions chasing leather in the field.
Yeah, it can make a difference. Talking to Ricky Clark, who was on commentary with us at Sussex last week, he always felt teams shouldn't declare in an interval, as Michael Hogan goes in from the Bennett end and bowls to Patel, who looks to turn it into the leg side, turns it to mid-on, and there is no run. You know, that you should keep sides guessing a bit and maybe make the opening batsman of the other side sort of run off and change, without time to think about it too much. But
yes, I see where he's coming from, but the other thing is that you lose 2 overs for the changeover.
Yeah, absolutely. Hogan is in and bowling to Patel, who's big drive and missing, and risky shot from Rishi Patel. There was a little bit of swing there for Michael Hogan, an unnecessary flash at the delivery from Patel, who walks off towards short leg, no doubt ticking himself off. Can't afford Leicestershire to give a wicket or 2 away early on and just start those nerves jangling in the dressing room. Hogan turns. Sloping run, runs in and bowls outside off stump, and this time Patel does leave, lets it go through outside off stump. Just swung enough that previous delivery. It was foolish and Patel was tempted. Succumbed to that temptation and nearly lost his wicket as a consequence. A few heavier clouds around now. It was a glorious morning. Not bright blue sky. In goes Hogan and bowls, and Patel is forward on off stump, carefully defending out into the offside, but beautiful to be out in the breeze, and the sun was coming out intermittently, and it is still lovely and warm, but heavier cloud now coming from the southwest might just help with the swing early on. Hogan turns, runs in and bowls short, sits up a little bit, and he's on it far too soon, Patel, and pulling it out to the mid-wicket boundary. Wasn't so very far from the fielder Billy Root, who's in there at mid-wicket. Was in the air for a while, and Patel looks a little quizzically and critically at the bottom of his bat. Didn't time it as he would have liked. Pitch is fairly slow now as well as being flat. And as I say, he was on it far too soon, really. But he picks up 4, slightly fortuitously. Or at least an element of fortune in it. Cries of catch it from the 4 slips as Hogan is in again to Patel. It's full and is looking to clip it away on the leg side. There's a choked off appeal from the slips as he doesn't get anything on it, thumps into the bottom of his pad, but Hogan's inquiry was purely that, really. It wasn't an appeal, it was just a polite enquiry. He raised his right arm, knowing, I think, that it was going on down the leg side. End of the over, 6 without loss, but a couple of questions asked in the over by Michael Hogan, enough to give him a little bit of encouragement as he walks back to the electronic scoreboard down there at long leg.
I'm pleased to see that the photographer captured Northeast walking off as that's driven down the ground by Kimber. Lovely shot to match anything seen today, drilled through mid-off. Mid-off is rather wide, didn't have a chance, Eddie Byram, of cutting it off. Kimber gets his first boundary, 10 without loss. So the Leicestershire photographer, John, got some nice images of Northeast walking off, and he's taken some proper ones with the scoreboard as well, which I'm sure you'll see in various outlets. As Nisa is in, bowls, and that's played off the back foot by Kimber to mid-on. No run.
Louis Kimber in the first innings, 68 off 114 balls. Caught behind off a Hogan outswinger shortly after lunch, wasn't it? As I recall.
Long time ago. Lots happened since. Nisa in bowls and beats the bat of Kimber's defensive prod. 9th highest score in first class history. I'm not sure if we've given that one. He's reached the top 10. We'll have to have a list of the 10 best records, I think, after today. Although Leicestershire, well, will they be? They'll have inquest to do, but if they block out for the draw, they'll get a respectable 14 points out of it. Nisa in, bowls, and again I think he beat the bat, or did Kimber play inside that one deliberately?
No, he beat the bat all right, I think. Looking at the, not the replay, but the stream, which is sort of a few seconds behind us.
As clouds come over, might just provide a little bit of swing, but Glamorgan are going to have to work their socks off to get any sort of breakthroughs, you feel here. They've got 4 slips to do so as Nisa bowls, and off the back foot Kimber forces it to Byram at cover, and there's no run. 4 slips or 3 slips and a gully. Gully is always closer towards the slips than you think of traditionally these days. It's probably some scientific or statistical analysis to make that to be the case. 10 without loss, Leicestershire. 201 runs behind. The wind ruffling Arafat's microphone as Nisa bowls, and forward comes Kimber, defending out on the offside, and there's no run. Well, that's 3 overs done, 62 to go for Patel, Kimber and colleagues. Hill, Ackerman, Mulder, Everson, Swindells, Mike, Walker, Parkinson and Wright, the available resources to come for the home side.
Well, a modicum of encouragement, I think, for both Hogan and Nisa in those 3 overs that have been bowled so far. They've both beaten the bat already. Hogan resumes from the Bennett end, comes in and bowls to Rishi Patel over pitches on leg stump. Patel clips him away down towards Nisa at long leg and takes the single. He moves on to 6, 11 without loss. if you're going to beat your record, 191 I think it was for North East coming into this game, beat it in style.
More than doubled it.
More than double it, yeah. 400. What a day. Imagine
North
going
East
home
for
after
England.
that. Imagine going home after that. In goes Hogan and Bowles. Half forward is Kimber, thick inside part of the bat. Ball runs out to Byram at mid-wicket. Well, I saw the report that John Cully, our colleague in the press box, wrote after that. But it's centred obviously on North East yesterday, and Sam North East sort of one of the best players never to have played for England in many people's opinion, and I think that's true.
Yeah.
I think most people would agree with that. We'll follow the county game. Hogan is in bowling, and again Louis Kimber just carefully leaning forward to that one, blocking it out into the offside route. The fielder, no doubt reflecting on the irony of getting a first baller when Sam North East faced, what was it, 450 of them. And Chris Cook 227 of them, but such is cricket. I mean, Cook could have gone off, I think, second or even third delivery, should have gone perhaps. In goes Hogan and Bowles outside of stump, a little bit short of a good length, and left on length as well as direction by Louis Kimber.
Yeah, two fairly palpable drops behind the wicket, and it's slip on 3 and 15. And who knows, North East might have run out of support, and it would be a very different game.
Or North East on 96. When he edged past a startled Ackerman. Hogan in. Oh, good bounce as well. Goes past the top outside edge of Kimber's bat on that occasion. No question that Kimber played at that one. But Hogan giving it his all, as he always does really for Glamorgan. But he knows he has to extract something from the pitch. And that little bit of extra bounce, a little bit of swing. A bit too good for Louis Kimber on that occasion.
Yeah, he can give it us all in the knowledge that he's got a week off before joining up with the Southampton lot. Southern Brave.
Comes in and bowls to Kimber on his legs, clipped away down towards deep backward square for 4. And he has strayed onto the legs there, Michael Hogan. The batters have put him away, and Kimber did on that occasion. But again, encouragement in the over. Kimber moves on to 9, 15 without loss, 6 to Patel.
Richard Thomas on Twitter says, amazing, not great to be able to watch it all happening on the live stream. That's a great innovation. Well, it's partly come in through COVID, hasn't it? The service has expanded greatly since that terrible summer of 2020, where we eventually got a couple of months cricket, but no one could actually watch any of it in person. And the cricket-loving public, that is.
Yeah, and all free, let us remind you.
As Nisa steams in and bowls, and is turned away on the leg side by Patel for a single, 16 without loss. Jeff says, surreal innings from Glamorgan, been following for over 60 years and seen nothing like it. Absolutely stellar performance from Sam North East. You'll forgive me if I don't get to every comment on Twitter, because there are lots and lots of them. A few wondering why they didn't allow him to go on and have a crack at Brian Lara's all-time record. But winning the game has to come into the equation. Nisa in, bowls, Kimber defends on the back foot, back to the bowler. No run. I think it's probably a good job that Chris Cook already had a double 100 to his credit, so they didn't have to worry about factoring
indeed.
in that milestone as well.
I think they'd have probably liked to go past 800, and then a couple more blows before lunch would have got them there.
There's some canny time wasting by the home side. Nisa bowls, pulled away towards mid-wicket and over mid-wicket. Fielder on the boundary was interested for a while, but he's just cleared him, and Billy Root couldn't get the jump in.
Good job for Kimber and Leicestershire. That is the short boundary, because that was top edge as well as middle, wasn't it? And another 5 feet, perhaps, back from the boundary. Lucky, fortunate.
Root looked interested, but it's 6 more on the Leicestershire total, 22 without loss. Nisa in, bowls, hammered through mid-off for 4 runs. Beats the dive of Byram at cover. So racing on goes Louis Kimber with 2 boundaries. The 6 slightly risky, the 4 just a fine cricket shot. It's 26 without loss. Kimber moves to 19.
We're over 1,400 runs in the match now for the loss of 15 wickets.
Crazy.
And we're only just started the third innings. So.
Yes, Glamorgan have taken the slip out already.
It was in the air for a while, that shot, wasn't it?
Nisa to Kimber, who plays it to point. There's no run.
Well, Carlson's gone in fairly close on.
Yes, at least it is
extra.
a catching position, but
yeah.
you would have thought they'd have stayed with the 4 slips for a bit longer. Just in the 3rd over for Michael Nisa, the 5th of the innings as a whole, as Nisa bowls. Oh, he's nearly dragged. Well, it could have dragged it anyway. It rolled out towards point as Kimber went for the pull shot, which he had deposited over mid-wicket earlier in the over, and it hit something and dribbled gently towards point. I thought for a moment it might be rolling back towards the stumps, but it didn't. 26 for naught are Leicestershire. The deficit 185 approximately.
Another horrible sum. 211 lead. Rotters.
We're not guaranteeing that it's always going to be right. Might just say with a deficit of 211 and let people do their own sums.
I think people know with me to assume it's ish rather than that sort of area. Hogan, for his 3rd over, is in and bowls to Patel. Nice full-ish delivery. Draws him into a slightly walking forward defensive push into the off-side route. The fielder trying to cover both extra cover and mid-off. Point is Salter. They're the only men in front of the bat on the offside. 4 slips or 3 slips, and Carlson sort of slightly wider, almost 5th slip or arguably gully. As Hogan is in, driving is Patel. Back up the pitch. Hogan sticks out a hand, deflexible only just past the stumps, and Kimber was having to reach back in to make sure his bat was in the ground. It would have required a decision of the umpire. Nigel Long, of course, is now standing at the Bennett end.
They've had the chance to swap at last.
They have indeed. A different perspective, something else to look at. The pavilion and its complex as Hogan is in, bowls short and cut away by Patel down to the 3rd man boundary, almost as an afterthought. That was a curious one. He banged it in short just outside off stump. Patel stood up tall, and then as it rather looped past him, sat up, he just flicked his wrists at it and steered it wide of Carlson down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. 30 without loss. Patel into double figures. He's on 11 now. Louis Kimber on 19, scoring at just about a run a ball, both of them. But that's an inevitable consequence of the pitch and the close fielders at the moment. Hogan is in straighter this time, and Patel is all care and attention as he leans forward in defence and blocks it back up the pitch to mid-on.
So if Leicestershire can get 150 ahead by 5 o'clock, get Glamorgan in for a tricky 15 overs.
If they're 150 ahead at 5 o'clock,
Yeah,
I think that will be that. Hogan is in. Good bouncer, and Patel just moves his head inside the line. But that one did come through at a decent pace. Didn't sit up too much, and it was very straight too. Good bouncer. Patel played it well.
For those of you tuning in for the first time and logging in, then there is an article on the BBC website
detailing all the records that have been broken in the game so far. Hogan into Patel, who cracks it hard into the offside, but down into the ground, and it sits up quite nicely for Salter at point to field. Took the pace right off the ball, hitting it so hard down into the ground. End of the over. 30 remains the score. 6 overs have been bowled. Rishi Patel has 11, Louis Kimber has 19. The deficit then 181. But the Glamorgan supporters, who've been here in good number, in fairness, often they do travel up here, will have something to relate when they get home.
About.
We were there, they
Absolutely.
can say.
Nisa running up the slope from the pavilion and bowls a short delivery that goes through to the keeper. Kimber did have to sway back to get everything out of the way of that one. Through to Chris Cook, who has batted for, what, about 2.5 sessions, something like that. Came in, I think, mid-afternoon yesterday, and now faces a couple of sessions behind the stumps. He'll be a few kilos lighter, as that's a thick edge from Kimber flying down through or past the slips to third man for 4.
A little bit loose at the moment.
It's flying away to the boundary. Kimber goes on to 23 not out off 22 balls, 34 for naught.
Update coming. They're only hourly this afternoon, pleased to say. They make the City Ground. They're making a good fist of it. 34 without loss at the moment. Louis Kimber, who made 68 in the first innings, is 23 not out. He's playing a little bit loosely. There's been a few balls hit in the air. Rishi Patel has 11. It's a crucial part of the game. If Glamorgan are going to force the victory, they're going to have to take wickets with the newborn. They have their best 2 bowlers operating at the moment, Michael Hogan and Michael Nisa. Both have beaten the bat on a number of occasions, but at the moment Messrs Kimber and Patel are still at the wicket. 34 without loss. They need 211 to theoretically to make Glamorgan bat. Again, it's a case of occupation as well, with just 58.5 overs left in the game potentially. Leicestershire in their second innings are 34 without loss.
So bowls, and that's hammered over long on. Hasn't really got a full bat on that one, Kimber, but he's gone back for a couple of runs as Kimber rocked onto the back foot, smashed that one away, and Glamorgan will be encouraged that he's playing that sort of shot because it was a bit loose. He didn't get a full bat on it, did manage to clear mid-on. The link to Richard on the radio was going so well with a reasonable assessment of where the game stood, and then City Ground. Nisa bowls short, and that's gone off the toe end of the bat down to third man as Kimber tried to pull a short ball, but got a single off it. But he's playing rather eccentrically at the moment, Louis Kimber. For a man who's batting to save the game, perhaps he thinks his best tactics are to score quickly and get Leicestershire ahead. They're certainly rattling on at the moment at 5.5 runs and over.
It is the way he plays, really.
Nisa to Patel, and he bowls a short delivery that Patel ducks underneath. 37 for naught, 7 overs gone, 58 technically remain available to Glamorgan.
Sun comes back out. Those sort of dark clouds are beginning to drift away again, and so it's a lovely afternoon. Free entry after tea, as ever, at the Uptonsteel County Ground, so bask in the sun and watch a little bit of first-class cricket. Drinks available in the meet. And of course the Fox Bar. Nice cold soft drink or beer or wine or whatever you fancy. No cakes today, alas. The Friends of Grace Road don't operate on the final day of county championship matches. Louis Kimber will be on strike to Michael Hogan with a short extra cover, 3 slips. Hogan goes in and bowls. Kimber is driving, edge caught at second slip. Well, it's been coming for Louis Kimber, and he's been playing a little bit loosely. Northeast, the man of the moment, took the catch. It was a sharp one because he went at it hard, but he's been going at every ball hard. Outside edge and held by Sam Northeast. So, is this the start of something special? Yeah, it wasn't the classic opener's innings from Louis Kimber. 26 off 25 balls for him, and Leicestershire 37 for 1.
Well, that's one heck of a catch for a man who's been out in the middle for 10 hours plus. It was going pretty rapidly. Northeast held on well, and Glamorgan have the first of the 10 they need. And Kimber, as I said, was playing as if he thought the best way to go about it would be to knock off the deficit, which obviously does have a tactical value, but you'd have thought at the start of the innings at least a bit more caution might be employed. But what do I know? He's playing first class cricket and I'm playing the lowest standard you can get.
This is his first match as opener. He is usually regarded as a middle order batsman, so but 68 and 26, I suppose you can point to that and say that's a pretty decent return from your first match as opener. But certainly his approach in that second innings was will have raised a few eyebrows. We'll leave it at that. Lewis Hill comes out to replace him. Hill in the first innings, 81. Got out to Andrew Salter trying to force the off spinner through the offside. Different challenge facing Hill now as Hogan is in and bowls a bouncer. Hill just leans back, lets it bounce through, just a fraction too short probably from Hogan's point of view. Hill, not a tall man, and he banged it in, and it was well above his head, although he instinctively leant back from it, taken by Cook behind the stumps.
I'll be replaced by Edward Bevan to represent the Welsh point of view while I take a belated lunch.
Well, Nick spent the lunch break writing about records as Hogan is in again. Hill leaves, different sort of leaves, just short and wide outside off stump, and well judged by Lewis Hill on the back foot, left the bat raised, and Eddie returns alongside with hope springing eternal in Welsh breasts here with that wicket of Louis Kimber. 9 to go as Hogan, having made the breakthrough, turns, comes down the slope and bowls. Hill is driving, and it thick bottom edge, bounces down into the ground. Hill looks round to see where it's going. It was actually bouncing wide of leg stump, but a far from convincing attempt to drive the ball away through the offside. Leicestershire still going for their shots here, and well,
whether that's the right
yeah, exactly.
policy, because Kimber looked as if he wanted to get to 50 or 60 very quickly.
Hogan is in. Hill leaves on length again, but both Hogan and Nisa are getting decent bounce with this new ball. Bounce that Leicestershire's bowlers didn't really get, so they're getting a little bit out of the ball probably as much as the pitch, but how long will it last? They don't tend to retain their sort of hardness too long, these batch of Duke balls, do they? But Hogan finishing his over is in bowls to Hill, who again leaves outside off stump. Threatened to come back in, but it was again a good leave through into the gloves of Cook. It goes. End of Hogan's over, a successful one, as so often has been the case for Michael Hogan when he's wearing a Glamorgan shirt. And 37 for 1 is the score. 57 overs potentially remain for Glamorgan to take 9 more wickets.
Yes, I was a little surprised by Kimber's approach. He started positively, then he was beaten twice in succession, and he's trying to play shots, but as you say, it's doing a little bit for both these fast bowlers with a new ball, and they really have to be just a little wary, I think. Interesting to see 4 slips now since the start, and at the end of the innings there were 9 fielders in the boundary for Leicestershire. As Nisa bowls, and this time Patel comes right forward and plays it, kills any chance of movement and pushes it away. One feels that Leicester have just got to be patient on this pitch, because it's still very much a batsman's, I think I'll say batsman's paradise with all the runs we've seen scored.
So we're well over 1,400 runs in the game for now.
Yeah.
16 wickets. So.
That tells its own story. Nisa in, bowls to Patel, comes forward again and pushes it back to the bowler. Good catch by, well, who else wouldn't take it but North East. I think we heard his name a few times today. It's a good low catch by him. And these 2 opening bowlers know that they can go full throttle now and give them everything they've got, and will look to take wickets, and if they don't, well, they've given their 100%. As Michael Nisa in this, the 9th over, comes up, bowls to Patel, a little shorter this time, and he fends it away eventually down to short mid-on.
Well, whatever happens henceforth, Glamorgan will be joint second in the 2nd division.
And I help that this year the bonus points have gone up. The draw, rather, not the bonus.
Yeah.
So,
Indeed.
Glamorgan have 7 bonus points to Leicestershire 6.
So minimum return is going to be 15 from the game.
Yes. As Nisa is in, bowls to Patel, who gets an outside edge, and very well stopped there by Carson, who doesn't normally field in the slips, but he's had his hands
He's ringing
again, there.
Isn't he?
What a remarkable scorecard that looks. 139, 450 not out, 3 naught, 191 not out. I think I'll frame it. 37 for 1 then. So Leicestershire in their 2nd innings with Michael Nisa from the pavilion end, our commentary end. Comes in and bowls, and this time it's a forward defensive from the batsman Rishi Patel.
I must admit, the only scorecard I have framed, I was covering a game up between Durham and Hampshire when Otis Gibson, formerly of this parish of course, and many other parishes, took all 10 wickets, and
you were there?
I was there, covering it for the Guardian then, and so I got it framed and I got him to sign it the next day, obviously, when they produced the properly printed scorecard, and that's the only one I have framed next to the report.
Yes. Yes, Gibson to Patel, and again he has to get up on his toes, and that's a maiden over. 37 for 1 this after Glamorgan had gained a lead of 211 on first innings. Yes, Otis was with Glamorgan for a while. Great character, great man. And
just thinking it would be good to get the North East one printed and framed, but it would be sort of tomorrow's scorecard, wouldn't it? So I don't know whether they'll actually produce one for today as such.
I would have a word with Andrew Hicknell, because obviously they'll want something in the archives of time going on about all this, and it's well worth having a...
It should be doable, shouldn't it, one way or another?
Yes.
Hogan to continue from the Bennett end to Lewis. Oh my goodness, almost bowls him as it stays a little low. Hill stays on the back foot, gets an inside edge, and it misses leg stump by a coat of paint. Oof.
He was rather fortunate there. Here we go, let's look a bit.
Very, very close indeed. And Hill living extremely dangerously at the moment. Stayed on the back foot.
Just
Foolish
exactly what I
delivery.
was going to say. He was on the back foot. I want to try and get, as Patel played in the last over against Lisa, get fright and nullify anything.
Whether it's just because of the bounce, but at the moment, Hill unsure. In goes Hogan, bowls to him. That's better. He gets forward to that one, better from his point of view, and turns the foolish delivery out towards Byram at mid-wicket. Understandably, a good level of enthusiastic volume from the Glamorgan fielders. They sense the possibility of a second breakthrough here. 37 for 2. And Leicestershire would be beginning to bite their collective lips in the dressing room, you would feel. Hill waits with bat raised. Hogan is into him. He's forward with an angled bat and steering it wide of Gully down to the third man boundary for 4 to get off the mark. And as Eddie says, better again getting forward there to Hogan.
Yes, he gets off the mark. 41 for 1. They've started at quite a rapid pace, really. Over 4 and over, 4.5 and over. But when you've got 4 slips and no third man and no man on the cover boundary, you find the gaps and you get rewarded.
I guess runs to a certain extent an irrelevance, really.
Yep.
It's all about wickets as Hogan is into Hill, who leaves. It bounces over the top probably of off stump, a good 6 inches or so. Again, he's leaving on length to a certain extent. At the moment, Hogan is extracting something from the ball and the pitch, just that little bit of extra bounce with this hard-ish new ball. It is 9.4 overs old.
Harris is warming up at mid-on, but I think it's a little bit too early to think of him at the moment.
Carlson very much at 4th slip rather than Gully now, as Hogan is in another leave from Hill as he stretches forward. That was an inch or 2 wider and therefore a safer leave.
What Hogan used to do, Richard, in his early days with Glamorgan, you could predict it. He bowled 3 outswingers, then
nip one back,
and there they were, padding up LBW all clean bowled. But I haven't seen him do it this season. You might get it from this ball.
That one that almost sneaked in off the inside edge might have just come back a little bit. Hogan in, bowls. Hill is blocking it back towards the Australian, who makes as though to hurl the ball at the stumps. Didn't manage to pick up the ball cleanly, but Hill again trying to make himself get forward, and did so on that occasion. End of another testing over from Michael Hogan. 41 for 1 is the score, just the one scoring shot from it, but it was for 4. Strange noises coming from the businesses on. Well, most of them have got their shutters down, but
it's
one of them
Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, one of them has
What
got
are they
the
doing?
shutters up, having a delivery, I suspect.
People should be at home now and listening to us, sat in the garden with a glass of a chilled wine.
And
So,
immediate change.
it's going to be David Lloyd coming on after Nisa has just bowled, what has he bowled, 3 or 4 overs, and here's the first ball is 5 overs, and this is tapped away by Patel for a single to Harris. I suppose they thought, right, well, Nisa hasn't had any luck, let's try if swing might be the answer.
5 overs for 24 he bowled.
Yes, Kimber gave him a little bit of stick.
What tends to happen is that Hogan will bowl a couple more and Nisa might come on at the far end.
Yes.
Won't he, to
But
replace.
although we have seen Harris winding.
You want more from Nisa at this stage, wouldn't you, from Glamorgan's
Yeah, I
point of
would
view?
have thought so, yes. But it's the swing of Lloyd, who comes in and bowls to Hill, who Hill forces it away in the offside, but no chance of a run as Nisa's across the field. 42 for the loss of Kimber's wicket, and
Harris is it warming up?
yeah, because it's fairly humid outside as well as being warm, so new ball, relatively new, so they want to try and see what can happen as Lloyd is in and bowls, and this is turned away by Hill up to mid-wicket for a single. Doesn't look like it at the moment, but if Leicestershire were to lose this game, there would be problems, wouldn't there, ahead?
Well, they haven't won in the county championship so far this season. They've lost 4 times, I think. Just check that. I should know.
Yannick is the next delivery. Patel turns his wrists, also turns it down to mid-wicket. No threat as yet from David Lloyd.
5 defeats, I'm afraid.
Right. They certainly don't want to lose this one.
No, and the draws have been, with the exception of the game against Sussex last week, secured, and they've been saving the game rather than sort of being on top in the game. So, yeah, it hasn't been a great red ball campaign.
Here's the next ball, which is played off the back foot quite firmly to cover. Again, there is no run. So the bonus points were 7 to Glamorgan and 6 to Leicestershire. Who was Leicestershire's next opponents?
Well, it's not for it's not for
5
a while.
weeks, sadly.
It's beginning of September. We travel to Trentbridge.
Not too far then.
No. Indeed, there are only 4 more championship games. We're still in July, and I think we have after this just 12 more days of cricket at Grace Road.
No comment. David Lloyd is in and bowls, and this is left by Hill outside the off stump. Couple of runs coming off it. No alarms for Leicestershire. 44 for 1. Just when the children are coming on holiday, of course.
Well, there's 4 Royal London Cup games, of course, and 2 more championship games, and that's your lot.
Yeah. There we are. I find it very sad that children will not watch, as I call, proper cricket in the holidays. That, unfortunately, is the way the world of cricket is moving, Richard. In this country, anyhow. Well, all over the place.
Seems that way. Hogan to continue from the Bennett end. He's into Rishi Patel, who's driving most pleasantly for 4. It was lent into that northeast style, didn't try and overhit it, made sure he got it inside Billy Root, and it runs away to the long off boundary for 4. Made sure he was on top of the bounce.
He's very much a front foot player, isn't he? Which is not a bad thing. I noticed that he played a few lovely shots in the first innings. 48 for 1, and we are in the 12th over minimum.
He fell to a catch by Northeast in the first innings.
Low down, wasn't it?
Off
Yes.
the bowling of David Lloyd, as Hogan is in again to Patel, who is very carefully leaning forward. It's not a big stride. His weight is on the front foot, but he's waiting for it as well, and playing it carefully out to mid-off, where Root feels and examines the ball carefully. 48 for 1. Strange old noises coming from those businesses over there. Or one of them. Hogan turns. One of those who likes to get straight into his run and bowls to Patel. Exactly the same delivery, gets exactly the same shot. A careful forward defensive press that steers the ball out into the offside to Root.
Yeah, it's not a bad haul with the increase now, is it? For a draw.
No.
You look at this game. You've well
Too
over.
many, do you think?
I don't know. People say, "Oh, a good draw is worth watching." I beg to differ.
Hogan is in, bowls the bouncer up in towards the armpit of Rishi Patel, but he's up on his toes, playing it pretty well, steering it through the vacant square leg area out towards Byram, who's out there deep-ish, about sort of 3/4 of the way back there for the top-edged hook or misplaced pull. And Patel takes 1, moves on to 18. 49 for 1.
Just had a little text from Steve James. As in comes Hogan and bowls, and this is driven pleasantly I just sent him a little text in commiserations, but I'm sure you would have got these yourself had you played on this pitch. To which he replied, "Ha ha." It's a lovely sense of humour.
I would imagine he's probably
Good
sent
man.
Northeast
Oh, knowing him, yeah.
a message or a telephone message. Electronic scoreboard seems to have frozen, so it might have to be switched off and on again as Hogan is down the slope bowling to Hill, slightly short of a length. Hill is up on his toes, hopping into the air as he fends that one off his body through the leg side towards backward square. Byram has to scramble across to his right, and Hill takes one. Let's say it's the least threatening over that Michael Hogan has bowled, but he's making a few sort of annoyed with himself gestures as he walks off, stalks off towards long leg. 50 for 1 is the score. Lewis Hill has 6, Rishi Patel has 18.
Nothing to tell us that this pitch hasn't changed since 11 o'clock on Wednesday morning. Playing ever so true, and you would have big odds on Leicestershire saving this game.
If they're listening in the manual scoreboard, but it's showing 40 for 1 rather than 50 for 1. It may have flipped over in the breeze.
Here is Lloyd to start his second over, and it's played out to mid-wicket for a single. Now, I didn't think I'd come here to listen to this. I tell you why. We've had it all season in Cardiff, where they're fitting in new toilets, which we were told would be installed in the winter, and now it's coming to the end of the July, and they're still not absolutely right.
Is that in the media centre or somewhere? Or?
Lloyd bowls. It's directly under the media centre as you walk in. You turn left. So spectators not allowed to walk down there, except on, shall we say, 2020. Or there's a England international match there next Thursday, I believe. England against South Africa, the third, and interesting game. One side having one apiece. Lloyd bowls. That's played firmly there by Patel up to mid-on. If this was the third day, you would wonder yourself, well, what declaration would be left here? I suspect it will be something in the region of 5.5. But that's not going to happen. That's Lloyd bowls, and that's driven firmly again, but very well fielded by the bowler, who dives to his right and get a little tap from Eddie Byram for his efforts. 51 for 1. The man out was Louis Kimbler, caught low down by Sam Northeast, bowled Hogan for 26. Patel is on 18 and the Hill is on 7. As David Lloyd over the wicket bowls, and that's played in on the up, if you like, as he walks into it and drives it to Neeson mid-off. I think I'm right in saying that North East now is it the third highest score in the county championship records as Lloyd bowls, and this is again pushed away on the front foot by Patel. End of the over. 51 for 1, and they still trail by 160, but that could well be academic, because interestingly enough, I asked one of the umpires in the lunch interval, should we say it's 150 for 1 or whatever when you take tea? Well, I know what you're trying to say, he said to me, because we have pressed as an umpires group to say, why can't the game end now? And they wouldn't let it. They said, no, you never know. Which I suppose it's right, but it will, at the moment, look at if it'll be a 10 to 5 finish, as there's a change of bowling for you, Richard, up at the Bennett end.
Yeah, Michael Hogan, having bowled 6 overs, taken 1 for 23, is taking a break, and James Harris, who, as we probably implied on 1 or 2 occasions, wasn't at his best in Leicestershire's first innings. He's going to see if he can improve matters in the second. He's going to have a bowl from the Bennett end. So 3 slips, and it looks like he's going to have a short leg as well. Eddie Byram, helmeted and padded and boxed, is stalking to within, let's see, about 4 yards. He's a good 2 pitch widths back at short leg for Lewis Hill, so he's kind of almost there for this clip drive as well as the inside edge onto the pad or the body or the fend off. Let's see what Harris is going to do. Runs down the slope and bowls to Hill down the leg side, and Hill steps inside the line of the ball, lifts his bat, makes sure it is nowhere near the ball, lets it go through to Cook behind the stumps.
Sounds like a low flying plane going overhead. We can't see anything because of the cloud, but a jet would probably be going far higher than that, and I don't know if it's from the East Midlands or whatever, because we're pretty close.
There's a little Leicester, actually it's called Leicester Airport. In goes Harris and bowls, and Hill defends on the off stump out into the offside. I'm laughing because it is such a very little private. It's an aerodrome, really.
Private people have their little planes
kind
and flying instructions, I guess.
Exactly that, yes. And there's the heliport. There's a heliport there as well. It's about 3 miles away to the south, beyond Odeby over there.
How nice would it be to have a international airport on your door at Leicester?
Well, East Midlands is only sort of 12 or so miles down the road. In goes Harris and bowls. Hill stays on his back foot, that fuller delivery, straight, and back down the pitch on the onside it goes. So it's probably far enough, as far away as you want it, really.
Yes.
Because they don't tend to buy it. The planes are high enough when they go over the city not to be really noticeable. Hill on 7 of 21 balls. Waiters has dropped back after the initial flurry as Harris is in bowls to him. He's on the back foot looking to force the slightly short of a length delivery out through the offside. Doesn't really time it. Salter moves to his right at point, and you heard the Hill shout of no.
Nottingham, is it at Trent Bridge or here?
Nottingham at Trent Bridge, yeah.
Right.
Is the next one, and then it's Durham here, Middlesex here, and then we finish at Derbyshire, and then we all disappear for the winter. Harris is in. Hill is looking to turn the short ball into the leg side. Comes off a bit of a leading edge and goes down in front of him. He maybe went onto the thigh pad as well, because he's limping, or below the thigh pad, because he's limping a little bit. Lewis Hill limping off towards Eddie Byram at short leg just to get his leg moving and
probably
give it a bit of a rub.
The breeze in our effects microphone.
Up a bit.
It's a nice breeze because it's rather warm this afternoon.
Harris is in to finish his over to Hill. Again, a little bit short of a length, but Hill plays it rather better this time. Gets up on his toes and blocks it back into the onside. Byram moves to his left to field. End of perfectly good over. Well, a perfectly respectable over from James Harris.
That was a maiden.
A maiden, yeah. It was, and so the score remains 51 for 1. The big figure, really, as far as Glamorgan are concerned, is 51, but that's because it's 51 overs remain for them to take the 9 remaining wickets.
Seems to be a lot of movement in our vicinity, but I don't know. Anybody's jumping around. Nick is getting ready to replace Richard as we will watch David Lloyd bowl his 3rd over, conceded just the 4 runs. He's bowling at Patel. Patel leaves outside the off stump, taken rather low down there by Chris Cook. Overs and 5 balls remaining. We've had 14. So it was 65 overs that Glamorgan have given themselves to bowl at Leicestershire. Lloyd bowls and Patel comes right forward and plays it up to mid-off. Nick is back. And again, this pitch is docile as it was, Nick, as I said on Wednesday morning.
Yes, the promise of it turning square, ragging, turning into some sort of Hyderabad version, not happening.
Lloyd bowls bouncer, now tumbles over before picking himself up. If any of you have just come home or been anywhere and settling and listening to us, Glamorgan made a mammoth total, the highest ever in the history of the county championship. They made 795, 795 for 5 before declaring at lunch, with Sam North East, who joined Glamorgan this year, scoring a mammoth 410 not out. A county record, as Lloyd bowls the next ball, and that's pulled out towards mid-wicket, and it's gone rather a long way, and in fact it's gone for 4. Short ball dealt with by Patel, who moves on to 18, and it was also, I think, has gone up to 3rd in the history of championship scores.
Yep.
Gentleman by the name of McLaren, was it?
Archie McLaren?
Archie McLaren, it was Archie. A monumental effort, and also from Chris Cook as Lloyd bowls, and that's tucked away down to fine leg, and that'll just be a single, and a huge partnership they put on. 461 for the 6th wicket, again a record. I'm sure all this will be chronicled in the Glamorgan or on the Glamorgan website by our archivist. And it's probably there by now, I would have thought. You can also look on
BBC Sport website, it's on there, most of it.
Nick, his report, furiously typing away at lunch, had to miss his lunch, as the next ball is pushed back down the pitch. End of the over, and no alarms really for Leicestershire yet. 56 for 1 hitter on 7. And Patel is 23. As James Harrison would prepare to bowl his second over from the Bennett end.
50 overs potentially for Glamorgan to try and knock over 9 Leicestershire wickets, which, when you consider that 16 have fallen in the course of 3.5 days, it's a big ask.
It is a big ask, as you say, and I made my prediction that it will be a draw, and I think I stand by it.
Yes, Glamorgan not with the heaviest bowling attack they've had in their history, as Harris bowls, deflected just wide of short leg by Patel. Take a single down to Hogan at backward square. Glamorgan with Neeson and Hogan obviously steaming in, but not able to flog much life out the pitch. James Harris looking to recover after a disappointing first innings with the ball, and David Lloyd is still struggling, we presume, from that slight calf strain that he tweaked again earlier in the match. Harris in. Bowls played on the offside by Hill. No run to point. Salterfields. And Michael Neeser seemed to be limping a little bit in the outfield as well.
But he's had a pretty hard season, hasn't he?
He has been...
a lot of overs, and he's given 100%.
He has had a heavy workload.
In one-day cricket, he played, I think, all but one in the 2020s.
Yes, he's played every championship match since he arrived. Missed the first one, as Harris bowls and Hill defends to mid-on. And there's no run.
I wonder what will be the outcome. Do you remember the ECB had asked the counties to improve their pitches this year? And it's gone the other way. It's just huge amount of runs we've seen, especially in the last couple of games.
Depends how you define improved, doesn't it? As Harris down the slope towards us from the Bennett end, bowls, and Hill plays that one slightly awkwardly. It was looking to play straight. It ended up at mid-wicket, but perfectly safely for a single. 58 for 1. The deficit at the start of the innings was 211 runs, so Leicestershire going along at 3.7 and over. It doesn't really matter whether they wipe that deficit off or not, if they are still going in 49 overs time.
Or before.
Or before, should the captains agree. Harris bowls, chopped down to point by Patel. No run. Salter with the fielding there.
And we'll be in action, you and I, Nick, is it a week tomorrow?
A week tomorrow, yes. We can rest our weary vocal cords.
And that'll be a game between Glamorgan and a Wales 11 at Sapphire Gardens.
There's a short ball from Harris dug in to the pitch, and Patel goes flying underneath it. It wasn't a great deal of bounce for Harris there, even though he tried to bang it in short. It skimmed through probably about shoulder level, and Patel just had to hurl himself backwards to get out of the way. But he did so successfully. Inelegant it may have been, but effective it was. 24 to Patel, 8 to Hill, 58 for 1 Leicestershire, 49 overs of the match remain. 211 was their deficit at the start of proceedings.
And it'll be David Lloyd who has bowled his 3 overs for just 9 runs to continue. Just the 2 slips and 3 men on the offside. Man on the deep wicket boundary and on the fine leg boundary, as in comes Harris and bowls, and that's a nice looking shot which is well fielded there by Eddie Byram at cover point. That game in Cardiff next Sunday week tomorrow will be a 50 over affair in preparation for the Royal London, which I'm very much looking forward to. As in comes Lloyd and bowls again. Is defending, this time on the onside, and there's no run. See some of the younger players, and all round I suppose Swansea Glamorgan have got a stronger squad this year than they had when they won it last year. No, it's funny noises going all around the place today.
Not sure what that was.
Lloyd bowls, turned away up to mid-on, and there's no run. There are a round of county championship matches starting. I think it's on Monday, but Glamorgan, I think it's only 2 because Glamorgan and most of the other counties have played their 10th game.
Yeah, Leicestershire have their warm-up for the One-Day Cup next Sunday, and then their first competitive engagement is away to Surrey at Guildford a week Tuesday.
Lloyd bowls, short, cut away. No man on the boundary. It's a chase to Andrew Salter, but he's already given up some 40 yards away as that ball sped across the boundary. And the score goes up to 62 for 1. 62 for 1, and Hill goes on to double figures. He's on 12. Patel is 24 after Kimber was out for 26. Not much threat. Always a little bit of threat from Hogan, who took the wicket, but they've been quite comfortable, the batsmen.
So, can Lloyd do anything to rattle that discomfort?
Here he is. Bosses the umpire now and bowls, and that's played rather airily backward of point there, and sort of darting forward, caught it on the half volley. There was a little bit of a false shot. David Lloyd, medium pace, 1 more to go of his 4th over. Comes up and bowls, and that's turned away for a single. That completes another over, 62 for 1. Glamorgan batted on to get a lead of 211, adding this morning 230 odd runs in a session, which is quite astonishing. Also, and the fact that there were 9 men constantly on the boundary for the last 40 minutes or so.
Sam Northeast 410 not out, of course, added the 105 not out in his second innings against Nottinghamshire last week, which means that he's now scored more than 500 runs since being dismissed.
And it'll be.
And that was a half century in the first innings against Notts as well.
We'll have a look at the averages at the end of this game and see how high he is in the national averages, or second division as it's put down.
Northeast for England. Or maybe not. Glamorgan would hang on to his services.
Yes.
63 for 1. He really has played a huge part in their promotion challenge, but can they get a few wickets to go with it? Harris bowls down leg side. Hill eventually managing to get gloves and bat and arms out of the way of it.
He got a leg side theory going here, Harris, I think, because he's now going to man that backward short leg, the old position that in days of yore they used to always have for that flick round the corner. Carlson's there. Eddie Byram is at forward short leg, 2 slips. So
we saw quite a bit of this for and against Glamorgan in the Notts game last week.
Yes, we did.
Harris bowls and it's noodled by Hill, wide of short leg. Carlson retreats from that close-ish fine leg position, or leg gully, short fine leg. Nisa trots off to grab something for him. It is a helmet, so Kieran Carlson is going to go into the field a bit closer, and if you're within 8 metres of the bat,
you have to wear one.
Indeed. And umpire Long holds up play while Carlson is suitably equipped to go in at leg slip. Harris in to bowl to Patel, drives down the ground, that'll be 4 runs. Pleasant shot from Rishi Patel, and the ball will roll up to the vacant long off ropes at the Bennett end of the ground as Patel moves to 28, the total to 68 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online.
Yes, and with the ball getting a little bit older, it's a bit easier now for the batsmen. They were jumping about a little with Nisa and Hogan, but no threat at the moment anyhow.
Slightly less pace obviously from the change bowlers as Harris is in to bowl, and Patel plays that defensively to mid-on. James Harris at least seems to have dropped into a better line than he did in his first innings when he strayed outside off stump rather too often. As Harris retreats into the distance. 50 minutes to go of this afternoon session as Harris bowls, and that is turned round the corner. It'll be a single by Patel down to fine leg. Nice is able to run round the boundary ropes and get there. Well, he was playing the shot that Glamorgan wanted him to there, Patel, but he managed to get absolutely on top of it and deflect it wide of, or fine of Carlson at leg slip.
It is quite windy, but it sounds as if there's a gale in our effects, Mike. I'm sure you could hear it. But,
it is a bit breezy out there.
We're quite high up here.
I was out there in the last shift. It was breeze was getting up. 69 for 1. Harris to Hill, who does really well, speaking of getting up, to get up on his toes and defend it on the offside. 69 for 1 at the end of Harris's over. James Wheel, the 12th man, will trot on to do a little bit of fielding while someone goes off for a change of boots or a convenience break. Or perhaps Glamorgan is just trying to sneak an extra fielder on there to give themselves a better chance.
We're going to see a bit of spin, which I think is the right thing. And Andrew Salter coming on to bowl at the pavilion end. Now he had a marathon spell in the first innings. 42 overs, 4 for 158. So the runs conceded were pretty high, but he did pick up 4 wickets, which helped his averages. And as far as Leicester were concerned, Parkinson bowled 35 overs and went for 187. As on come the pads. And who are these for? Colin Ingram, is it? Or
Byram is going to be the next to get the lid on.
Boot Hill.
Boot Hill. Crouch with Carlson somewhere on the leg side or at Silly Point possibly. Byram seems to be one of the victims to get volunteered for short leg duties. I'm not sure that any players ever volunteer for them. It's quite often the youngest player in the side. Kieran Carlson's already got the lid on.
In days of uncovered wickets many years ago, you would have expert short legs, like as far as Glamorgan is concerned, Peter Walker, who took over 600 catches, probably the best fielder I ever saw in that position. Long handles, and he was to fearlessly feel very, very close without a helmet. But he said, I used to trust my bowlers.
Well, Glamorgan, of course, saw a near fatality when his colleague Roger Davis got a serious bang on the head in the early 70s, and as you said, was effectively
dead for a few seconds
before he was revived.
But that was off the bowling of Malcolm Nash, who was fast medium, and half volley was clipped straight at him.
But a very talented man, Peter Walker, both on the cricket field and in the broadcasting industry.
Was, yeah. Right, Walker. Salter is going to bowl. He has got a short leg and a slip, and he will bowl his first ball of the second innings, and he'll be bowling at Rishi Patel, and he bowls the first ball, and that is a useful delivery, but it'll get him runs, but it's spun across him, and he gets 2 runs, which was the arm ball, him coming round the wicket and drifting the ball on the way down past first slip. Takes the score to 69 for 1. Salter over the wicket now to the right-hander, bowls to him, and he drives that up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Colin Ingram, who is playing his final championship game for Glamorgan for some time.
We hope it's not his final overall, because
the next ball is pushed up to mid-on. There's no run.
He is out of contract at the end of the season.
Yeah.
So
he'll be 37 next year, I think.
Yeah, but although he's
played very, very well in the championship.
Yes, he has played well.
Salter bowls. That's played back down the pitch by Patel. He's on 31. 71 for 1. Salter again comes in. Down the pitch he comes, and good looking shot high in the air down towards calm corner, and it's gone for 4, but it seemed to jump up and nearly hit the batsman in the face, the bowler in the face, the fielder rather, in the face.
Yeah, Billy Root running round the boundary.
Must have hit the rope, did it?
I think it pitched just short. As we peer through the side of the commentary box, but a little over adventurous to be lofting towards mid-wicket when there's a guy on the ropes down there.
Yeah.
75 for 1.
35 now, Patel, and the next ball is a little bit slower. I learned to my cost that when you go and retrieve, if you're watching the game, you're sitting in a deck chair, if the ball is driven up towards you on the boundary, and you go to retrieve it, if you go down for that ball, Nick, and it hits the rope, you've got a good chance of being struck in the mouth. Anyway, that's the end of the over. 75 for 1, 14 to Hill, 35 to Patel. This after Kimber was caught at second slip by Northeast of Hogan for 26, and it looks now that this game will drift eventually unless there are a flurry of wickets. There's only 45 overs remaining.
Yeah, Glamorgan really need a couple
Flurry,
before tea to keep themselves interested in the final session, unless the pitch starts misbehaving. As Harris will come down the hill from the Bennett end here on BBC Sport Online. Thank you for all the social media contributions that we've had during the course of today, and indeed of the match. Too numerous on this occasion to discuss and read out. As Harris bowls and Hill plays it just past short leg, safely enough down towards fine leg. Nisa comes round to do the fielding, keeps them down to a single. As Hill has a little word with Matthew Maynard and his assistant David Harrison, who will be at the Tom Maynard Trust Day at St Fagans on Friday. Fundraising exercise in aid of that charity, indeed, as Matt concludes the efforts later this year. Patel gets up on his toes and plays this in absolutely textbook style, with his bat held high in front of his chest but angled downwards to absolutely kill the bounce and prevent it squirting anywhere it shouldn't, or looping anywhere it shouldn't. No close fielders on the offside in front of the wickets, but Glamorgan do have that short leg and leg slip for anything that's turned away on the leg side and not kept down. Harris into Patel, who gets just such a delivery and just about manages to squeeze it past short leg. It's fielded by Hogan, running round from square leg, and they've gone through for 2 runs. 37 to Patel, 78 for 1. And although there are shouts of catch, I think Patel's playing most of these pretty well, isn't he?
Yes, he is, and keeping them down, as you mentioned earlier. So he's in control. He's 37 and looking very solid at the moment.
Out for 15 in the first innings, but plenty of Leicestershire batters in form from the first innings, as Harris is in to bowl to Patel, who drives it to no ball. Harris, I think, got a fingertip to it. It cannoned into the stumps, and Hill was home at the non-striker's end anyway, or had retreated to make his ground. They didn't take a run. It's 2 more to the Leicestershire total.
And Glamorgan will keep on pushing. Not so much Nottinghamshire, who have a healthy lead at the top, but Middlesex, Nick, after the haul from this game.
Yes, be level. I don't think that. I thought it was no ball. It
was a no ball.
Hasn't gone on the board, I don't think. As next delivery is a short one from Harris, and Patel sways back out of the way and manages to get successfully out of the way. I think the total is 80 for 1, but maybe wrong. Richard Ray will be back at the end of this over to update BBC Radio Leicester listeners on the top of the hour. 78 for 1. Patel 37 not out. Hill 15 not out. Kimber the only man back in the pavilion. This is a slight hold up. Is this a ball consultation? Almost inevitably it is. Billy Root bearing it over to Paul Baldwin at square leg, who is not impressed with any complaints.
And that game will be very important, is when we resume on the 12th, I think it is, of September, when Glamorgan go to Lords to play Middlesex. As they say in football, a 6-pointer or thereabouts.
Harris is in to bowl down leg side. It's a poor ball, and Cook in the end manages to get a palm to it and flaps it down towards Nisa at fine leg. Did well to prevent 4 byes, really. It was the single bye taken, and I believe the score is now 81 for 1, but it might be 79. I didn't think they added the no ball onto the board. Have to go on the electronic means. Unless it was umpire Long just shooting out an arm accidentally as he got out of the way. Richard nods. He doesn't think it was a no ball.
Yeah, I think he sort of put out his arm as the ball cannoned into the stumps in front of him.
Yeah, it looked like a
trying
no
to
ball
catch
single.
a flying bale or something like that. That's it. It is the loveliest wind. It's such a warm wind. Absolutely caresses you out there if you can go and sit in it.
Steady on, old chap.
Oh, it's delightful. Happens so rarely in this country when you get a really warm wind. So Salter, there was no turn for him, I can confirm, in his first over. From behind the bowler's arm is in and bowls forward, goes Patel. Back goes the ball to Andrew Salter, short leg and slip. And a change of fielding positions for Kieran Carlson, who goes into cover. And James Wheel is with us at the moment. He's at mid-on, swapping positions for those two. Salter is in. Patel is stretching forward and then sort of turns his wrists on his forward defensive as he pushes it back down the pitch to Andrew Salter. Just licks his fingers. Turns, steps in and bowls. Driving to mid-on is Patel. Good stop by Wheel. Sliding to his left. Here's the update. See where we're going to come from. Where do you reckon?
Meadow Lane.
It is indeed the county ground. 79 for 1 Leicestershire. They did have a little bit of a nervous wobble when the opener Louis Kimber, who played rather loosely in going to 26, pushed a delivery from Michael Hogan, edged, and a really neat catch by very much the man of the match, Sam Northeast. Northeast earlier today made 400. Oh, and there goes the second wicket. It's Rishi Patel caught at slip off the bowling of Andrew Salter, the off spinner. So just as I was saying that nerves were beginning to settle for the Foxes, who need to bat out the day to save the draw, well, they have lost their second wicket. Rishi Patel on 37 is caught at slip off the bowling of Salter. 79 for 2. They have 44 overs and 1 delivery left to survive, and well, you never know quite what might happen, but they have lost 2 of their 10 wickets. They're 79 for 2.
Well, Glamorgan are giving themselves a decent chance, aren't they? Good chest-high grab there from David Lloyd at slip. For a side that started the day 21 runs in arrears, they've really done all they can, I think, to give themselves a victory chance. And Patel, well, he looked to be absolutely in control out there as he makes his way up the steps in front of us. And that was unexpected, really. Didn't see that one coming. Hadn't been in much particular difficulty.
Well, 2 batsmen who've got themselves in have gotten out, which is not what Leicestershire want to see. Colin Ackerman, who got a first ball in the first innings, having made 277 not out in his previous innings, comes out in slightly expected, I would suspect, circumstances, but plenty of work for Leicestershire to do still to save this match, and hope for the Glamorgan supporters and the tide, of course, springs eternal.
Indeed, they're giving it a lash, as indeed they will have to do throughout the final month of the championship season. The county championship for these two sides is parked after this evening. Most teams have already knocked off in advance of the one-day cup and the 100. Though actually there are more championship matches than I thought. There's two in the second division starting on Monday, and a full round in the first.
So Andrew Salter has Ackerman, the new batsman, to bowl out. He has a short leg and 2 slips, of course. Was Lloyd a second when he took that catch? As in goes Salter and bowls. Ackerman edges along the ground past a reaching second slip down towards gully and jogs a single. Michael Hogan runs around to field. 80 for 2 at the end of the 21st over. 44 remain for Glamorgan to take 8 more wickets.
I think Lloyd was the solitary slip.
I thought he was the only one. Yeah, I just thought
that catch being taken, so they added another one after the dismissal. 80 for 2 then. Hill 15, Ackerman 1. 34 minutes until the tea interval. 1 more wicket, I would suggest, would be enough to keep Glamorgan hopes in some sort of shape going into the final session of the game.
Absolutely.
But surely with all the runs under their belt in the first innings, there can't be too many nerves in the Leicestershire dressing room. It's just the position, I suppose, knowing that you have to survive.
Scoreboard pressure, as they say.
Ackerman faces up to Harris, and short of a length. Well defended by Ackerman. And Harris is bowling intelligently in this second innings. He is using what available life there is in the pitch, which isn't an awful lot, but he's bowling short of a length, forcing the batsman to have to get on top of it, and fielders in at short leg and leg gully, as well as the 2 slips. So Glamorgan on the offensive as Harris bowls down leg side, and Ackerman eventually getting everything out of the way of it. And it's been quite a brutal experience for Leicestershire, but they could still come out of the match with 14 points out of the 16 available for a draw, which is a reasonable haul.
It is. I mean, it doesn't make any difference in the overall scheme of things. They're still well bottom. You know, they're well behind, and the only side that hasn't won so far this season.
Harris in, bowls. Ackerman clips through mid-wicket. Will pick up 2 runs as Hogan has a fair way to make. Sends his throw enthusiastically into the bowler's end. Harris grabs it and holds it over the bails, but Hill is comfortably back. 82 for 2. But at least, I suppose, it's a minor consolation. The first step up the ladder is not losing games, isn't it?
It is, and you know, they have batters in some sort of form now, which is a hopeful sign going into the Royal London Cup, I suppose.
In comes Harris, and that is played to mid-on by Ackerman. No run.
They do lose 3 spinners and an all-rounder to the other competition, so you know, whether they'll be able to restrict sides sufficiently to be competitive in the 50-over competition remains to be seen. They lose Parkinson, Ackerman, Ahmed and Mike.
His next delivery is again short, and this time Ackerman has to sway back away from the line of it towards the umpire and get out of the way. 82 for 2. Was Ahmed in? I mean, I saw he played for an England Lions team last week. Where is he in terms of his development?
He was. Yeah, well, we haven't seen that much of him really. He played the Royal London Cup for Leicestershire last year and was probably the best bowler in it. He made 1 appearance in the county championship. He played throughout the T20 and did very, very well. Excited a lot of people.
As Harris is in to bowl, Ackerman up on his toes, defending to cover, no run.
Picked the right game in which, you know, to bamboozle 1 or 2 Durham players with his googly, in that it was televised, and suddenly quite a few more people woke up to his his abilities. And I'm told he's been bowling in the nets for England in their preparation for the next one-day game. So, and I noted one newspaper this morning suggested he might even come into consideration to play that game. So Either way, Leicestershire not anticipating seeing a great deal of him over the next few weeks, certainly. And, well, maybe he'll get the odd game, if available, in September in the county championship, especially if it stays dry. They'd love to have him, obviously, but it remains to be seen. But Leicestershire can at least point to Rehan Ahmed as one of the justifications for their continued existence in terms of developing young talent within international prospects. Potential. Salter to continue from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Lewis Hill on 15. 2 slips and a short leg, crouch down. Salter is in full, and Hill just carefully forward, poking it gently out towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Salter steps in and bowls, tosses it up nicely. Hill is forward. Middle stump delivery, very straight delivery, just pushing it out again towards straight mid-wicket. No turn at all for Andrew Salter. Not too much bounce. I suppose the one that got Patel bounced a little bit more than he expected. He goes in and bowls. Hill goes back, which is how he got out to Salter in the first innings, but this time he didn't try and sort of cut it away, and he just blocked it out into the offside on this occasion. I said to him after he got out for 81, the only time he looked like getting out was by playing that shot. I said, but it gets me a lot of runs. So, well,
risk reward.
In goes Salter, and it's wide outside off stump, and it's a half volley, and it's driven away for 4. Got that one wrong, Andrew Salter. Width and the wrong length, and Hill, eyes lit up rather, right on top of the ball, crashed it away to the netting that's in front of the Geary bar alongside the manual scoreboard on Milligan Road. Moves on to 19.
So Geary bar presumably is only used for T20, is it?
It pretty much. It used to be a little stand, I don't know if you remember, coming in the old days. It's just exactly the same, except that they've taken the seats out and installed the bar instead. And as Salter goes in and bowls, back foot defensive shot from Hill. There were always about a group of 4 people sitting in the Geary bar, the same people, in the Geary stand, I should say.
Yeah.
Miles from, sideways on and miles away, but they were always there, and in goes Salter. Down the leg side, good take by Cook, speared it a foot and a half down the leg side. Hill stood back and watched with interest as Cook did really nicely to make the stop. End of the over, 86 for 2. I always wondered what happened to them, whether they sort of demolished the stand around them basically, but or whether they're sitting somewhere else, or whether they decided, well, if you're not coming then, if you're going to take our seats out. 86 for 2.
Yes, difficulty in understanding why people, if they have a choice, would watch cricket from side on, because it's just so much more comprehensible from somewhere close to straight as you can get, really.
Eddie went up to the meet and said how interesting it was to see it through those windows from that sideways on position.
Harrison bowls, Ackerman drives 4 runs through the covers.
But I think that's because it's A, quite close, and B, you've got those big sort of plate glass, or plate, whatever they are, windows that you get a very sort of interesting close-on, side-on view. But as you say, if you want to see what the ball is doing, you've got to get behind the arm somewhere, as close to it as you possibly can.
Yeah, so it's a nice elevation, isn't it? That second or first floor on the meet, and as you say, it's close to the boundary, so it's rare that you're up and close to proceedings, as it were. 90 for 2. 121 runs behind as Ackerman turns that towards Byram at short leg. Don't think there was a chance. Managed to block it.
Short,
Byram reacted well to block it. .90 for 2. Deficit 2-1-1 on first innings. 41 overs remain. Maybe around half a dozen of them may be bowled by T. 5, 6. Harris bowls, clipped off his legs by Ackerman. There will be runs, 4 of them, as he managed to put it past the close fielder Byram and halfway between the 2 big fast bowlers round on the ropes at square leg and fine leg. 94 for 2. Ackerman moves to 11 off 10 balls. And Harris is definitely bowling to a leg side plan here, hoping that either a clip off the legs will go astray or manage to get the batsman to fend one off the gloves or not get in control of a short ball. Harris from the Bennett end towards us, bowls to Ackerman, who's up on his toes, forcing up to mid-off. No run. It's the lull after the storm at the moment. Whether there'll be anything more stormy, well, Leicestershire will be hoping there isn't, and that all will be serene for the next hour and a half or so of cricket, plus the tea interval thrown in 23 minutes time. As Harris bowls, a decent-ish short ball that Ackerman looked momentarily discomforted by, but managed to jerk his head back and get it out of the way as it flew past his nose, high into the gloves of Chris Cook, taking head height. This pitch hasn't really lacked for bounce, has it? There's been a reasonable amount of bounce, there's just not much else.
No real sort of, certainly no pace really, and absolutely zero turn or seam.
Harrison bowls, Ackerman hurried slightly but played it safely enough to mid-on, no run. 94 for 2. End the over here on BBC Sport Online, also via the 2 county websites. 94 for 2.
What sometimes happens on last days here is that occasional one will keep low, and then the pace bowler really does have a variation that he can hope to surprise a batsman with, and himself sometimes, got to be said, but it doesn't matter how, whether you mean to or not, as long as it happens. Discussions, but it's going to be Salter who's going to continue. Nisa's got something to say to or make a suggestion. Colin Ingram there as well. David Lloyd is not getting involved, so Salter continues to Lewis. Hill outside of stump. Hill goes for the cut. He's caught behind. He's done it again. So a 3rd wicket has fallen, and Hill can't believe what he's done there. Well, he's fallen in exactly the same way. 94 for 3. Hill goes for 19, and Glamorgan are chipping away here. There are still 41 overs left to be bowled. Hill doesn't think he hit that. He certainly didn't hit that, judging by his reaction, and he's got to be a little bit careful here. He's making all sorts of gestures. What's all that about as he walks back past Ackerman? Ackerman looks levelly back at him. Hill is thumping his thigh pad a little bit, but Paul Baldwin, whatever, has sent him on his way. Hill has gone in exactly the same way as he went in the first innings. You kind of think, well, almost whether you hit it or not, you kind of deserve to put in that way. Certainly the reaction of the Glamorgan players was absolutely conclusive if you go by that. Every single one of them was up in the air.
It's strange because Hill's reaction was to hit his thigh with his fist, as if he thought initially that he'd hit it.
As if he'd given it away, and well, according to umpire Baldwin, he has given it away. He goes, caught Cook. Bowled Salter for 19. And again, another batsman who appeared to be set. has been dismissed. 94-4-3. 40.5 overs remain for Glamorgan to take 7 more wickets, and whatever happens now, they'll go into tea still believing, and if they were pick up 1 or 2 more wickets before then, they'll absolutely still believe. Leicestershire still 111 plus 6, 117 runs away from even making Glamorgan bat again. And Salter has the new man, Mulder, at whom to bowl. Batted very well, of course, in the first innings. Made 156 as Salter goes in, bowls to the South African, who goes back and turns delivery down into the ground, stopped at short leg, and there is no run. 2 for 11 for Andrew Salter from 3.2 overs without a ball turning. He is in and bowls forward. Getting to the pitch of the ball goes Mulder, blocking it out into the offside. Cook steps out and picks up.
Well, he's laboured away, isn't he? He likes a long bowl, Andrew Salter. Not the biggest turn of the ball, but works very hard.
In he goes. Tosses that one up, fullish, and pushed firmly out into the offside by Mulder, but Ingram moves to his left at mid-off to field, so no getting off the mark with that one. Salter bowled, quick and flat and a little bit short, and pulled out to the mid-wicket sweeper by Vian Mulder. It's James Harris who's out there, so he is off the mark. Short leg's eye, life flashed before his eyes, I suspect then, but he'll be used to it. Brings Ackerman down on strike as Salter is in, bowls to him. Oh, there was a little bit of bounce there, and Ackerman played it fairly well down into the ground. Short leg dived away to his right, Byram, to make the stop. Morgan managed to throw the helmet onto the stumps. Good effort there. David Lloyd sheepishly replaces the bails. End of a successful over for Andrew Salter. 4 overs, 2 for 12 for him, 95. But for 3 wickets, Leicestershire. Could Glamorgan go away not with 15 points, but with 23?
Well, it would have been one of the smash and grab rates of all time, given the position going into the final day, but they've certainly given themselves hope going into the final session, and Michael Neser will have probably a couple of overs before tea now, as he will bowl initially to Mulder on 1 not out. Neser back to bowl his 6th over. Bowled the first 5 from the Bennett end, so he's not had a huge rest, but hey, he can put his feet up for the next week. Neser's in to bowl, and that's defended by Mulder, and there's no run. And there's no real need for him to play in the Wales game next Sunday. Indeed, you'd think it would be sensible for him to sit it out and save his endeavours for Derby on Tuesday of next week, in other words a week Tuesday, when Leicestershire are at Guildford. As Neser bowls, up on his toes goes Mulder, and I suppose the thinking in this tactic is that there's no movement off the pitch, there's no swing in the air, so you might as well just use all you have, which is the bounce that's available out of the pitch.
Makes sense.
Next delivery, pulled away by Mulder, and Byram forced to duck. Hogan fields at square leg, single taken.
He always wins in anticipation for the short leg in those circumstances, because Mulder will take it on.
Yeah, Eddie Byram, I think, is well used to this situation, because they've seen several professional photographs of him ducking at short leg, and when the batsman is going for a full-blooded shot, he gets his head down pretty quickly, as that one is turned into a gap on the onside, or is it? They go through for a quick single. Ackerman is home. Why are they taking quick singles at 97 for 3? That was a bit odd. I knocked the deficit off, and then all go home. 211 the overall deficit, so it's now been reduced to 114 by Leicestershire, but they've got 3 wickets down with 14 minutes to go till the tea interval. As that's pulled, Byram ducks again, tortoise-like, and Mulder will get a single. Throw wasn't great, but it was backed up, and it is just a single. 98 for 3. It's like a tortoise spotting something it doesn't like on the horizon. Head goes back under the shell. Byram remains there at short leg. Carlson goes back into leg gully. He's not quite close enough to have to wear a helmet. There's Nisa into Ackerman, who's beaten outside off stump. Drove at one he didn't really need to play. 98 for 3. Ackerman 12. Mulder is 3. Overs gone 26. Overs remaining 39 potentially.
Three more before tea, perhaps, so one more wicket before tea. I mean, they'll, as I say, go in for tea in pretty good, decent heart, still believe in Glamorgan, and one more, and boy, they'd still be believing. Salter, the destroyer, will continue from the pavilion end. Going to be bowled to Vian Mulder. If they break these two, then Everson, relatively new, or Swindles. As Salter is in, down the wicket goes Mulder, defends. Out towards straight mid-wicket, picked up by Kieran Carlson. Little flock of pigeons circles overhead before heading off eastwards as Salter goes in and bowls, tosses it right up, almost a full toss, and clipped firmly by Mulder, but only again as far as Carlson, who juggles with the ball before catching it, before it lands in on one of the used strips. Salter in, bowls a little bit shorter this time, goes back Mulder. Ball does not deviate from its trajectory by an iota. Back down the pitch he plays it. They should save this, Leicestershire. If they don't, there will be questions, that is for sure. Salter is in, forward goes Mulder to a delivery on middle and leg. Drops it down onto the pitch on the on side. Salter in, bowls. Mulder is turning it towards mid-wicket. Carlson quickly on to it and makes sure that there is no risky single taken on that occasion. Salter bowls. Forward goes Mulder. Thick inside part of the bat, pushing it to Byram. End of a maiden over, and Salter continues to impress and put Leicestershire's batters under pressure. 5 overs, 1 maiden now, 2 for 12 for him, 98 for 3. 37 overs now remain to be bowled. Maybe even get 3 in before the tea interval. Salter gets through his overs, a maiden like that, in not much more than a minute and a half, I wouldn't think. 98 for 3.
As Nisa will hurl himself in. Grit your teeth. Think of that week off. Nisa from the Bennett end. On this slightly breezy, overcast afternoon, is steaming in bowls to Ackerman, and that is a good short pitch ball. And Ackerman does well to steer, sway out of the way of. Plenty of encouragement still in the Glamorgan infield, and they'll keep it going. You would have thought for a good while after tea now.
I suppose if Leicestershire were to finish sort of 6 down or 7 down, there'd be 1 or 2 grumbles from 1 or 2 Glamorgan members. I mean, not pulling out earlier, but no way from that yet.
Nisa in, bowls outside off stump. Ackerman allows it to go through. Yeah, but if they'd pulled out earlier, they wouldn't have had as much as a lead, and it would have been easier to knock off.
I suppose then they'd say, well, should have gone harder earlier then. Or, do you know what I mean? The people will find something about which to...
It's easy to play the game from up here, and easier still from in front of a keyboard, I think. But I'm sure most people will realise that these decisions are made in real time in the heat of the battle. Nisa in, bowls to Ackerman, who pulls over the head of Salter at backward square. James Harris makes a scrambling stop down beneath us at fine leg and keeps them down to a single, 99 for 3.
Well, had Salter caught that somehow, it would have been the catch of cricketing history, I think.
If he'd had a ladder to climb on, maybe.
Indeed, you know, 10 yards from the bat, a full-blooded hook.
Well, he's optimistic, Salter. He'll have a go at anything. Plays with a smile on his face. 99 for 3. In comes the next delivery from Nisa. That is fuller length, and Mulder forced into a defensive prod. Vigorous encouragement from around the Glamorgan field, and small Welsh contingent down beneath us as we look out from high over long leg. Svian Mulder faces up to Nisa, who pulls. Byram had gone down into tortoise position, and the ball actually looped up off the ground and over his head fairly gently, and they go through for a single. 100 up for Leicestershire. 111 runs in arrears, 7 wickets in hand, 37.1 overs remain here on BBC Sport Online. And Nisa should get one more in before tea, I would suspect, unless there's a wicket, because as Richard remarked, Salter rattles through and over pretty quickly if the ball isn't being struck anywhere. Nisa in, bowls. Ackerman defends it well. Good technique again. 103 at the end of the over, 37 left.
It's got sort of progressively more humid throughout the day, but the ball is now, 28 overs old, at which point it usually begins to lose a lot of its usefulness as far as the bowlers are concerned in terms of bounce, or certainly in terms of bounce. It swing throughout the day, days 1 and 2 less so yesterday. This morning it just swung straight into the seats for the most part. In goes Salter and bowls to Mulder, who defends on the back foot, drops it down into the off side. No fielders other than mid-wicket on the boundary for Andrew Salter. The net closes, in he goes and tosses it up down. The wicket goes. Mulder clipped through straight mid-wicket for 4. Nice shot from Vian Mulder. Matthew Maynard is in the vicinity of the ball as it crosses the ropes and saves his fielders a chase by running along the rope and underarming it back to Michael Nisa at mid-on. Mulder on to 8, 104 for 3. Salter is in. Back goes Mulder, turning it past the reaching Ingram, but only as far as Michael Hogan, who's behind him at backward square. Ingram being at short leg. Salter is in, tossing it up, turning his wrists on it, or trying to, is Mulder. For just a foot or two, the ball is in the air as it leaves his bat, and he just swats at the air, having played the shot, because it wasn't quite right. Salter is in, back he goes, plays it firmly down into the ground and into the tummy of Colin Ingram. Couldn't quite close his hands on it in time, but I'm sure he's got a bit of... He wasn't going particularly quickly, it bounced up off the ground. Salter to finish his over, in, tosses it up, full toss, hit hard down into the ground towards mid-wicket, but as I say, when you hit it down into the ground, it tends to loop rather than accelerate away, and diving away to his left, Kieran Carlson made a good two-handed goalkeeping style save, and probably saved 4 runs in so doing. End of the over, 104 for 3. Leicestershire are still 107 behind, or 107 away from making Glamorgan a bat again, but 36 overs is probably the key figure at the moment. That's what remains.
Colin Ingram is what I'm going to say. It is nearly time for Colin Ingram to
You reckon?
bowl.
1 over before?
He's not going to get an over in before
Shouldn't do.
tea, I don't think now, but
With his deadly
possibly
full tosses.
straight afterwards with his mixture of licorice all sorts, 57 varieties, whatever you call them. As in comes Nisa and bowls driven back past him. It's hit something on the way through. It's only gone for a single, and umpire
Nisa
Long
himself.
does that. Nisa getting a hand to it. Umpire Long did that signal that I thought was no ball when Harrisfield did one straight, but it's actually just umpire Long getting himself out of the firing line. 105 for 3.
It's somewhat sort of theatrical gesture, isn't it?
It is rather. That way, dear ball.
Indeed.
Do not trouble me. Nisa to Mulder. Leaves outside off stump. Chorus of approval from the Amdram crew behind the stumps.
Well, Paul Nixon talks about creating a bit of theatre sometimes, so hence our metaphors.
Must be just blooming annoying for the batsman, but
That's
however
part of the idea, isn't it, I
however you
suppose?
can get in his head whether you believe that it shaved the varnish off the off stump or not, or whether you're perfectly confident that it missed by a foot. It's still something else to go into the batsman's brain, but Vian Mulder, being a South African international, should have enough to withstand that, as Nisa bowls him a short ball and he pulls through mid-wicket for a single.
That was incredibly close to Ingram.
Byram.
Byram, who ducked down there. I thought it flicked him on the shoulder.
It may have deflected
seemed
off him.
to slow down a bit, didn't it? But,
It's either hit hard down into the ground or deflecting off some part of Byram's anatomy.
On the bounce, it sort of... So that always helps, doesn't it?
106 for 3. Last few balls before the tea interval here on BBC Sport Online. 20-minute break. We'll be back at 4 o'clock, give or take, with the final session of this game. There's Nisa in to bowl, and Ackerman plays it defensively to mid-on. No run as North-East threatens to throw down the stumps now.
He'd have hit them, for sure, absolutely sure.
It's his day.
Yeah, indeed.
It's slightly unusual that if there are 2 slips, North-East isn't one of them, but Colin Ingram has slotted in alongside Captain David Lloyd.
So he's got to drive back down around the M25.
Nisa bowls, and come on the defensive, plays it hard down into the ground, bounces up to cover. No run. I presume he'd be heading for his family base in Canterbury for a well-deserved few days off. There is apparently there are second 11 50 over games, but he would be one of those to be first struck off consideration of those, you would imagine.
He would be, yes. I think he'd be entitled to raise an eyebrow.
By the way,
if
Sam, you're playing in the twos on Wednesday or whatever.
Yeah.
But some of the fringe players will be given a run out in the second 11. As Nice is in to bowl, and forward comes Ackerman to defend the last ball of the afternoon session, which has comprised exactly 30 overs and at tea. Leicestershire are 106 for 3, with 35 overs remaining of this match, and a deficit has been halved, give or take. They are now just 105 runs behind, with 7 wickets still in hand, as Mrs. Maynard and Harrison wander across to where the players are coming off to give them a little pep talk. So thank you for listening in the afternoon session. Hope you can join us again here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan and Leicestershire various channels at 4 o'clock.
Roast pork. Yeah, right. £9.
Well, good afternoon again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Final session on the final day of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. Glamorgan still very much hoping to secure a victory that would take them into second place in the second division of the county championship. And they took a decent step towards securing that victory by picking up 3 wickets in the afternoon session, having declared at lunchtime on 795 4-5 with a lead of 211 after Sam Northeast's astonishing 410 not out. The wickets to go: Louis Kimber caught at second slip off the bowling of Michael Hogan for 26. Rishi Patel also caught at slip off the bowling of Andrew Salter for 37. And Lewis Hill caught behind again off the bowling of Salter for 19. 106 for 3 at tea. Leicestershire, 35 overs remain for Glamorgan to take the remaining 7 Leicestershire second innings wickets. BBC Wales, Eddie Bevan and Nick Webb, and BBC Radio Leicester, Richard Ray, your commentators for the game. Myself, Richard Ray and Eddie Bevan to kick things off, and there'll be an update shortly for BBC Radio Leicester as Salter goes in and bowls, and Mulder stretches forward and plays it back up the pitch to the Glamorgan off spinner. He has 2 slips alongside Chris Cook. He has a short leg as well. He has a short-ish extra cover and straight mid-wicket as he steps in and bowls. Mulder is forward defending. The ball back down into the pitch on the onside. Picked up by Byram at short leg. Thrown back to Salter. Darker clouds around. Now no hint of rain as Salter is in, tosses that one up, down the wicket. Driving is Mulder, and he's got that through. Nisa sprawled across to his left at straight mid-on, put out his left hand, might just have slowed it down en route to the boundary, but that is all he was able to do. Mulder picks up 4, moves on to 13, 101 behind then Leicestershire. Unlikely to be a factor unless they score sort of a 5 and over, something like that. Salter is in. Forward goes Mulder defending into the off side. Unlikely to be a factor in terms of obviously adding time in which Leicestershire could secure the draw. Would mean taking off 2 for the change of innings, of course, as Salter is in, goes back, bounces a fraction perhaps, and well played by Mulder, just turned it around the corner to Michael Hogan at backward square. Here comes the BBC Radio Leicester update. Might just get it between overs with any luck as Salter goes in, last ball of the over, and bowls. Forward goes Mulder. End of the over. 110 for 3 Leicestershire. They've just started again after tea. There are 34 overs remaining for Leicestershire to see the game out and secure the draw. They did lose those 3 wickets in the afternoon session though. Louis Kimber, Rishi Patel, Lewis Hill for 26, 37 and 19 respectively. Colin Ackerman is 14 not out. Vian Mulder is 13 not out. An awful lot depends on the 2 South Africans who've been in pretty good form in recent games if the Foxes are to go on and save the game. The pitch is continuing to play pretty well though. They should save it. Questions will be asked if they don't. They're 110 for 3. I'm back with you on commentary, and Eddie will pick up proceedings from here. Looks like it's going to be Michael Hogan.
Yes, he will bowl from the Bennett end, bowled a useful first spell as he often does. And it will be Colin Ackerman on 14 to face. And 2 slips are in attention. And the wicketkeeper Cook standing back. So we saw a burst from Nisa just before tea, and now we'll see Hogan. And he comes and bowls to Ackerman, and Ackerman just watches that pass outside the off stump to wicketkeeper Cook. Still the short leg there, and a man on the drive on the offside. So Glamorgan would have needed perhaps 4 before tea to be very confident. But I've seen so many times Glamorgan in this position that Leicestershire are. They tend to lose wickets as they prod around. But Mulder looks as if he's going to attack. In comes Hogan bowls, and Ackerman is on the back foot, pushing it out to mid-on. And what Mulder did in the last over, he played every ball on this merit, and then when one was floated up, he used his feet. And knowing that there's no turn there really, he drove it for 4, and I think that's the exact way to play. But going back to Salter, he's as he's getting no turn, he's got 2 slips, so he's relying on the drifter, and he got his 2 wickets there as the ball went to slip in the wicketkeeper. But it's Hogan from the far end, bowls and just forces Ackerman back, and he just gets a bat to it and pushes it back down the pitch. 110 for 3s, 211 is the deficit for the home side after that mountain of runs in the morning. 232 runs in the opening session.
I kind of feel that Glamorgan pitched it about right in terms of the declaration.
Yes, they didn't want to be in the field, or it's still a very good pitch. As in comes Hogan and bowls, and Ackerman is standing tall, and that pushes it away on the offside.
I was saying to Nick that if they're sort of 6 or 7 down Leicestershire at the end of the game, there'll be probably a few Glamorgan supporters who say, well, we should have pulled out earlier and that sort of thing. But
you always get that, and if you do everything right, of course, you'll be winning every game. You couldn't have asked them to score quicker than they did, really.
No. 232 runs in the morning session.
Hogan to the right-handed Ackerman, and he pulls a short ball out there, and it drops just... Now, it's going for 4, but Nisa... Is it Nisa out there?
It is.
He seemed to lose it. I don't know if you've seen in your years here, Richard, are the trees any hindrance?
Well,
I think they
it was
might,
quite high in the air for a long time, and I thought he was going to get under it, and he sort of stopped about 3 or 4 feet short. It bounced and took a horrible bounce, and then it went past him for 4. But I think there's a few Glamorgan players who think the Australian might just have actually got underneath that one and got 2 hands to it, maybe low down, flung himself, taking the risk.
Yeah,
went
he is.
For 4 anyway, but he's a good pair of hands, isn't he?
Excellent catcher, never dropped one all season. Hogan might feel a little aggrieved as in he comes and bowls again. That's pushed up to mid-on. Yesterday or this morning, one of the Leicestershire fielders, it was pulled down, and he looked and he said, I didn't see it. So there must be, if the tree is there hindering, then obviously you forgive them. But he nearly got the wicket that he was looking for there, Hogan. A false shot from Ackerman. He did get 4 runs. He moves on to 18, 114 for 3. Mulder is on 13. Might get if Glamorgan can take wickets, they'll probably bowl more than the stipulated overs. What was it, 59?
33 left.
Yeah.
Potentially. They have to bowl 16 in the last hour, don't they?
Yeah.
So, yeah, as you say, with Salter operating from this pavilion end, Salter is in, drops a little bit short, and Mulder pulls him away to a mid-wicket for 4. And again, Eddie Byram at short leg, but as
your insurance,
I guess he's used to it. But it was well in front of him, well through mid-wicket. He is fairly square at short leg there, so it was safe enough. But even so, Mulder, when he does go back and pull, it's violent. I wouldn't fancy being in short leg in those circumstances. Salter is in. Down the wicket goes Mulder, getting to the ball almost on the full, but ending up only driving it to Ingram, who's at mid-off, and there is no run.
Sometimes an off-spinner doesn't mind to see the batsman coming down the pitch. He might just deceive him on the offside.
Salter is in, clipping it firmly, attempting to clip it firmly back past him is Mulder, hits it down into the ground. Salter leaps across to his right, gets a hand to it. Mulder was going nowhere anyway. Almost, well, exactly now at the halfway point of the innings in terms of the numbers of overs that have to be bowled. That's a pumped in the air by Mulder, down through straight mid-on towards Nisa. Bounces a long way short of the Australian, but it was a bit heavy-handed.
It looks as if he wants to take him on, doesn't he?
Yeah. Salter is in, and that one bounced and jumped up at Mulder, who dropped his hands, played it very well actually, let it sort of hit him above his hands and came back down off his stomach and down into the offside. But that one really did bounce nastily at Vian Mulder, played it well. He remains on 17. 118 for 3, a thing starting to happen for Salter, who bowls. Mulder goes forward, thick inside part of the bat, blocks it out towards short leg end of the over, and Salter just pauses and folds his arms across his chest and puts his chin in his hand and looks contemplatively at Vian Mulder. That was the first one that misbehaved a little bit, really misbehaved.
It was in the run-ups in the rough thing created by the bowlers, because nearly all the bowlers are bowled over the wicket. We have seen Parkinson coming back and forth, but that did misbehave, and really it's the only one that's really gone in the whole game. Hogan to continue from the Bennett end, and he bowls to Ackerman, who leaves outside the off stump. He's on 18, 17 to Mulder. And much depends on these two to take Leicestershire away from any sort of problems. Batsmen to come: Everson, Swindells, Mike. Those three batted pretty well in the first innings. Walker got a 50, Parkinson and Wright. Whether we'll get down to Parkinson and Wright remains to be seen, but it's Michael Hogan with this little arc or run coming in, bowled, and this is just pushed away into a deep gully position where Salter is fielding. 118 for 3. Good passage of play here now. Hogan is in his 8th over. He's taken 1 for 27. As he comes in again, bowls to the right-handed Ackerman, and Ackerman is on the back foot, pushing it up to mid-on. And there is no run.
Lists and lists of records being compiled for this game.
And who do you think?
Must be at least 10, I would imagine.
Who do you think my passenger is on the way home? The aforementioned statistician and scorer, A.K. Hignell.
You do the driving, I suppose, as
I
well.
do the driving, yes. And he'll be churning out figures.
Switch the radio on.
It will be. Hogan over the wicket, bowls, and Ackerman is gently playing it in front of him to short extra cover. Yes.
But at least they're the right kind of records from Glamorgan's point of view.
Yes.
They'll take some expunging. Some of those, I suppose every record gets beaten in the end, but 410.
Do you do Wisden?
I do the Wisden for Leicestershire, yes.
Well, what happened, just wait a moment, as Hogan comes in, bowls, Ackerman goes, and there's an appeal for a catch behind the wicket, and umpire Long says not out. A pretty convincing appeal. It's a dangerous shot, that, and see so many people getting out. I remember at Colwyn Bay, and I'm doing the Wisdom for Glamorgan, and they rang me, one of the ladies there, and says, look, just saved his record, and they put a paragraph at the side by one of their statisticians, which I'm so glad, and they just put it in, because so many went there, you see.
Okay,
and I suspect, if you give them the ring, because it's going to take you a while, isn't it, to put all these.
Well, yes. Oh, yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, so I thought I'd better warn you. Hogan is in and bowls, and this is clipped away on the onside up to deep mid-wicket, where it'll be fielded by Michael Nisa. Those are the only runs of the over. Just a single. It's 119 for 3, both batsmen. No, Ackerman is on to 19 and Mulder 17.
I guess they will all sort of be mentioned in the general write-up as well, possibly, that But yes, but
But how are you going to get that into 175 word match report is what they
indeed,
required.
with anything else that goes on as well.
Exactly.
But, yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
There's that. Well, I'll figure it out somehow or other, and if they have to cut it back, that they can do that. So 31 overs now remain to Glamorgan to take these 7 wickets remaining. Salter is in to Colin Ackerman, who is forward, almost waiting on the front foot. The forward defensive is in place before the ball arrives and blocks it out into the off side. 19 to him, 17 to Mulder. Of the partnership of 25, that is. In goes Salter. Really tries to put some revs on it. No turn at all, as it's foolish on off stump and pushed out by Ackerman into the offside. Salter himself fields. Now, suggestions from second slip as to a change in the field. Salter isn't inclined to accept them, just steps in and bowls. Forward goes Mulder again, Ackerman again, and back goes the ball to Andrew Salter. Can hear the ice cream van, but he's not on Milligan Road at the moment. He's around somewhere else in Aylstone. In goes Salter, down the pitch goes Ackerman. It was a quicker ball, which was well bowled by Andrew Salter, and it could have slipped past the outside edge, and Cook would have demolished the stumps, but Ackerman covered up, made sure he got something on it, pushed it out into the offside. Salter is in and bowling, tosses it right up. Ackerman looks to clip it hard, drive it away into the onside. Big puff of dust as bat and ball and ground come together, and it runs out to Kieran Carlson at short-ish, straight-ish mid-wicket. Salter is in. Forward goes Ackerman, blocking successfully on middle and off, out into the offside it goes. A maiden over. Andrew Salter continues to bowl very well. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 24 for him. 119 for 3. Yes, so less than 100 now needed by Leicestershire to sort of end the game, really.
Yes.
That would, if they were to get there, because obviously take 2 off for the change of innings, and all those runs and the runs that they get ahead have to be scored. But 30 overs probably remains the key statistic. That is the number of overs left to Glamorgan.
2 batsmen have just had a chat, probably in Afrikaans, not to let the fielders here overhear them. 2 South African batsmen, as Michael Hogan starts fresh over and bowls to Mulder.
Ooh.
Mulder gets down and that at the very last moment.
Stayed a bit low, didn't it?
And Hogan has his hand in the air. Never makes much fuss about anything, Michael Hogan. Philosophical sort of guy. Would it be fair to say which is unusual for an Australian?
I wouldn't possibly comment. Yeah, I think you have to be, don't you, if you've bowled as many overs as him.
Here he is again. Passes the umpire and bowls. That passes the off stump by Mulder. Good judgment. He remains on 17. Ackerman is 19. Very much up to these 2 now for Leicestershire, depending on them. Because with all respect to the others, you just wouldn't know, would you? You probably would know, but they can all bat. But these are the best players in the side, the best batsmen.
They're fairly young and inexperienced,
exactly.
Those who are to come.
One's on loan.
Correct, yep.
Hogan comes in again and bowls to the right-handed Davison. He plays, gives it great respect by pushing it out onto the offside. Any of these in the 100, as they call it?
Yeah, well, Ackerman certainly.
Mulder should be.
Mike
he's powerful.
is as well.
Mike.
And then it's the 2 spinners, Callum Parkinson and Rehan Ahmed. So, as I say, Leicestershire lose all their spinners to all their front line spinners to the 100 and the all-rounder.
Hogan is in again. Over the wicket and bowls, and batsman ducks at the last moment. He might have thought about hooking, but decided not to.
Might be a big chance for Nat Bowley, the off-spinner for the seconds. He's taken 5 wickets in his last 2 appearances for the seconds, so he might be in form and ready to go, and looking forward to getting an opportunity, albeit with a white ball rather than a red ball.
4 dot balls in this over so far. As Hogan comes towards us and bowls again wide of the off stump. And it's left by the batsman, who was the coach of whatever outfit these gentlemen in this area. I don't suppose you... Who was the nearest? Who do you support? Nobody, probably.
No, they're based at Trent Bridge, so...
I suppose the Trent Bridge mob will... because...
I don't think there are any Leicestershire... Oh, I think Ben Mike is going to the Trent Rockets. I can't forget
I don't know
what they're called.
Yeah, because Hogan completes the over with another ball. Maiden over from Michael Hogan, 119 for 3. With the... whatever they call it, the Welsh Fire. Mark Wallace is the manager. Matthew Maynard is one coach. Mark Elaine, formerly of Gloucester, is another coach. And Jason Kerr is another coach. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and Gary Kirsten is the head coach. 5.
They're throwing money at it, aren't they?
Well, it's
a small proportion of that on the Blast, which was very popular again.
Always is, even though it was rushed through. That was some travelling, wasn't it? Did you experience that?
Yes. 14 games in, well, what was it, May the 26th to July the 3rd. About a month, really, 5 weeks. Salter now with a leg gully as well, goes in and bowls to Ackerman, who looking to push on the onside, gets a bit of a leading edge and it squirts out to Ingram at mid off, playing for turn that wasn't there. As leg gully is in there close as backward short leg almost, and Salter fires in what almost turned into a Yorker. Ackerman was down on it, playing it firmly out to Nisa at mid-on, but Salter started to hop into the air. His arms started to go up, thinking he'd speared it through Ackerman's defence. He is in and bowls. Ackerman is forward to that one on off stump, playing it out into the covers. There's no run. Fairly whips through his overs. Andrew Salter ought to put a stopwatch on it, really, because 90 seconds is probably an overestimate. If anything, goes in and bowls. Ackerman is waiting and in his forward waiting, and he sort of was beaten in the flight a bit, but because it just isn't turning, Ackerman could adjust and play it out to Hogan at mid-wicket.
If this was turning, we'd have some fun.
He is in and bowls. Ackerman is forward to a good length delivery, getting to the pitch of it, back up the wicket to Andrew Salter. It goes. I've got the good deal in terms of commentating at the moment, because I'm doing about 90 seconds and you're doing at least twice that with the pace bowling at the other end. Salter is in, swept by Ackerman, one of his favourite shots, and it goes out to the deep backward square boundary for 4, there being nobody on the leg side boundary except at mid wicket. Billy Root, who's been in less than splendid isolation out there, jogs over towards the electronic scoreboard to pick up the ball. Ackerman on to 23. 123 for 3 is the score. 28 overs now remain to Glamorgan if we have them all. I suspect if they don't take any more wickets, we won't have them all. Probably would
not
shake hands at around about 5:10, but long way to go before then.
Yes.
I bet we'll have 18, 15 overs of them. We'll see.
Hogan starts another over, then bowls, and Mulder this time goes for the pull, and Harris will field down on the long leg boundary, and they go through for a single. So 124 for 3. With the 2 South Africans at the crease, and the game, if it ends in a draw, Glamorgan will be very, very pleased after facing 584 in Leicestershire's first innings. As in comes Hogan, bowled. That's played away for another boundary down towards a vacant third man. They normally always have a third man, Glamorgan, but with the situation in the game, it really doesn't warrant it. 128 for 3, 27 to Ackerman. Mulder is on 18. Have the pitch has been as good as this year?
It depends on your definition of good, Eddie. I mean, there'd be someone who'd say this isn't
this
a good
is not
pitch.
a good pitch,
Yeah,
I don't think. But there we are.
It was used. It's a previously used pitch, and I think they hoped there'd be a little bit more in it than there has been.
As Hogan comes in and bowls, and this time Ackerman pushes forward back down the pitch.
Now, by and large, there's been something in all the wickets, really. And indeed 39 fell in on this back at the beginning of May, but obviously there hasn't been much rain since, really, and they just maybe didn't leave quite enough grass in it. I don't know. It just hasn't quite. It's very rare for this sort of pitch, really.
Hogan in bowls, and that is out. It is caught behind. Ackerman's very disappointed. It appears to be disappointed with the decision. He pushed forward, caught, and it's 128 for 4, just as we thought that Leicestershire were weathering the storm. Another wicket goes, and Glamorgan will have to stay at Grace Road a little bit longer.
That could be huge. That could be huge. Ackerman just prodded forward at that one from Hogan, slipped past the outside edge, flicking it en route. Another batsman who'd got into the 20s. Just having a look at the that was a lovely ball, actually. It just held its own almost off the seam for the first time. He had to play at it, I think, and feathered an edge through to Chris Cook. So
there we go again.
They are bowling really well here. Here you go.
The slips were up before it got to Cook, so it was pretty confident. I think it must have been a disappointment he stayed there.
Yeah, yes, I agree, yeah. And well bowled, Michael Hogan. And suddenly, Leicestershire back in the mire, but they still have plenty of work to do here. Ackerman goes for 27, so we've had 26, 37, 19 and now 27. 4 batsmen who've got in and not been able to sort of go on and secure the draw definitively. Mulder on 18 is now joined by the new man, Joey Everson. Hogan has 2 for 33. There are still 27.2 overs to go. Now just 6 wickets left, and Glamorgan will feel that with Everson coming to the wicket, they're sort of into the all-rounders now.
Poor Everson in the first wicket could have hit it into the middle of Leicester, if you remember, Richard, and he didn't really get hold of it, and that's all he said to do with mid-wicket. He would just wait for it to drop in his hands. It was, I think, Ingram.
Yes,
bowled him a filthy full toss.
Yeah.
128 for 4 then, as in comes Hogan and bowls to Everson. And Everson is beaten there.
Good bouncer.
There's a little bit in this, I think, now at very last.
Just moved his head out of the way, but he nearly got that one in the on the helmet. It was a super bouncer.
And I like this combination of Hogan bowling particularly well one end and then Salter at the other. So Ackerman gone twice in the same combination. First innings he went first ball to Hogan for naught, and Hogan is in, bowls again, and he's gone. Another wicket falls, and Glamorgan are going through. 128 for 5. Hogan takes 2 wickets, a good diving catch from Cook, and it's all action here at the moment, and that is a 3rd catch for Cook, and 2 wickets in the over to Michael Hogan, who we seem to be saying every game at the age of 41, why are you retiring?
Now we have a game. Now there is a real possibility for Glamorgan to force what would be an extraordinary victory. Remember, Leicestershire 584 in their first innings. 128 for 5 in their second. Everson,
second ball.
Ackerman going on the same score. Well, it should now be Swindell's, I would think. ahead of Ben Mike.
12-man centre back.
Yeah, Sam Wood had a spare pair of gloves for Mulder, but Mulder quite happy at the moment. Well, happy with his gloves, not happy with the match
Suddenly
situation.
realises, look,
I wouldn't think.
It's up to me here with Swindells, who must have had a bit of a shock there. He still hasn't appeared because 2 wickets fell in 3 balls.
Yeah, they're still possibly getting ready.
So that's an excellent over from Michael Hogan. And his figures now 3 for 33 of 10 overs. Harry Swindell as it is. And much work to be done by him. And he'll be under pressure.
52 in the first innings. They need him to dig in and be there for it. Well, this game is probably going to go the distance now. Last hour or not. You know, I don't think we'll be shaking hands at 10 past 5. That's for sure.
So Swindells now, and then we have Ben Mike, was perfectly capable. Roman Walker, Parkinson, and Wright. So it's all very interesting at the moment, Richard. When you I didn't really expect this finish, but there we are.
Absolutely not. We had better get Nick Webb back on what is becoming a famous game for Glamorgan,
yes.
One way or another.
Huge pressure now on, especially I think on Mulder, who may have to just restrain himself as the first ball is bowled and a tentative little block onto the onside. I don't know.
I'll keep going for it.
Yeah.
He came out, but he disappeared again. Maybe
Okay.
Maybe nipped to the loo. So till I do this over and then.
Yeah, there's a man gone back, by the way, to long on.
Salter is in and bowls. Mulder is forward, working it carefully past along the ground, all the way past the sprawling Salter down towards long on, towards that man at long on. Taking one brings Swindles down on strike. I would imagine that long on will now come up. Nisa, yeah, he comes up to mid on, mid off. Cover.
Then you played the game. It's just as bad facing an off spinner because you're tentative prods and there's men around and you're afraid to play the shot that you wanted to play. And but it's a good game of cricket now.
There is, and the man who was on the mid-wicket boundary is also coming jogging in now. Billy Root is coming into sort of fairly conventional mid-wicket. Salter is into Swindles, who is forward, defending that one. Into the on-side, picked up by Byram.
Every fielder now is saving one. Nobody out.
As Salter is in and bowls. Fuller this time, so Swindles can get to the pitch of it and just block it again down into the pitch on the onside, picked up by Michael Hogan, who gives it a very careful polish, looking after it well because he's bowling with it at the moment. It doesn't really matter because the number of overs have to be bowled. It's not a case of time. It's in goes Salter, pulled by Swindles. Good diving stop away to his left by Billy Root, two-handed at that conventional mid-wicket. If he drops short, he will be pulled, and Salter is immediately sending him back to. Oh, they're giving him one, essentially. Yep. I was going to say it wasn't necessarily a defensive move. As Salter is in, Swindles is forward on off stump, not entirely convincingly, dropping it out into the offside. And there is no run. 1-2-9 for a 5. Just the one from the over then from Andrew Salter. 11 overs, 2 for 29 for him. But with Hogan operating as well as he is at the other end, Glamorgan all over Leicestershire at the moment.
Well, you did suggest it this morning that they might be a little bit nervous if they've got to have a deficit. It looks as if the declaration was spot on with 211 to get. It'll be Hogan now to bowl to Mulder. So much depends on Mulder now. And there will be 2 slips and a short leg as Hogan, getting some assistance from the pitch now, comes in, bowls, and Mulder drives through the offside. That's running up towards the boundary and might just get there. Yes, it does. Plenty of space either side because Glamorgan are attacking And Hogan, I suppose, won't mind the boundary.
25 overs and 5 balls left. I would say Glamorgan almost the favourites to win this now. It's 50-50.
Well, if there's a side to win it, it'll be more Glamorgan, obviously.
Yeah.
But, I don't
Not
think
half.
it's a long way to go. Good length ball was pushed back then.
Well, they've got 5, batters out. They have the all-rounders and the bowlers to get out now.
Because if Hogan does need to have a rest, then of course we've got Nisa ready to charge in because he hasn't bowled a lot. And if you get as far as the tail, then he might be useful. Although I didn't see much of a tail in Leicestershire's first innings. As Hogan into the right-handed Mulder, and he pulls out towards mid-wicket, and there is Nisa, which gives Hogan a couple of deliveries at Harry Swindle's. Hogan waits for Swindles to get to take guard. Still with 2 slips as in he comes, bowls, and Swindles leaves that outside the off stump, tempting for another catch behind. 134 for 5. Poor Joey Everson will not look back with
No, it's not been a great game for him, has it?
The chap has had 0 and 6, 0 and what was it, 12, and
no wickets.
Went for 103.
Oh, did he get a wicket?
No.
Hogan's
Hogan's last but 1 ball, bowling to Harry Swindles, comes in and bowled, and he just pushes forward tentatively yet again. If you want to get Nick, I shall give him a little knock.
Right, okay. I'll catch his eye. In the end, he's busy sending all sorts of.
I know that Radio 5 wants something from him. Michael Hogan just steadies himself at the bellet end before he completes this over. In he comes and bowls, and Swindles is right behind that, and that is the end of the over. 134 for 5, 211 is the total to avoid, or the total that they want to avoid the follow-on, not the follow-on, the defeat rather. And we're going to have a very interesting 25 overs. And that amounts to what, 90 deliveries?
Whatever 25 times 6 is.
No,
more than that.
No.
150.
That's more like it, yeah. Never was any good at my maths. You're in the wrong game for that.
That sounds like loads, doesn't it, to take 5 wickets, 150 deliveries. And put that way, as I say, Glamorgan will really be fancying this now.
Well, if they
Salter.
Well, it'll be a heck of a victory.
It will when a side gets best part of 600 runs in their first innings and could still lose by, well, an innings.
Remember years ago at Chelmsford, a similar game. There's
second
Salter.
slip has gone to...
Yeah, they're trying to block that shot. He plays a lot down there, doesn't he?
Yeah, Mulder. Sam Northeast has gone to a very straight, short-ish, 3/4 of the way back mid-on as Salter goes in and bowls to Mulder, who just leans forward and turns it behind square on the leg side to the man.
Yeah, I think he's not going to aim it off stump. No, he's only got 2 men there and a slip this side. A 6-3 field, 6 on the leg side now, 4 very close.
Salter is in, bowls straight, and Mulder just strokes it out to Northeast, claps his hands together. It would make, I think, Northeast, although he would obviously be delighted and satisfied with his innings as Salter goes in. Down the wicket goes Mulder and drives for 4. Got to the pitch of it, hit very, very straight to the offside, through the straight mid-off and down to long off for 4. Doesn't really matter as far as Salter is concerned.
No.
And it should not prompt necessarily a change in the field, and I don't think it will. I'll just finish the point that if Northeast obviously delighted on a personal basis, but for his innings to be part of a victory like this as well would just be absolutely really special. In goes Salter and bowls, back goes Mulder, turns it past Byram out towards square leg. A lot of running for Billy Root to do. He picks up the ball, but very much on the run, doesn't bother throwing it in because the speedy Mulder had long since made his ground. Mulder on to 30. He holds Leicestershire's fortunes in his hands.
Does, yes.
One fields. Salter is in. Mulder is forward on off stump, playing it back down the pitch to Andrew Salter. 1 ball to go in the over. And then 24 remain. It's quite dark here now. I may have to take my sunglasses off. No threat of rain.
Darker than yesterday, yet the flooders are off.
Salter is in looking for the Yorker, hops into the air as it goes down, but Mulder is equal to it. 140 for 5, 71 behind Leicestershire. 24 overs remain for Glamorgan to take just 5 more wickets.
Yeah, we've got a very interesting, potentially exciting finish here, as Michael Hogan, 11. I'm just waiting for his figures. He's taken 3 wickets, and Salter 2 for 35 off his 11. Nick is back alongside me, and we will continue with Hogan, who has taken 3 for 36 from his 17. Typical figures for Hogan, but how well they've performed, Nick, in this game, Glamorgan, especially here now.
Yeah, they've taken it deeper than many might have expected, really.
Yeah.
There's 5 down on this pitch that's still giving really no assistance.
Well, it's doing a little bit for Hogan now off that pitch. A few have bounced. And we saw one bounce alarmingly from Robert
Croft.
Yeah, going back for years, the off spinner Salter. Now there is a third slip coming up because I can't see them driving a lot from it off. It's Hogan in, bowls, Swindles gets behind it. Defence and occupation as the crease is the prime objective now for Leicestershire.
Yeah, prime objective unless they get... Yeah, Michael Hogan and Michael Neser might well be blasting away. Yeah. Alternately from the top end, and Andrew Salter bowling a long spell from this pavilion end.
Yeah, I think that'll be the pattern of play. And we'll see Neser bowling roaring in from the other side now. Probably Hogan will have another couple of overs as he comes in. Bows to Swindles, who ducks the short delivery, and he goes over his left shoulder.
I'm not sure if he got out that the right way, really. He seemed to be shaping to flick it into the top corner of the net at one point.
Oh, that'll start next week, Nick.
Indeed. Well,
Championship and the 2 other divisions. Hogan turns, trying to pick up his 4th wicket here. Bowls to Swindles, and Swindles is forward. Not quite positively, but just pushed it away. 1 more ball of this over remaining.
Well, it has been a remarkable day's cricket, really, whatever happens in these remaining 23 overs.
Yeah.
Not maybe one that Leicestershire supporters would care to remember with any great affection after their own batting deeds last week.
Here is Hogan to finish the over. Bowls, Swindles is forward, pushes it away. That's the end of Hogan's over. Perhaps another 1, possibly 2, and then it'll be back to Mr. Neser. Well, Salter here, who bowled 42 overs in the first innings, he's bowled 12 in this innings. Or is it more? Oh yes, that's Hogan's figures.
Salter is also 12.
Yeah, I thought it might be. And he will continue.
So there'll be another one to want to put his feet up tomorrow, and for a few days there'll be some aching bodies on both sides in this fixture. But of course, both sides have the advantage of 7 clear days before they have their warm-up matches for the One Day Cup, the National Counties Showcase, as it's known.
They're fit young athletes, they're fine.
Probably a few blisters and strains around. 144 for 5 Leicestershire, 67 runs in arrears, 23 overs remain. As Salter bowls and Mulder drives off the inside part of the bat to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Morgan managing to put on a bit of pressure with also the 3 fielders out on the leg side for the miss-hit big shot. Mulder will have to rein himself in as he plays another one to mid-wicket. No run, short mid-wicket. There are 6 fielders on the leg side and just 3 on the off. Acres of space should Mulder manage to get the ball away on that side. As Salter bowls and forward stretches Mulder, trying to kill any spin, and doing so. 144 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online. Leicestershire in their second innings, trying to bat out time. Forward comes Mulder, drives on the bounce, back to the bowler, and there is no run. It seemed unlikely that Leicestershire would be under this much pressure, but Glamorgan have bowled well. Salter draws another forward prod from Mulder, the South African international, who will need to use his experience. The light isn't good, but the floodlights aren't on at the moment, so presumably that's an option. Salter bowls, back on his stumps goes Mulder, turns it to one of the many leg side fielders. End of another over. It's a maiden over, but that doesn't matter for Leicestershire. It's another one ticked off the remain section of the scoreboard. 144 for 5, still 67 runs in arrears, still 5 wickets in hand for the Foxes, as Michael Nisa
Thought he might.
is going to take
He let
over,
loose.
unleash the Australian South African fast bowler to hurl himself physically down the slope.
And his body normally collapses at the crease.
Yeah, often falls over after bowling.
And this is his last championship game, and I'm sure that, and I'm not saying that he doesn't give the 100%, but he will be racing in now to try and knock over a couple just to make it rather more exciting as we approach the final hour. 22 overs left though. Plenty of time to pick up wickets and plenty of time for them to defend. Harry Swindles is on 4 and he'll be facing Nisa, who comes in and bowls to him, and it lets it go outside the off stump. You just don't know whether it was close to the stumps because often the row goes up and it's nowhere near the off stump.
And we are watching from high over long leg as things stand. Not many people in the ground, but I'm sure the Welsh element of the support are enjoying this late bid for victory.
They're all here. And Nisa races in, bowls. Oh, that is beating him. Beauty that he played at Swindles and went through to Cook.
Testing times for the young keeper, who comes off the back of a half-century in the first innings when Leicestershire piled up the runs.
But hasn't had a good season, so Richard
No.
says, with the bat.
No, he's only averaging 15 coming into this game.
Still the short leg and the 3 slips there, and keeper standing back as Nisa bowls, and he gets down on that and defends it up to mid-on.
So many Leicestershire scores in that first innings. 6 players getting 50 or more. Mulder 156 and Mike 91. Hill 81, 60s for Kimber and for Walker, and 52, as I say, for Swindells.
Only 3 in the Glamorgan side past 50.
Yeah, it was a bit more lopsided, Glamorgan, wasn't it?
extraordinary scorecard. As Nisa comes in, bowls to Mike. Mike gets behind it, plays it well. Up to mid-on to Hogan, no run.
So there was no one out in double figures in that Glamorgan innings.
No.
4 in single figures. Ingram 139 and the 2 not out men. 191 to Cook, 410. Yes, you heard that correctly. 410 to North East.
And that's not the score.
The 9th highest innings of all time in first class cricket anywhere.
Nisa in, bowls to Swindells. Oh, well, he missed that completely as it jagged back and went through. He's in some problems, got his problems here as Swindells against Nisa.
I think I'd be asking for the lights to come on if I were him. It's a bit murky out there, and Glamorgan will be desperate to stay out there for as
it's
long
not
as
as
possible.
murky as I thought, because I was behind that window and your
Yeah,
window is
the
open.
glass isn't necessarily the cleanest, but we're used to operating from behind dirty
Better than
glass in Cardiff.
Last ball of the over as Nisa comes in and bowls, and he's got him. No, he hasn't.
Appeal for a catch behind.
Not
Or
him.
LBW flicked off something and went through to Chris Cook.
But what a good over. He was in all sorts of trouble there, Swindells, but a huge appeal. And
Maybe top of the pad, I think. Glamorgan might have thought it was an inside edge.
Well, he's one of the top umpires, is Nigel Long. And he just said to him something as if to say, yeah, that did perhaps hit the...
Flicked something on the way through, obviously, from the reaction, but...
It was a good over, wasn't it, from Nisa? The hearts must have been in mouths in the dressing room directly below us, the Leicestershire dressing room.
It was another maiden. That doesn't really matter. 67 behind, 21 overs remain. Salter bowls, Mulder on the back foot, punches on the onside. North East fields at short mid-wicket, no run. So still this 6-man field on the leg side for the off-spinner Andrew Salter, looking to induce the error from the experienced Vian Mulder. That's allowed him to chop it away on the offside. Ingram fields at mid-off and throws at the wickets. Salter is knocked over by the force of the throw, as he didn't want to risk any overthrows. And, after a couple of maiden overs, that just turns the batsman around and gives Andrew Salter a chance to bowl at the less experienced man.
Yes, so he's a chance with 5 balls now against Swindells. The way that appeal went up, you must have thought that was out from here.
Swindells probably glad to get away
From
if
Nisa.
he blocks it out from Nisa, if he blocks this over out from Salter, as Colin Ingram now goes into... I thought he was going into a short catching position. Is he? Yes, he is. The veteran Colin Ingram will go under yet another lid.
This is like the old days of uncovered wickets when it turned square, but I don't think it's turning square.
It's Salter into bowl to Swindells, who's forward defensively. I do like seeing this field with
That's great, isn't it?
4 points of the square, if you like, around the bat. As Salter is in again to Swindells, who drives and misses.
He's in all sorts of trouble, isn't he, poor chap?
Chris Cook doesn't take cleanly.
Because why do you play a shot like that when you're depending to save the game? Try to smash it through cover and missed it completely.
Salter in, bowls, poked on the leg side by Swindells, but safely. I suppose, are they thinking of trying to get rid of at least one of those infielders?
Yeah, but I can be in what Salter wants is a bit of turn, not so much turn as bounce.
Bounce, yeah.
And out go the fielders now, because this is the last ball and they offer him a single. And,
Salter bowls and Swindells pushes forward. He doesn't want a single. But good to see Glamorgan there with a silly pointer slip, a leg slip and a short leg. So the 4 corners of the square, if you like, with the batsman in the centre of it. 145 for 5. 20 overs left, 5 wickets left, 66 runs the deficit. And if they do manage to get those 66, of course, that knocks off 2 overs for the change of innings.
So I think the better way to look at it, if Glamorgan were hoping, is 120 balls. And 20 overs can be a long time for a side defending. As Nisa will now bowl at Mulder, who's holding this innings together. He's on 31. And he will maintain, even though it's Mulder, this attacking field. As he bowls, Mulder plays it down towards fine leg. And this will have a chance for Nisa now to have 5 balls at the other batsman, Swindles, who's on 4 from 23 balls and has looked very tentative and rather nervous out there.
I think given that, if I were in the Leicestershire dressing room, I'd be looking to get a message on to Mulder. You face as many as you can from the fast bowler in particular. I mean, not that Swindles is a tail ender by any means, but he
looks nervous, doesn't he?
He looks nervous and not in the best form overall in the season.
Then comes Nisa and bowls him, and he gets behind that and pushes it back down the pitch. So Leicestershire doing their very best to save this game. Glamorgan striving for wickets. If they did win this game, of course, that would take them up into second place and above Middlesex. So if they draw this game, they will be equal on points to the London side. Michael Nisa hasn't got a wicket in this innings. He's coming in now and bowls to Harry Swindles, who edges that down. That could be 4. It's going down to the third man boundary, so he gets a boundary, which won't worry Glamorgan, as the score moves on to 146 for 5. And as he passes Mulder, the South African has a word with him, something perhaps on the lines of just try and get your foot down and smother anything you can. As Mulder again walks back at that Bennett end. He's bowled at both ends during the last 4 days. Just the 1 wicket though yet. Striving for this one as he comes in and bowled, and Swindles plays it back in front of him.
Yeah, it's strange. He really has been on a purple patch for most of the championship season, but just 1 wicket in the last match against Notts, and 1 so far against Leicestershire. But he doesn't seem to be bowling with any less fire. No,
he is rather weary apparently, and he's apart from 1 game bowled in all the 2020 games. He does put a lot into it as he comes racing in past the umpire, bowls, and Swindles just plays it up to short mid-off, and there's no run. Three men on the boundary, 2. Third is Wheel, who is about a yard from going in, the 12th man. So that 1 ball left now. Nisa turns in semicircle and in and bowls, and this time Swindles edges it, but it stopped at 3rd slip. End of the over, 150 for 5, 19 overs remaining. Mulder on 32, Swindles is on 8.
Sprawling stop by Colin Ingram to prevent that one running away to the boundary. So 61 is the Leicestershire deficit still. The batting to come, Ben Mike, 91 in the first innings. Roman Walker, who hit 64 in the first innings. Callum Parkinson and Chris Wright. So they have still got some batting ability left. 150 for 5 as Richard Ray will come in. Yeah, if you want to take a break for half an hour, Edward, and
thank you.
We'll just swap round momentarily in the American sense of the words, and Andrew Salter delays, so means I can bring in, not quite yet, Richard Ray. It's alright, we haven't got a news bulletin in our ears. As Salter bowls down the pitch comes Mulder and smothers any spin, plays it away on the offside, and there's no run. 150 for 5 on BBC Sport Online. Salter into bowl to Mulder, who drives to Colin Ingram at a distant deep set mid-off, but doesn't bother to take the single on this occasion. Still a 6-3 leg side field for the off-spinner in slightly gloomy conditions. 18 overs left after this one. Salter bowls and Mulder blocks it out on the offside, and there's no run. Ball transferred back to the bowler, who has a word with Colin Ingram, and I thought we might have seen a bit of Ingram before now, but I suppose Salter's been bowling well and they've been able to alternate the main quicks at the other end. Salter in to Mulder, back on his stumps, a little bit of bounce, but dealt with it well there. Played it gently out on the offside. There's just a little bit of breeze knocking the panels around in our ceiling at the moment, in case you hear a little extraneous bumping as Salter bowls, nurdled on the leg side, but on the bounce straight to short leg by Mulder, as Glamorgan looked to whisk through the spinner's overs. Now for the last ball of the over. Three fielders on the leg side converge to try and stop Mulder taking a single. He comes down the wicket, plays it away on the leg side, and well, Nisa missed it, but it was well backed up by Wheel, the substitute fielder, and there was no single available to get Mulder back on strike. 150 for 5. The scoreboard be calmed, apart from the vital bit for the Foxes, the overs remaining, which are down to still says 18. I thought it was 18 the over before. 47 overs are bowled. Yep, 18's right.
It is. And we're just after 5 o'clock, so yeah, no, it's all sort of fitting together reasonably well. Can Glamorgan complete what would be a pretty remarkable jigsaw? Michael Nisa charges in from the Bennett end, bowls to Swindles, was a little bit late on it, squeezes it down towards third slip, diving away to his right, gets a good hand on it, slows the ball right down, but Ingram can't stop it, going about 10 yards behind him, and so Swindles is able and grateful, I suspect, to take one. Moves on to 9, his third scoring shot of 29 balls. There was a big noise when that appeal was turned down. Oh, updates time for BBC Radio Leicester. In goes Nisa, turned in towards mid wicket by Mulder. Should be 2, and they are. They've picked up, in fact, they've just picked up 4 extra runs there, both through overthrows, which won't do their cause any harm at all. They've moved, therefore, onto 157 for 5. Vian Mulder is holding things together for the Foxes. He scored 150 in the first innings, and he is 38 not out in the second. And goodness, how they've needed him, because they lost 2 wickets in 3 balls shortly after Colin Ackerman caught behind off the bowling of Michael Hogan for 27, and then Joey Everson, the all-rounder who is on loan from Nottinghamshire, completed a fairly miserable game for him by going second ball, caught again behind the wicket off the bowling of Hogan, obviously without scoring on this occasion. Harry Swindles is battling away. The young wicketkeeper is 9 not out, but you feel Mulder holds the key with 17.5 overs to go. Foxes have got to survive. They cannot afford really to lose this game, having scored 584 in their first innings and on what is still a fairly flat track. They can't lose by an innings. They're 157 for 5. Nisa is in, bowls to Mulder, who lifts his bat over the line of the ball outside off stump. Glamorgan listeners will have to sort of forgive me. That was for BBC Radio Leicester, and it was therefore a BBC Radio Leicester centric report.
Indeed.
If that makes sense, but you'll understand that the Foxes supporters would be hugely disappointed. Well, though, Glamorgan have played in the game to lose on a pitch like this by an innings, having scored 584 in their first dig.
No, I don't think anyone could argue with that.
Nisa, he's got 2 balls left in his over, comes in and bowls to Mulder, who just drops his hands as that one bounces through outside off stump, lets it go through. 17 overs after this one, potentially to be bowled. Well, it will be 16 in the final hour, which starts at 10 past, doesn't it? So
yes, I mean, you'd think Glamorgan would, even if no more wickets fall, if Leicestershire are still behind, they'll take it the last 5 overs or so, you would have thought.
Absolutely. Fielders sort of converge to prevent Mulder taking 1. Nisa is in to him. He's a little bit late on off stump, dabs it down into the offside. Point comes in to field, and there is no run. Will keep Swindells on strike. 157 is the score. 211 makes Glamorgan bat again, and that would whip 2 off the over count, but I think they're probably going to be short of that, even if they bat through the remaining 17. The runs have pretty much dried up.
Yes, just the odd flurry penetrating the Glamorgan infield, and precious little attacking intent, understandably, from Swindells and Mulder, as Glamorgan will play their joker. Colin Ingram, mid-wicket, watch out. Glamorgan are to bring on their leg spinner Colin Ingram, who took 1 for 21 in the first innings, the wicket of Joey Everson. Caught at mid-wicket.
Off a rank full toss. Hello to Scott Earle, who's watching in Bangkok with a drink, and he's gripped. Looked like a definite draw, but Glamorgan could win this. Could indeed.
They could do. Thank you to all who have contributed via the medium of Twitter or otherwise, as Glamorgan take their time sorting out their fields. Lloyd, the captain, Sam North East, with all his experience, well, it's his day, so whatever he says goes, maybe. And David Lloyd trooping back into slip position. North East remains at cover. Looks like 2 slips. One of them maybe on his knees. No, thought they were going to go for the kneeling second slip with the helmet on for a moment there. 157 for 5. Colin Ingram with his 4 wickets so far this season in first-class cricket. Bowls a full toss that's hit away on the leg side, but only for a single down to the square leg boundary, where James Wheel, the 12th man, fields. Michael Hogan is lurking down beneath us on the side of the pitch. Maybe a change of boots or a little freshen up ahead of another blast from him. Ingram has taken over from Salter, spinner for spinner. As Ingram bowls short, and it's turned round past short leg. Byram got a hand to it, but it's run away for a single to Mulder. 159 for 5. Swindells back onto strike. Question of maintaining his concentration, not having a swipe at the odd bad ball, as that's defended down into the pitch. Bat thrust firmly downwards at 45 degrees, killing any spin. Short leg and slip the catching fielders as Ingram floats another one up, invitingly, gently. Have a go at that, son. Look, it's an easy one. Floating down towards you. It's driven gently to backward point and there's no run.
Bet you sledge away as a wicket keeper.
Ingram bowls, forward comes Swindells, and Plays it out on the offside, fielded by wicketkeeper Cook. I can't take it seriously, sledging.
No.
Especially not at the level of ineptitude that I play at.
Exactly. Well, not that you're inept, I mean it, but yeah, if you're not playing for your living, then shut up. Enjoy it. Don't spoil it.
It's usually sledging with a bit of a smile. As there is a second slip brought in now. Ingram bowls. Forward comes Swindells. Defends. Another over ticked off. Ingram conceding the 2 singles. 159 for 5. 52 runs behind. The trouble is, being a BBC commentator, not to big myself up or whatever, but I find quite often when people hear my voice, they think, I've heard you somewhere before.
I identify you.
Yes. It probably wouldn't be done for the good for the BBC to have a cricket correspondent done for sledging.
Level 1 offence. You'll have to have Nick Webb taken off the back of your shirt as well.
Yeah. I have to be rather polite.
Or at least say it in a nice voice anyway.
Yes.
Michael Neser will continue from the Bennett end. 16 overs remain, 5 wickets. Glamorgan's target, 3 slips. Check their distances from each other. Happy with them. Mid on, mid off in position, so too short leg as Neser is in. Edge! Oh. The hook bounces over the leaping Chris Cook and hammers into the advertising hoardings for 4. Fortunate for Vian Mulder. It was a high bouncer, he went for it anyway, and he was always going to top it, or likely to top edge it. Very hard to keep a bouncer as high as that down going for the hook, and he couldn't. Got the top edge, but it flew a good couple of feet over the leaping Cook and, as I say, crashed into the advertising hoardings. Mulder on to 43, but again, that won't discourage Michael Neser and Glamorgan. Might get a couple more short. There is a man back at deep backward square. Neser charges in and bowls a slightly short of a length delivery. Up on his toes is Vian Mulder, defending it out into the on side, and there's no run. A little bit more light coming with it. The sort of dark cloud is largely passed overhead now. And over to the west, as I say, a lot lighter. No sign of the sun at the moment. Neser, he's giving it everything. He's into his 12th over, is in and bowls, edged, caught, dropped. Carried all the way, and I think it was third slip who got his hands to it first. Ingram at second went down too, but I think it was Carlson away to his left who got his 2 hands to it first, and down the catch went. It was travelling, he went at it hard, but goodness me, had that been taken, that would have been Mulder gone, because it went behind and carried down towards the boundary, and they took the single. But had Mulder gone, well, Glamorgan would have felt they were 3/4 of the way there. Will that prove to have been a key moment? Neser turns. Swindells facing, bowls, Swindells pushes just round the corner and reaching out with his right hand, short leg. Byram couldn't take, it wasn't a catch, it was in the air as it went past him, but it wasn't within reach. But goodness me, that was a close one. I'd love to see a replay of that drop in the slips. Still a few hands on hips out there, whether it was Ingram or Carlson, because it was such a sort of flurry of action. We'd need to see, I don't really need to see the replay. They both sort of went for it. I'm pretty sure it was Carlson who got his hands to it ahead of Ingram. In goes Neser and bowls. Mulder is forward, defending out into the offside. No run. If you saw it more clearly than we did on the stream, let me know. 165 for 5. Still 15 overs and 1 delivery to come. Deep backward comes into square leg, looking to keep Mulder down at this end, though it was Mulder who offered the chance. In goes Nisa. Bowles, he pulls him round behind square, and the man who was at backward square scrambles across, can't get there, and it runs across the boundary. 4-4. So I suppose Mulder has the final word in that over, but goodness me, he's so nearly perished. And the number of catches that have gone down in this game, that now means, I think, 12. The umpires had it at 11 yesterday, and I don't think there were any this morning. So I'll make that, and that's the first in this innings, I think. So
yes, the fielding has not been up really to the standards of the batting. The bowling has been fine at times and less so at other times. But the batting has been of superior standard to the bowling and fielding, I think, from both sides' point of view.
did you have a sort of clearer view of that? I don't know whether you caught it on the replay.
No, I just saw the bodies flying around in the slips.
Carlson and Ingram were the two involved.
Yeah, it is Ingram to try and make up for it with the ball. Be bowling to Swindells. Ingram, second over of his leg spin. As on the back foot goes Swindells. Not sure whether to use occasional leg spin for Ingram anymore, since he's bowling slightly more regularly as the season goes on. Not as much as Labuschagne did. As Ingram bowls, driven in a puff of dust on the half volley, back to the bowler by Swindells, no run.
Now you'll be interested to know that if Leicestershire lose this game, it won't be the highest first innings score to have gone on and lost by an innings.
Right. There's a play and a miss by Swindells there, as Ingram gets one past the edge of the bat. You'd expect a bit more turn maybe from the leggy than the off-spinner naturally. 169 for 5. The arrears are 42 for Leicestershire. 14 overs remaining as forward stretches Swindells and defends.
And you'll be particularly interested because it was a game involving Glamorgan.
All right.
Glamorgan were the winners as well.
It's one which Edward will probably have recollection of rather than myself. As that's stretching forward Swindells again.
Sunshine.
Bit of sunshine illuminating Grace Road, thankfully. Well, I'm sure Leicestershire would have taken bad light, but it would have been a rather unsatisfactory way to decide things. Ingram bowls, forward stretches. Swindells defends. He's 11, 169 for 5 still. 42 runs in arrears, 14 overs remaining. Do tell the previous occasion.
Well, there's a discussion going on the stream, and the suggestion is that Essex scored 642 against Glamorgan in 2004, but Glamorgan went on to win by an innings. 2004.
Yeah, Edward would have been there. There have been some big scoring games for Glamorgan there.
But for Leicestershire to take any consolation from that would be clutching at straws indeed, as Nisa is in and bowls to Mulder, who forces off the back foot out into the offside mid-off. Billy Root has to run around to his left to field, can't do so cleanly. They'd both committed to the run anyway, and obviously therefore made their ground reasonably comfortably. 170 for 5, Mulder, having had a life, moves on to 49, 170 for 5, 13 overs and 5 balls remaining. Swindells on to 11. All the batters other than Everson have got well into double figures, as Nisa is in, bowls a bouncer. The relatively diminutive Swindells ducks probably unnecessarily, but instinct, self-preservation, one automatically ducks in those circumstances.
I've been known to duck in the commentary box from a Nisa bouncer. The Sunnies can go back on, I think, now.
Players casting nice dark shadows as in goes Nisa and bowls, and he hits him on the front pad. He's gone. That's the wicket. That is the breakthrough that Glamorgan desperately were searching for. And Michael Nisa, having gone wicketless up to this point, pins Swindles. He was half forward in front. And he is sent on his way by umpire Long. Swindles goes for 11, 170 for 6, 13 overs and 4 balls remain, and 4 more wickets are required by Glamorgan. This, ladies and gentlemen, is going very much the distance.
Seems that way, doesn't it? With Glamorgan just chipping away just when you think that they're running out of time and energy and overs. Another one goes down, and Leicestershire should still survive. 41 runs in arrears, 13 overs after this. But obviously you're getting at the less adept batters, obviously with some considerable skill in the case of the next two, who had a big stand in the first innings. Mike and Walker. Parkinson and Wright to follow them.
A partnership for the 6th wicket was worth 42, but again, another batsman into double figures. Again, another batsman can't go on and make a definitively match-saving knock. Only Mulder at the moment, and he's had a life, has been able to go on. 51.2 overs of the innings have been bowled, 13.4 potentially remain. Ben Mike and Vian Mulder, long discussions as Mike walks to the wicket. Now only 41 behind Leicestershire. Mike likes to hit hard. I suppose it could become a
Get in front. Knock those 2 overs off, and obviously at least one for Glamorgan to score anything. If they can get through 11 overs then and get in front, they're safe.
A lot of comment on the stream suggesting that one might have been missing leg, but well, we haven't seen a replay, so I'm not quite sure. I haven't seen I wasn't watching the stream. Might well have played one. Nisa is into Ben Mike, who gets a bouncer, just bobs at the knees and leans back, keeps his eye on it, plays it well in that respect. Come on, Nisi boy.
Yes, there seems uncertainty in Glamorgan ranks whether he's Nisa or... I was told Nisa when he arrived, so I'm sticking with that. But he's also known as Ness sometimes by his teammates, as well as Nice. They haven't got a clue.
Ness has a sort of Welsh connotation as well, doesn't it? In he goes and bowls to Mike, who is pinned on the front foot, and he has gone 2. Nisa has 2 in 3, and suddenly Glamorgan, as they celebrate in mid-pitch, really are on top and really do believe they are going to pull off what would be a quite extraordinary innings victory. Mike indicates with his hand that it came back into him. If it did, then it was going to hit the stumps. Let's have a look at the replay, but 2 in 3 for Nisa, and it is, well, almost all over. Yeah, hit him on the. Actually, he barely got forward at all there, Ben Mike, and that looked very, very plumb indeed.
Well, they're not helping themselves by getting right across their stumps, are they? These Leicestershire batsmen. As Mike wanders off dejectedly, and Roman Walker, the young Welshman, gets a word of advice from Ben Mike as he trudges towards the dressing rooms. And Roman Walker on first-class debut, the former Glamorgan player. Can he be the man who defies them here at Grace Road this evening?
Well, there have been a few rearguard match-saving actions at the Uptonsteel this season. First game, notably, when the last wicket pair batted out the best part of, he says, thinking back, I think it was 25 overs. So in those terms, it's a relatively easy task, but it won't feel like that out there to Vian Mulder and Roman Walker in particular. Nisa has really come to the party, or Ness, or whatever. 2 for 54 for the Australian. Flung himself off his feet with that delivery, as he is wont to do from time to time, and appealed from a sort of kneeling position, but I think it was an even more determined appeal, because it looked straighter, it looked
even outer.
Yeah. So Nisa, 1 ball to go in his 13th over. 4 slips now and a short leg as Nisa charges in to Roman Walker, who is minimal foot movement, but he dabs down on it on off stump, manages to keep it out and play it out into the offside. End of Nisa's over. 13 remain. 3 wickets for Glamorgan to take, and perhaps we ought to get Eddie back on commentary. Do you think one more wicket or a few more overs, perhaps?
Yes, one of us has got to do 5 live as well at about 10-2.
Right, well that definitely better be you in these circumstances. So by then, who knows? It could be all over. But I'll come back then. We'll get Eddie back on, shall we, for a little
Why not?
while? In the circumstances.
We'll try and be sympathetic towards your boys.
He's disappeared.
He's gone for a wander.
Oh, okay.
Never mind.
Wait till he comes back into vision somewhere.
Yeah, emails from my colleagues flying around about football-friendly interviews after today's matches. It's that time of year again. Everything getting back into underway officially at the end of July.
That game against Middlesex, that's at Lord's, is it?
Yes.
In September, looms ever larger.
It does. But if Glamorgan could go into that match with some sort of lead over Middlesex, that obviously would improve their chances. James Harris then takes over from the pavilion end, and Mulder clips one off his legs to get 50. 4 runs through the leg side, something of a half volley from Harris to start with. Mulder moves on to 53, 174 for 7. The deficit is just 37 runs. A little surprised they've gone away from spin, really.
I am, because he turned one past the outside edge, didn't he, Ingram?
It's an odd decision, really, because Ingram and Salter have been quite happily causing the batters a few problems.
82 balls, 8 fours for Mulder's 50.
Dropped on 43. Harris in to Mulder. Drives through the offside, or into the offside, but not through it on this occasion, as he picks out the fielder at cover, who
doesn't take the one.
Is no way saving the single in normal times. So apart from the 2 slips, the 3 on the offside are all offering the single to Mulder at the moment. This is a little peculiar. Harris is in to bowl to Mulder outside off stump, allowed to go through. Glamorgan are just trying to get Walker on to strike. Wasting deliveries. Surely you've got to try and get both men out.
Well, that's 3. The field has come in now. 3 balls.
Halfway through the over.
Well, some of the fielders have come in anyway. Oh no, they're going back out again.
Well, you can't. I mean, I shall stop fulminating. Harris, and just describe what's going on. Harris is into Mulder, and he drives on the offside, and he does take the single down towards deep backward point, and he's taken that single off the 4th ball of the over, and presumably most of the field will now converge as Mulder wanders down the wicket to have a word with his young colleague Roman Walker, who batted perfectly decently in his first innings to get a half-century on debut, but obviously that was when the pressure was off.
Yeah.
3 slips and a short leg. Now weight around him as James Harris has 2 balls potentially to bowl at the tail ender, and the first one is outside off stump, and Walker is able to just plant the foot across in case, but keep the bat well out of harm's way. 3 slips for Harris and a short leg. He bowled reasonably well coming down the hill, banging the ball in, getting it up around the batsman's chest without taking a wicket. 1-7-5 for 7. Harris into bowl, and Walker chops down on it. Looks as though he's willing to take a single. Fielder Carlson runs alongside the ball as if to say, well, you can have it if you want. 175 for 7. Walker yet to score. Mulder is 54. The deficit is 36 runs. 12 overs remain in this match for Glamorgan to claim those 3 wickets. That is, if Leicestershire don't get into the lead. 175 for 7. As who is to bowl now? Hogan is around looking interested, but he hasn't taken his cap off, and it'll be Nisa again. 2 for 54 off his 13 overs as Edward Bevan comes in alongside me. Edward.
72 balls to bowl, and Glamorgan need 3 wickets as the first ball is defended by Mulder to short leg. Very, very fast burst this.
I wonder if they're in the stage downstairs where they're glued to their places. They daren't move for superstition.
Great effort by the Glamorgan attack, especially the old firm of Nisa and Hogan. 3 wickets for Hogan. 2 for Nisa, and it's Nisa coming in and bowls the Mulder. Pulls out towards deep mid wicket. Salter fields, and they take the single, and this will bring Walker down, who played pretty well in the first innings for his 64. 4 slips gather, a short leg, and he has 4 balls left to try and pick up this 8th wicket. Nip and tuck here now between a Glamorgan victory and a draw, as Nisa from the Bennett end comes racing in and bowls. He has to sway out of the way, Walker, with a very quick delivery.
He's bowling now, tired as though he may be,
He's
as
giving everything
quickly
now.
as I've seen him in Glamorgan colours.
I suspected he would do this because it is his last game in the championship, and Glamorgan could clinch an unbelievable win, and he has given his best. Not that he doesn't give his best every game, Michael Nisa. It's a great fighter. Mulder goes down and has a word with Walker as in comes Nisa, bowls. Walker gets a single out to backward square, and they go through for a single. If Mulder had only been caught at that, was it a difficult? I was next door, I didn't see a replay. Did it go straight at one of the slip fielders?
I don't think it was straight at them, because the 2 of them diving around, so it was probably halfway between second and third.
David Lloyd is at first slip. North East is at second. Ingram is at third. As in comes Nisa. Bowls. This is played defensively by Mulder up to mid-off. 55 to him. He's really held this innings together. Otherwise they would have been in grave danger by now.
Right, last ball of the over. Presumably this is a short one to prevent Mulder getting off strike.
Yeah, unless he goes for the pull. He pulled in the last over and it just went over Cook's head. As he turns, Nisa comes in, bowls to Mulder. Mulder will get runs. He'll get 4 of them as he drives through the covers. And I think once it comes down to the last 10, or perhaps the last 8, if we get that far, Hogan will come back, and the both of them then will strive from either end to get these last 3 wickets. There will be some, of course, and we mentioned it earlier, will be saying, oh yeah, why didn't Glamorgan declare earlier? I thought it was a spot-on declaration. If they declared earlier, the lead would have been considerably fewer, and Leicestershire might have been ahead by now. Exactly.
Rather than get 200, 211 in the lead as it happened, and say, right, knock those off.
Yeah, and he's just trotting down here. Now, is he coming to field? I don't think he is. I think he's coming off the field. So that means it'll be Hogan next up the top there. He's holding his side here, which is not a good side.
He's quite often holding some part of his
body,
chest, isn't he?
Yeah, he's coming back. We've got a sub on the field.
And it'll be Harris to try to get rid of his fellow Welshman Roman Walker. James Harris is in to bowl, and Walker is forward to defend back to the bowler. 10.5 overs remain, 30 runs the deficit. And if Leicestershire do get ahead, then you can knock off the 2 overs.
Yeah. They're still 30 short.
Still 30 short, scoring opportunities if anything is well hit, but 3 slips and a short leg if anything is defended poorly. Harris in to bowl to Walker's up on his toes, chopping that one down, rolls to third slip, and there's no run. It's a tall young man, Roman Walker, probably around the 6'3", 6'4" mark. Little taller than James Harris, the man bowling at him, who was a teenage tyro himself. Roman Walker, now 21, but played for England under-19s at the age of 16. As Walker is forward, driving, didn't really time it. Ball half stopped by Harris and picked up by Carlson at mid-off. 181 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online on this absorbing final day as Leicestershire try to hold on for the draw, and Glamorgan try and pinch a very unlikely win, as it seemed at the start of play. Seemed pie in the sky. Harris into bowl. Oh, it's caught at cover! Yeah. Walker's mistimed that one. Carlson plunged forward. He's taken it just above the ground. And Leicestershire are 8 down. 181 for 8. Walker's gone for 1. And Glamorgan have just 2 wickets to claim victory.
Yes, a good low diving catch now by Kieran Carlson. He tried to drive and played possibly a little bit too early. Glamorgan really are in with a shout now. 181 for 8. Parkinson and Wright, a capable batsman, but with Hogan ready to come on for Nisa, and I'd like to see Nisa come back on the field. But well bowled, James Harris. That is his first wicket in the match, but a vital one, as we wait for numbers 10 and 11 and still 2 balls. And Walker tries to explain what's happening. Parkinson didn't take much notice and will run out to par to join Mr. Muller.
Yeah, James Harris in his 8th over, 1 for 26 now. Mulder 59 not out, having been dropped at slip on 43. And the game, had that been taken, might be done and dusted by now, but well, it's been a match of poor catching, really.
Yeah, apart from now.
Dozen chances or so shared between the 2 sides in the first innings, and the batsmen cashing in on both sides.
3 wickets have fallen for just 11 runs now, and Morgan close in. And what would be their 5th victory?
5th game win of the season, yeah.
Anyway, let's see what happens now as James Harris comes in to bowl to Parkinson. And he has right-handed, waits. Oh, yeah, defends that away very suspiciously outside. He moved to off stump. He came back in. Surely he could have a short leg here. And it's all very exciting here, and a fantastic game of cricket. As Parkinson will be given the single. Will they take it? Surely not. As Harris walks back to his mark. Last ball of the over, 1 for 26, Harris. And he comes in and bowls, and this is left by Parkinson. 10 overs to bowl, 60 balls to be bowled, 181 for 8. As surely it will be Michael Hogan, but the good news is Michael Neser is coming back onto the field. You might think, as Hogan peels off his sweater, that perhaps of these last 10, if Neser's fit enough that they bowl the last 5 each, surely is that the best bet. Although Harris called back to bowl, has taken that wicket.
Indeed, it'll be Hogan then from the top end, the Bennett end.
Well, he'll be bowling to Mulder. 2 slips, and men being put out simply because they want to give Mulder the run. Whether he'll take it, we wait and see. Nick.
Hogan is in to bowl to Muldo's forward defending, and there's no run.
Nowhere near as quick, of course, as Michael Neser's Michael Hogan, but does more with the ball. And he's a very experienced bowler. And these two now will try and win this game for Glamorgan and project them above Middlesex in second place.
Hogan racing in, bowling, played on the leg side by Mulder, but straight into the chest of Eddie Byram at short leg, and there's no run. 181 for 8, but inside the last 10 overs as Glamorgan try to turn the screw. 6 bowlers they've used.
30 runs. Still the deficit for Leicestershire. And short leg Byram goes back now. Give them the single possibly.
Mulder faces up to Hogan, and he's edged that one. He's out. Caught. 9 down.
Well, this.
9.4 overs left. Glamorgan get rid of the main obstacle to their victory hopes. Vian Mulder has gone for 59, and Glamorgan are within 1 wicket of victory. What an outstanding game of cricket this is from a Welsh point of view. It was a routine catch for Chris Cook behind the stumps, and Glamorgan swapping their bowlers round cannily, and they keep on chipping away. And Leicestershire, it seems, are heading for an unlikely innings defeat unless they can get some miracles out of their last pair of Parkinson and Wright.
Yes, what a wicket to take now, and number 11 man coming in. That was a perfect outswinger that left him, and Hogan picking up his 4th wicket. What more can we say about this man? Absolutely terrific.
Enjoy him while you can, I think, is the message.
Yeah.
To Welsh listeners and supporters. And please, if you love the game of Championship cricket, and try and catch some action in September when Glamorgan have a couple of home games left, plus away trips to Lords and Hove.
Right, 181 for 9 then, and it would be far too early to say the end is nigh, but
yes, 58 balls for the last pair to survive. No room for error. There's the tall figure of Chris Wright. Comes the wicket, prods away suspiciously. It's dark. The bowling is hostile, and there is 1 wicket left, and Leicestershire are in a bit of a mess.
What a performance by Glamorgan.
3 slips. Are they going to add a 4th? Salter wanders round to Gully. In fact, there's going to be 4 slips and a point now as David Lloyd settles down alongside North East, Ingram and Root at slip. Michael Hogan to last man Chris Wright, down leg side. Wright pokes at it, probably shouldn't have. And it's gone through to the keeper.
4 for 42 of 12.5 overs. Surely they have to bring Nisa back this end, Nick?
Yes.
Thank you for agreeing.
Yes, Harris got a breakthrough when Walker drove to cover. Carlson taking good low catch. Hogan into Chris Wright. Bowls a short delivery that sizzles past his nose, but Wright manages to get down and get out of the way of that one. 181 for 9. Hogan 4 for 42 to his credit. This the last ball coming up of his 13th over. 1 more wicket-taking ball needed from somewhere for Glamorgan as Leicestershire desperately try to hang on, but really only Mulder's provided long resistance as Hogan is in to bowl to Wright, who drives back to the bowler. Hogan gets a foot to it and it dribbles to mid-off. There is no run. It's 181 for 9 at the end of the over as Richard Ray will come back in.
I think, Edward, you'd better be commentating, as it could end with every single ball now. We think that if Leicestershire lose this by an innings, their 584 will be the highest score made in an innings defeat in the history of first-class cricket, although Essex made 620-something in defeat against Glamorgan in 2004, but Glamorgan won by 4 wickets, not by an innings.
In comes Harris then, plays it away on the onside by Parkinson. The clouds are gathering, they're pretty dark at the moment, but there are no lights on. And Glamorgan have 9 overs less 1 ball to try and get this unlikely, it must be said, victory. Last 3 wickets falling just 11 runs. Mulder, the danger man, has gone. Both batsmen are not, and Parkinson waits as in comes James Harris and bowls to him. Pushes that away to short leg. And,
these two will get into line. If they will have to be gotten out, if that makes sense. I don't think they'll give it away. Neither of them are duds, as you say. But it's a long time. 8 overs and 4 balls.
And I suspect if Harris doesn't get another wicket here to end the game, it'll be Nisa coming back. As Harris bowls outside the off stump, too wide really, and it's a wasted delivery.
51 balls left.
Yes, look at it that way, it seems a long time, doesn't it?
Well, they counted down 23 overs for the final match-saving inning wicket against Worcester in the first game, but different circumstances.
Here's James Harris, and he comes now and bowls, and Parkinson gets right behind this, who must be very disappointed person when this time yesterday we didn't have any thoughts of a Glamorgan victory given the good pitch, and the pitch hasn't changed a lot. It's just been exemplary bowling and a suspicion of nerves on the Leicestershire side, or lack of technique, as James Harris comes in and bowls, and that's nurdled away down to fine leg for a single. They have 2 balls left. Harris has 2 balls left to bowl at number 11, Chris Wright. Chris Wright showed us that he certainly can hold the bat in the first innings when he was 26 not out.
49 balls to go.
If you're sure, I don't have to commentate in 49 balls. I might have to. In comes Harris and bowls to Wright, who tries to flick it down the onside. A couple of wasted deliveries by Harris there. That's the end of the over. Now then, 132 for 9, and there are 9 overs remaining. And surely, do you bowl Nisa the far this end rather, and keep Hogan going. Hogan will bowl. That's no problem, but Nisa might be just a little shuttered, having put everything into his efforts. So it will be Michael Hogan to bowl to Parkinson, the captain of Leicestershire, and he has a lot of responsibility, and he shouldn't have, because this game should have been saved. It might well be saved. And here again is Hogan, comes in, bowls, and is pushed back to the bowler by the captain of the home side. That's somebody very anxious. Apologies for that.
47.
Why not? Hogan in and bowls, and this is up in the air, nearly pushed there to a fielder. Richard Ray hold his hands in his head in his hands, as that could have been the end of the game. He played too early, gets a single. The score goes to 183 for the loss of 9 wickets. Parkinson moves on to 2. That's irrelevant. Chris Wright comes down to the receiving end. Hogan looking for a 5-4, and to end the game comes in and bowls, and that was very close to the off stump. Hogan and the slip fielders and Cook cannot believe it.
Well, we'll have a look at the replay, see how close it was. There were a few "oh my gods" shouted out there, implying it was absolutely shaved, the off stump. We're at a very slight angle at, well, about 10-degree angle back at long leg. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, it did come back, but it was a couple of inches. It wasn't. Yeah. It wasn't.
But they do exaggerate shaved. Everybody, don't they?
Absolutely. They want Right to play at these deliveries. That's the point.
Well, Cook's taken 4 catches, and he might get another now as Hogan comes in and bowls, and Chris Wright gets behind that and plays it up towards mid-off.
44.
183 for 9. 211 they need, and that would be so important for them, because they would then, even if they're all out, Glamorgan would have 2 overs less, but that doesn't seem the scenario at the moment. You can more or less forget that. As Hogan comes in, bowls, and Chris Wright pushes forward quite confidently up to mid-off. And
we said in the first innings he scored over 3,000 first-class runs.
So he's used to this,
Wright
no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely.
1 more left of this over. I must commend too the captain, David Lloyd, because his bowling changes have been spot on. Michael Hogan, then, last ball of the over, is coming up now, and bowls, and Wright appeals. No, doesn't look out from here. He might have got a bat on it, but anxious moments for the bowler, anxious moments for the batsman. It's 183 for 9.
Yeah, inside edge into the pad. I think you can almost sort of hear it as well as see it from here.
Yeah.
And he did choke off the appeal, in fairness to Hogan. So 7 overs, 42 legitimate deliveries to take this final wicket. Just looking at, it was also going on down leg side as well. So
I wonder what is it that Nisa's not bowling. He did walk off holding a little bit of the back, but well, there was no point of it. If he can't bowl, there's no point of him coming back.
He's out there at long leg now, isn't he?
Yeah.
So he's stretching. He is stretching. So this might be the last for Harris if he doesn't take the wicket.
Well, he's bowling to the captain.
And he has made a contribution. He got Walker.
Parkinson. Here he comes in. Harris first ball of the over. Bowls. That's defended. As Richard crosses out every ball.
No.
6 point.
I did that against Worcester because there were so many. But no, not this time.
41 balls left. Did you?
Yeah. I started at 36 though there.
Vital game, this vital wicket needed by Glamorgan as Harris comes in and bowls and he gets on his toes and just nudges it away to short leg. He'll escape in the last over when it just went over the fielder, fielding close at sort of silly mid-on. 183 for 9. And this will be a rich haul of points if Glamorgan get the win. It's 16 now, isn't it, for the win?
This could make the difference between promotion and not, couldn't it? It really could.
Possibly, yeah. They'll pick up 23 points as in comes Harris and bowls down the leg side, and that's another ball that drifts down. Really has to try and bowl wicket to wicket if he can. Who would have thought this at lunchtime? We thought it was a very good declaration, but perhaps the wicket was going to be... Well, the wicket has behaved. It's just some very, very good bowling. Halfway through this over, as in comes Harris and bowls, and this is defended by Parkinson and pushed up towards mid-on. Parkinson is defending for his life and defending for his side. Back comes James Harris. 2 balls left of this over. Passes the umpire on his way. Bowls, and this time it's comfortably played. You think with Harris you have time, don't you, to see the ball coming and adjust. Where with Nisa, he's so quick that if you play the shot just a little bit late, it's curtains.
But he's accurate, Nisa.
Exactly, bowls straight.
He doesn't barely waste the ball, does he? And even the bouncers are delivered with real purpose. Where Harris, just the lack of consistency now with this strange altered action.
Yes, it's the last ball now, and he comes and bowls. So Parkinson gets down and a ball. It just keeps us shade low. He's defended that well. That's the end of the over. 183 for 9. Parkinson's on 2 from 15 balls. Wright hasn't scored from 8. And is it to be
36
Nisa?
balls.
I think it is going to be Michael Nisa, and surely it'll be Hogan from this end. Surely.
Oh, no, well, yes, I would imagine so, but Nisa's coming on from that bent end.
Where he's had a couple of wickets.
I don't know whether Nick wants to... I think when he's finished with Radio 5, he may want to come back.
He's up to his eyes because he's got a report now for a few minutes for 6 o'clock news, and then he's got commitments, so we will watch Nisa bowling to Chris Wright. And here's the first ball, and he comes, bowls, and it's well defended by Wright, who pushes it away onto the offside.
31.
31 balls left.
No, wrong. 35. Get it right, Richard. Yeah. It's important.
Yes, it's very important.
35.
And if Leicestershire do survive, we must admit it will be a good draw for Leicester. If you know it. I know it'll be disappointment, but it will be a draw that they've fought for if they can survive. As Nisa bowls, and Peel for LBW is not very confident, and it's turned down.
34.
If they do save the game, will they consider it a moral success?
No,
or be no,
absolutely not. To lose by an innings on having scored 584, or you know, to almost lose by an innings, one or t'other. No, absolutely not.
Nisa in, bowls, and right, appeal for LBW. And not given by the umpire. A huge appeal.
High-ish, she's a tall man.
Yeah, you've got one of the best umpires in cricket there, Nigel Long.
He's given 2. We'll have a look at the replay. He was adjacent, but I can only think it might have been a bit high. Let us hope that the camera is on it. Here we go. Yeah, going down, actually.
Yeah, it was drifting down.
It was going down, so good decision. I think you could see pretty much.
Yes, he's good.
You could see 2 stumps and maybe 3.
Neeser again comes in, bowls him, and Glamorgan have won by an innings. Michael Neeser has polished off Leicestershire, and this must be one of the most famous wins for Glamorgan. They were facing a 584 in the first innings. Then they batted Leicestershire out of the game by getting 795 for 5. They left Leicestershire 59 overs to defend and to win the game. And Glamorgan have won with 5 overs or so remaining. 3 wickets to Michael Neeser, 4 to Michael Hogan. Huge congratulations, I'm sure, from Richard.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that is wonderful bowling and application on the part of Glamorgan. It didn't look possible, as you say, when Leicestershire had scored 584, but Sam North East, along with Michael Hogan and Michael Neeser, and indeed Andrew Salter for his 2 wickets in this innings, take a huge bow. That is an extraordinary win, the 5th, I believe, of Glamorgan's season to date, and it puts them into 2nd in the County Championship Division 2 table, and they have earned that the hard way. That is an astonishing and wholly admirable win. Many congratulations to Glamorgan.
So the victory margin, it is...
an innings in 27?
I think it's an innings in 27, as you say.
And I believe that is the highest score ever made by a side that in first-class cricket and that have gone on to lose by an innings.
Well,
another record.
What a 4 days we've had here, and this is Sammy North East is leading the side in, and we would endorse that certainly. And I would put with Sam, bracket that with the performances of Michael Neeser and Michael Hogan.
Indeed, couldn't agree more.
And here comes Hogan. And as they line up there to shake hands, we do feel sympathy, I know, to Leicestershire. They're down at the bottom. They are a famous club, and I just hope that they improve and get some success. But they'll be hugely disappointed, as their coach Paul Nixon will. But what an excellent day for Glamorgan. Well, an excellent win. And many thanks, as usual, to Richard. It's been great to be with you, Richard, for 4 days, and I look forward to seeing. Perhaps we'll see each other now in the final of the 40 over competition. Who knows?
It would be lovely to think so. But there have been some famous games between these 2 counties in recent years that have been very close and usually gone one way or another. But that is a huge victory for Glamorgan in every sense of the word in those circumstances, and we can only congratulate our old rivals and say very well done, and good luck for the rest of the season. Hopefully Glamorgan, well, if there are 2 promotion slots, let us hope Glamorgan secure one of them.
Yes, and also thanks to Nick. He's beavering away here. And again, my thanks to Richard as we say good night from a very happy Welsh contingent, not so happy Leicestershire. But I hope you've enjoyed the coverage, and do listen